So tonight I'm going to test out a new segment. I'm always trying to test stuff out to help you guys get to sleep until we find something that consistently works, or you really like, or you really dislike. And tonight's going to be an ongoing kind of serial story about, it's a fairy tale. But I was playing with dolls the other day, these Cinderella dolls, and the girl I was playing with made me be the stepmother and the stepsisters, so I kind of got the short end of the stick, or so I thought. But then I started thinking, what happened to these three after the original story of Cinderella? Whether you have the Disney story or the original fairy tale, which I'm not sure if it's by Grimm or Hans Christian Andersen or someone else, but I will put that in the show notes for sure. And I was thinking, what happened to them after? I know Disney made a couple direct-to-DVD movies, which I haven't seen. I may be stuck in my subconscious, and I did see it, and I'm just retelling that story. But here's what I think happened. There's a sound of pixie dust in your mind. Tingle, tingle, tingle. Well, the first thing was after Cinderella moved into the castle and married the prince, became the princess of the land. The stepmother, she's a very rational woman. So the first thing she did was marry her daughters off. And her first daughter, she married off to an innkeeper. And the dowry for her daughter was, and I think you usually pay a dowry, but, the stepmother, she's too smooth. It would be dinner with ale or wine every night at the inn. And the second daughter, she married off to one of the bigger farmers in the area in exchange for milk and eggs, cheese, bread, meat, all the staples. So she kind of set herself up, and then she started to plot about how she would get back into Cinderella's good graces and, get herself into the castle. So she figured she would just throw herself at Cinderella's mercy and apologize. So she went up to the castle, and she asked to see her daughter, her stepdaughter, and the captain of the guard came down. He said, "I'm sorry. She refuses to see you, but if you come every day and check in," she said, "at some point she'll grant you an audience. But at this point she's still upset with the way you treated her." So every day she would get up, the stepmother, and go up to the castle and present herself, and they would say, "Okay, wait, and we'll see. Just wait here, and we'll see if Cinderella wants to see you or not." Well, they would say the princess, obviously. And the stepmother would wait all day, and you could tell it was a little passive-aggressive action on Cinderella's part. And they wouldn't give her an audience. But the stepmother, being the intelligent, cunning woman she is, she used her time to see who was going in and out of the castle. And when she was at the inn, if people needed information about what salt trader was getting more time at the castle, or yada, 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 she could sell that information. But there was one thing that stuck out to her, was that every single day, this old bundled woman came. And she would come in the morning, and then she would leave at midday. And after a couple weeks of this, the stepmother called, when she called in the morning on the captain of the guard to see if she was going to get her audience. She said, who's that woman that comes every day? The one I'm talking about, the kindly-looking, stout woman. The captain of the guard said, "Oh, that's the princess's trusted advisor." She said, "Oh, what's her name?" He said, "Oh, I don't know." "Well, what does she advise the princess on?" "I'm not sure. They meet in private." "Oh, well, where's she from?" "I'm not sure of that either." "So, you're protecting the princess, and you're letting her meet alone with this old woman, and you don't know what they're talking about or who she is?" And the captain of the guard, he kind of knew who the stepmother was. He said, "Listen, you old sow, don't try to poison my mind. I know your tricks. Be gone for the day." And he sends her off. stepmother decided to start following her at the end of the day. She would give her some space, and she would follow her. And the first time she followed her, she noticed she would go deep, deep into the wood. And every day, she would get deep into this one grove of trees, and she would pull out a magic wand, touch the air, and disappear. And the stepmother followed her for about 2 weeks, and she saw the same thing every day. And then she was like, oh, okay, and I'm going to try to see when she gets here in the morning. So she decided to mark the spot with a few stones. The only difference in the days was that one day she went and she touched a bird who had a broken wing and it was struggling on the ground. And as soon as she touched it with the wand, the bird's wing was healed and it flew off. The stepmother decides to hide out in the woods in the morning, and she finds a spot and she's hiding there. And she notices another bird with a broken wing in the morning. So, is that the same bird? It rebroke its wing, or new bird? But anyway, and then all of a sudden, the kindly old woman appears, and she goes about gathering some rocks and sticks. And the stepmother was afraid she was going to get found, but she didn't find her. And she lines up the sticks and hits them with the wand. They turn into loaves of bread. Then she hits a rock. It turns into a pot of steaming tea. She hits another couple. They turn into teacups, and then a picnic basket, and then even a bottle of wine. And with that, she packs everything up, and she heads off to the castle. You know, the stepmother, she would always look around, and she'd try to figure out if there's any evidence left behind of the magic, but there never was. And so she watched this for a couple days, and then she called the captain of the guard. And she said, you know that woman, the old, kindly old woman that you've been letting be alone with the princess? You know she's a practitioner of the dark arts. Captain of the guard is, he's like, he's yelling at the stepmother. She said, oh, I have evidence. I wouldn't just blindly go about accusing elderly women of being witches if I didn't have some proof. She said, we'll just wait, and tomorrow when she leaves, we'll follow her and you'll see. And the captain of the guard, he had his suspicions, but at the same time, this was his job, and he was a little bit worried. Oh, man. What if she's right? So the next day, the stepmother left. As the kindly old woman left, who we all know at this point is the fairy godmother, the stepmother and the captain of the guard followed her. And she went deep into the woods, and she pulled out her wand, and she disappeared. And the captain of the guard was in shock. And the stepmother said, okay, just wait till tomorrow. Don't tell anyone about this. We're going to meet here in this hiding spot tomorrow morning. And they hid in the morning, and the fairy godmother appeared, and she made the bread and the wine and the tea, and then she headed off to the castle. And at this point, the captain of the guard was beside him, so he's like, I've been drinking that wine every night with dinner. He's wondering if he's been poisoned or he's under some sort of spell. And, the stepmother's just egging him on, like, what kind of horrible things could she be doing to the princess? What kind of awful stuff is about? And the captain of the guard, he was kind of, he took things very seriously. So he saw this dark arts. He was not into new agey stuff at all. So it was only evil. Witches could only be evil. He didn't buy into the fairy godmother paradigm. And he was afraid he was going to lose his job or be beheaded for failing his duty. And so he's like, well, I don't know, what am I going to do? And the fairy godmother said, don't worry. I have a very, very good plan of what we're going to do. Now, if you're still listening at this point, it's going to get really boring at this point, and you're not going to miss any part of the plot, so you don't have to pay attention anymore. But so the the stepmother said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." And she went off and she went home, and she said, "I won't be back." She's not going to be at the castle for a few days. She went out to the farm, and she called her 2 daughters, and all the farmers' children and this children's children, and he had them go out. Had everyone go out and gather as many sticks as they could. So they would go out in the woods, and they're picking up sticks and branches and bringing them back. And then the stepmother had this huge pile of branches, and then she wanted them to break them off into little pieces, one-size pieces. So they'd spend all this time breaking off the little tips of branches, breaking off those little nubs, and then taking sandpaper or leather or whatever they used back then and rubbing them down to a sheen. It's so much work, repeating this over and over and over again. And at the same time, she was at the inn trying to learn more about, as much about the dark arts. She was asking anyone, does anyone tell me all the tales of magical women you know? So she was gathering all this information, and she was hearing the good and the bad. And she, of course, didn't buy the fairy godmother thing either. She knew there has to be an angle. There's always an angle. So she went through the village and talked to all the different sects of religion and saw what that's SECTS of religion, found out. And so she was doing her research, and she was gathering these wands, so she was up to something. And another thing is that, she had this kind of, up until this point, a sedentary lifestyle. So she was eating at the inn every night and drinking wine and living on bread and cheese during the day. So she'd kind of grown plump herself. And then she kind of went for a makeover, and she went to the salon or whatever they call it there, and she tried to, can you make me look nicer? And so they definitely changed her hair, and they said, well, what you definitely don't want to do is pull your hair that tight because it makes your face so harsh. And you should try to smile. And so she got this she tried to be like become a plump, nice woman. And how this plays in to what happens next, you'll have to wait and see. But the stepmother has a plan. And I hope this helped you fall asleep. So, stepmother's got all these sticks, and she bundles them up into a big bundle, like a sack, and she puts them on her shoulders, and she heads back out to the castle right around the time the fairy godmother's leaving the castle for the day. So kind of like mid to late afternoon. And she times it perfectly. And right as the fairy godmother is kind of coming out of the castle, kind of lost in her thoughts, stepmother plows into her with her bundle of sticks, and the sticks go everywhere. And she really hit her hard, so the godmother goes flying, sprawls out, totally wiped out. And then the captain of the guard comes running along, and he picks up the fairy godmother and brushes her off, and he brushes her off real hard. And he says, "Oh my goodness," and he says, "You stick wench, you have. Wait, look what you did to the queen's advisor, the princess's advisor." And he's screaming at the stepmother. Of course he's acting, but he brushes off the godmother. He picks up a stick or a wand, hands it to her, and says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am. The godmother's really, when you get hit, blindsided by someone, even if it's an accident." She was kind of pissed, but she's got a lot of self-control, so she's a little flustered, so she's kind of like in a daze, and she just wanders back down the road off into the woods. And she wanders off into the woods, and she gets to the spot where she, every day she would go and pull out her wand and touch the air, and she would vanish off somewhere. We still don't know where fairy godmothers go, but she goes and she pulls out her wand, and she touches the air, and nothing happens. And she does it again, nothing happens. And she takes a look at her wand, something's not right here. And then she gets a good look at the wand, and she realizes it's not her wand, and she's like, oh, that darn stick woman. So she gets ready to rush back. She's like, just run back to that woman and figure out which one's my wand. Total mix-up here. And all of a sudden, out of the bushes come the town's guard and the sheriff of the town. And he says, "Excuse me, woman. What are you about?" Or some type of phrasing like that. And the fairy godmother says, "Oh, well, I'm just out for a stroll, I said, "Well, what was with that stick, touching the air with the stick?" She goes, "Oh, I fancy myself making that I can make the birds sing, and I kind of just, conduct their singing, much like, a musical group." He says, "Really? Because it looked like you were mumbling something." She goes, "Oh, yes, I was just mumbling, 'Sing, little birdies, sing.'" And he says, "Arrest this woman." He says, "You can't fool us with your tricks, you witch." And they arrest her, and they haul her off into town. Meanwhile, back at the castle, outside the castle, stepmother gathers back up all the sticks, and presumably somewhere among these sticks that went flying everywhere when she plowed into the stepmother are the is the godmother's wand. Stepmother and godmother, I kind of mix those things up. I apologize, but so she gathers everything up. She goes home, and as soon as she gets home, she's unbelievably proud of herself and excited. So she has a glass of wine, and she puts the bundle, lays it out on her floor, and she starts going through stick by stick. And I won't do that right now for you, because it's not time to start counting sticks yet. I'm trying to ease you into the sleep, but she goes through the sticks, and she puts a pile of no's, a pile of maybes, and a pile of probablys for the wand, because the sticks were in varying degrees of wand-like. Wandiness, I guess would be the term. And she gets everything piled up there. She double-checks the no's. Okay. She goes through the maybes, and she gets a rock from her garden, and she goes through every maybe and taps the rock, and nothing happens. Okay. And then she goes through the definite probablys, probably pile, and touches the rock with each one, and nothing happens. So she does it again with the probablys and the maybes. Nothing happens. She goes through the definitely nots and does that twice, and nothing happens. So she thinks, maybe it's that spot in the woods. That's the only place this witch's magic works. So she gathers everything up, and she goes to that spot in the woods where the stepmother is, and or where the godmother would appear. And she gets a rock from the woods there, and she starts going through, and nothing happens. She goes through 2 or 3 times, and nothing happens. She says, She replays the events of the earlier in the day in her mind, and she's positive that she's pretty positive that she has the right wand, or the wand's there among her pile. So she takes a deep breath, and she lies everything out in a row, and she looks over everything, and she starts going through them again, real slow, and she tries different flourishes and stuff. And meanwhile, while she's doing it, she hears, "Fairy godmother, fairy godmother." And she looks around, all of a sudden, right into the clearing she's standing in, comes this young woman. It's not Cinderella, it's just a young woman. She says, Oh, sorry, ma'am. I'm looking for someone else. And the stepmother's like, "Oh, good day to you." And the young woman's kind of tentative, and she says, "Oh, good day to you, ma'am." And, stepmother's thinking, man, fairy godmother, eh? What's that? And then she remembers some old wives' tales that were spun at her mother's knee. She said, oh, well, who are you looking for? And the woman's like, just a friend. So, well, oh. And she notices that girl's very, very well dressed, but in clothing more appropriate for not a servant, but someone that serves. So, oh, you're dressed in such lovely fineries. Are you from the castle? And the young one's like, oh yes, I'm the princess's assistant, Princess Cinderella. And she's like, oh my, how wonderful to meet you. And she curtsies and she says, oh, I also serve a princess as an advisor. And the young woman's like, really? And she says, yes, I'm just here. I've had an accident with my wand. Have you seen your princess's godmother's wand? She said, oh yes, she let me hold it one time. Oh, you know what? It's quite similar to this stick. You notice how it has this one dot right here? It's almost exactly the same. And she said, oh yes, I was just testing you, dear, to make sure you knew that you weren't playing with me. All our wands are the same. They're made at the same wand factory by the same wand master. So, well, have you seen another godmother? She's quite a bit like you, but her face is a little softer, and she smiles quite often. And somebody's like, no, why do you ask? And well, the princess is quite afraid because she just had this nightmare during her nap that something horrible happened to her. So, oh, well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Off with you. Why don't you return to the princess? So the young woman goes back off to serve the princess, and stepmother's again beside herself with joy. She's got the wand now. And even in her hand she can sense some power that she didn't sense before. And then she goes and she touches the rock, and she's paying strict attention, and nothing happens. And she says, bread, and she touches the rock. It doesn't turn to bread. She said, wine. She notices a little shimmer of something, but nothing's happening, and she's just exhausted. She spends hours doing this, and she goes home with the wand, and she tries everything, and she can't figure it out. So she sucks it up, and she heads down to the jail. And, the sheriff knew she was the one that snitched on the godmother, so he lets her. She's like, I'd like to speak to this woman because she's been, planning her evil witch thoughts in my daughter's mind. So he lets her go in, and the godmother, she's just sitting in her cell, cool and collected, and she's like, it's you. She's like, somehow I was expecting you. Stepmother says, yes. And she said, so you have my wand? Said, yes, I do. She said, what do you want with my wand? It's of no use to you. Someone's like, oh, I think it is. Do you value your life? And the godmother asked her the same question. Do you value yours? Of course. And they go back and forth trying to feel each other out. And the godmother's, kind of trying to. She's like, you don't know the consequences of your actions. The stepmother's like, I don't care for the consequences of my actions. You're the one in the cell. You have no power over me anymore. And then finally, the godmother's like, I'm sick of this. She goes, you're here because you can't use the wand, aren't you? She's like, I sensed someone watching me in the woods all those days, but I thought it was just a paranoia or imagination or something. There's a magic word to make the wand work. The stepmother's like, really? She's like, do you want to know the word? The stepmother's like, are you trying to trick me? She's like, no. I'll gladly give you the word, the magic word. But the wand will destroy you. So, again, I ask you, do you value your life? Stepmother says, "Of course. What is this witchery you're trying on me?" So, well, I'll give you the magic word. But I'm telling you, the wand will destroy you. She said, well, because it's a trick magic word, you're trying to trick me somehow. So, no, I'll give you the magic word. You can use the wand as you like. And if you wish to return to me and beg me for my mercy and forgiveness and return the wand to me, I'll be here, obviously, because I'm locked in jail. I'll take you out of your misery. The best thing you can do is give it to me now, because I promise you, me being in the cell is nothing compared to what you're going to suffer at the hands of that wand. I have a greater mission than dealing with your nonsense, and you're taking me from that nonsense, and so I will escape, and I will let the wand destroy you. Stepmother takes a deep breath because she's a player. She's not here to be played. She's trying to get an angle on the godmother. So she figures, okay, we'll see about this wand. And she says, just give me the magic word, and I'll take what you said with a grain of salt. I'll think about it. Maybe I won't even use the wand, but just give me the password. And the godmother says, it's Alakazoo. So, okay. Good day. And the godmother says, this is your last warning. Your last warning. I said good day. So we're going to leave it tonight there. But if you're still awake, okay, let's lie down, get in a nice, comfortable position, and then we're gonna just try to clear your mind again. Listen to my voice, and you're gonna picture a wand with wings and little tiny legs, and it's running towards the fence and jumping over, flapping its wings and landing on the other side. The stepmother tries one wand, flies over the fence, and 2 wands, and 3 wands over the fence, and 4 wands over the fence, and 5 wands over the fence. I just sounded like a serial killer there in that 5 wand. 6 wands fly over the fence, and 7 wands fly over the fence, and 8 wands fly over the fence, and 9 wands fly over the fence, and 10 wands fly over the fence, and 11 wands fly over the fence, and 12 wands, 13, 14, so we don't end on 13, 15 wands, and now there's a flock of wands in the sky, flying and flying. They're going south for the winter. You're with them, you're flying on a bed of comfortable wands, going someplace warm. Good night. When we last let off, the stepmother and the godmother had just had a showdown, a kind of face-off, because the stepmother had stolen the godmother's wand, and she needed the magic word to make the wand work, and she confronted the godmother in her jail cell, and the godmother said, I'll give you the magic word, but there's going to be consequences. And the stepmother ended up taking the magic word and heading off. But meanwhile, the godmother's stuck in this jail cell, and she spends most of her time amusing herself by scaring the jailers because they think she's some sort of powerful witch, which she may or may not be. She's only accused of being a witch. We should know. That's an allegation right now. Okay, so, she's just, anytime a jailer brings her food, she's like, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo, and they jump and they run away. but she's also worried. She's trying to maintain this facade, but clearly the godmother is there for a reason and dealing with Cinderella for a reason. She got her into being, I don't know if she's some sort of queen maker. I'm not sure what her angle is. I haven't discovered it yet, but she's on a mission, or at least her mission in life is to help Cinderella. I don't know. So she finally asked the jailer, she said, "Can you send me the sheriff?" And the sheriff sits down, and he's a little bit worried because they haven't locked up a witch before. And he says, "What do you want, witch?" She says, "Please call me Penelope. That's what my friends call me." He says, "You're no friend of mine, witch." And she says, "When's my trial?" He says, "There's no trial for witches." He's like, "We're going to burn you." When will I be burned? So, well, we've been told to wait till the princess is out of town and she's heading over to Lilyland or whatever it's called, that other, that nearby town on a tour. So we'll burn you when the princess is out of town. So, So she says, do I get a last request? And he says, we don't give witches last requests. She's like, okay, let me reframe it. I'm a witch, correct? Don't you think it's within my power to destroy this jail? He said, really? Well, why are you sitting there? Like, well, if it is within my power to destroy this jail, or to find out every secret about you, I will, and I will destroy you. Or you could simply grant me my last request. I appreciate a trial and all that, fair trial, and not to be burned. But would you just grant me a request? And he said, Well, it depends. What's your last request? She says, I'd like to speak to the captain of the guard. Could you bring him here? I said, all right. Yeah, I can do that. It's not a big deal. You're not going to destroy the jail, right? If you're going to do it, just let me know when I'm not here. I just work during the day. And that secret stuff about destroying me, you're not going to tell anybody about what I do with the frogs, are you? Godmother says, Penelope, the godmother says, no, just send me the captain of the guard. So the jailer, sheriff goes off. Sheriff goes off, summons the captain of the guard. Captain of the guard comes down and says, why do you call me here, witch? And she says, oh, do you know what that woman was about that got you involved with imprisoning me? I said, no, yeah, she's a concerned citizen. It's actually her daughter is the princess. And, she didn't want a witch hanging out with her daughter. Really, that's all. She didn't have any other ambitions. And the captain guard says, no. What do you want? Why'd you call me here anyway? She said, has the princess asked about me, where I am? And he says, yeah. What do you tell her? I said, sorry, Mom. Sorry, Miss. I don't know. And, she said, aren't you worried about your job with the princess finding out where I am? I said, no. I don't think she's going to find out where you are. And she says, did that woman give you anything in exchange for imprisoning me? And she says, no. The godmother said, listen, you fancy the princess, don't you? The cabinet goes, what? She goes, you want to keep the princess safe, correct? He says, of course, that's my duty as captain of the guard. She's like, you've not taken a wife, have you? She says, no, my duty is my wife. She said, you fancy the princess, don't you? The captain of the guard says, what do you want, witch? She says, have I ever brought harm to the princess? Do you guys like how I change my accent every few minutes? I'm sorry, but pull you out of the story even. But you should be falling asleep anyway. And he said, I don't know. I'm not in there with you when you meet with her alone. I have no idea what you're about. She said, what if my job... Okay, maybe I am a witch. What if I'm a good witch? And he says, there's no good witches. The good Lord is the only one with power of that sort. So, well, okay, what if... Could you put in your head that I'm actually here to keep the princess safe as well? He said, no, I don't buy that. The guy was, man, this guy, she's thinking, this guy is, wow. Okay. You want to keep the princess safe, and I sense you have a love for her. Whatever that love is, it's yours to keep. What if I tell you I know a secret about the princess? He said, I'm not interested in your tricks, witch. But really, he moved forward, and I see it a bit. He said, She goes, I know a dark secret about the princess, about an evil she faces. Are you interested in keeping her safe? He says, go on, witch. She said, well, one, that lady you got involved with, she's probably a threat to the princess, so keep an eye on her. But she said there's a much darker menace the princess faces from her husband. The captain of the guard tries not to look interested because he's trying to be partial. He's supposed to keep everybody else safe, too. He says, what do you mean, witch? She says, the prince harms the princess. He says, how? I've never seen him lay hand on her. She says, under her clothes, her underclothes is where he harms her. He beats her. And someday he may kill her. The guard says, well, I need some proof then, because I don't buy your tales, witch. But secretly inside his blood's boiling because he never liked the prince. He really does have the hots for Cinderella. And, every day when he goes to bed, he's thinking about their wedding day and their wedding night. Believe me, that's all he can think about. Even every time he sees her, his knees go weak. It's one of those deep abiding, or unabiding, I don't know. He's in love with Cinderella. And his blood's boiling with murderous rage that anyone would ever harm her. Penelope, the godmother, she says, well, I don't need to provide proof. I can see it in your eyes. If you wish to keep Cinderella safe, it is your choice what to do. And I know your heart will guide you. So the cabinet guard storms out. And that's where we're going to leave it tonight. But crush is one good way to fall asleep, is to think about someone you have a crush on. If you don't have a crush, maybe you should come up with one. But that's what the captain of the guard does. He gets in bed, pulls up his rags or his wool covers, and he pictures like Cinderella running through these endless fields of flowers. Her hair's flowing. Her dress is flapping in the breeze. Roses are raining from the heavens, and her arms are open. She is running towards him, over hills and valleys, through a refreshing stream. She's just running into his arms, across plains, fruited plains, majestic mountains that are purple. She's so beautiful. The skies are gracious. Behind her ears, an amber wave of grain. She's still running towards him. She's as light as the breeze is on your face. Slowly blowing closer and closer slowly waiting for the dreams to come. As he dreams of Cinderella, and you dream of your prince or princess. Good night. And that's where we pick things up, is at the cottage of the stepmother. She's got this wand. For a couple days, she just kind of left it sitting on her kitchen table because it was freaking her out. You know, the fairy godmother told her it would spell her doom using the wand, and that would have these horrible consequences, but she didn't go into detail, so she stirred up the stepmother's imagination, and she was picturing herself melting, or, you know, going to an alternative universe, whatever conceptually that meant back then, but, you know, something horrible happening, breaking out in boils or blisters, so she didn't do anything for a while. But finally, her curiosity and just her desire to, you know, get back into her daughter's good graces. She figured this wand got the godmother. The fairy godmother was meeting with the princess every single day, so this had to have some value. So she went out in the woods. She didn't want to blow up her cottage, obviously. She's got to live there. And she started real small. She started turning stones into sticks and sticks into stones. She didn't break anybody's bones. And she waited to see if they would blow up, and they didn't. Then she tried the old rocks into loaves and fishes and water into wine, and nothing bad happened there. And the food was pretty good. The wine was tasty. Not as good as in the big book, but not bad. She started doing other stuff, nothing major, but just taking little steps. She turned an ant into a bug. Then she started having fun with changing animals around, and she made a jackalope and sent it off on its way. So she started playing, and she got more and more confident. And she's like, okay, I got this, how this works. So it transforms stuff, and you can change a living thing into another living thing, or a non-living thing into another non-living thing. And she found out size doesn't matter when she changed a bird into an elephant. And of course, she of course already forgot about the consequences. And every once in a while she'd be curious after the elephant ran off what happened to it, but she could care less. And then she was like thinking, what's my next move here? And to be honest, her husband had passed away a long time ago. She was kind of lonely. And at one point she saw a mouse kind of creeping around her cottage. She tapped it and turned it into a stable boy. She took the stable boy into her bed, let's just say that. Had some fun with the stable boy. He was mute, because she was asking him, where are you from, or whatever. She just laughed and enjoyed his company, his physical company. And then she threw him out. Yeah. And again, she's not, this lady, she's an evil stepmother. I guess, or not good stepmother. She's evil in fairy tales usually signifies she has some evil power. Right now she does. She has the wand. So after the stable boy, she was curious if something would happen, and she was old enough she couldn't have kids, so she wasn't worried about some demon baby being in her womb, but nothing happened, no fallout. The stable boy didn't come back and break down her house or burn it down. And she even asked about it at the end. Because if you know from episode 1, one of her daughters she married off to an innkeeper. So most nights she could be found at this inn eating free dinner and wine. And she asked around about this mute stable boy. But no one had ever heard of him, so she figured he must be from out of town. And then it hits her. She thinks about out of town. She starts thinking about the godmother, the fairy godmother. And she gets her plan. And the next morning, she goes into the woods, the clearing where she first saw the fairy godmother appear. She changes herself into the fairy godmother. She comes up with her plan, and she goes down that afternoon, calls for the captain of the guard. He's like, "Oh, you haven't been here in a while. Usually you're here every day waiting for your daughter." She says, "Oh, I know she'll come around." He says, "Listen, that godmother, that woman, she's still locked up, right?" He said, "Oh, yes, her name's Penelope, by the way. Let's refer to her as Penelope, the witch Penelope from now on, as opposed to that old woman." You say, "Okay, whatever, the witch Penelope, she's still in jail, right?" He says, "Yes." He says, "Well, don't be alarmed tomorrow. She's still going to be in jail, but..." She tells him, "Don't worry, tomorrow I learned she has a sister who's not a witch, and she's going to come tomorrow and visit the princess." It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but the captain of the guard's not the brightest dude. He says, "Okay, whatever." So she goes back to the spot where she first saw the godmother. She turns herself into the godmother. And then she grabs a rock and some sticks, turns it into bread and wine, and tea, and a picnic basket. And she heads off to the castle like she's the fairy godmother, or to her, this old witch. And meanwhile, the captain of the guard's sitting there, tending the gate with the other guards, and he sees the godmother rolling up the path. And all the other guards, they loved the godmother, because she'd have his bottle of wine, and they'd get to hit that, and she had usually some bread or some cheese. So, "Oh, we've missed you so." The captain of the guard's like, "Oh, good God. I had this lady thrown in jail. Meanwhile, I can't tell anybody because I don't want the princess to find out." So he's like waiting for her to blast him with a lightning bolt, or she says, "Oh, greetings, Captain." And she gives these guys some bread and some wine, and they're, "Oh, godmother, the princess has been beside herself. Where have you been?" She goes, "Oh, her godmother, they call her Penelope." Turns out that's her name, Penelope. And, "Oh, Miss Penelope, Miss Penelope." And the princess will be so overjoyed, and then the princess's assistant comes out, and she's hugging the stepmother, who's pretending to be the godmother, whose name is Penelope. "Oh, Penelope, come, see the princess, come." So she rushes in. They go into the Cinderella's private chamber, which is the stepmother can't believe this place. The castle's off the hook. And she's sitting in this chamber. It's got stained glass, gold stuff, and baubles, all sorts of fancy stuff, tapestries. And, she sits there, and all of a sudden Cinderella comes in, and Cinderella looks magnificent. And she looks grave, like scared or afraid or something. And as soon as she comes in, she takes the Penelope, the stepmother, the godmother combo, hugs her, and she starts weeping and weeping and weeping. She's so upset, and she's crying and crying and crying. And the stepmother, she has to dig real deep to find some mothering instincts, because she's a terrible mother. But she's so manipulative that she knows. So she rubs her back. She says, "Oh, child, oh, child," She holds her and lets her weep until, after you weep and you feel like a shell, and she's just breathing, and she's still holding her, comforting her, and she says, "Oh, what's the matter, my child?" She says, "Oh, I was so afraid you weren't going to return, and I missed you so. I was afraid something terrible befell you." So, "Oh, child, no, it's fine, it's fine." And so, don't be so concerned. And just, it's okay. I'll be here for you every day, just like in the past. And she thinks she's got her calm down. And Cinderella starts crying again. She's crying, racking with sobs. She's like, "Oh, fairy godmother. Oh, Penelope, I failed you so. She's like, I failed at what you asked of me. She said, oh, it's okay, child, it's okay. And she doesn't know, of course, what Cinderella's talking about. Oh, child, you could never let me down. She's like, oh, but I have. What you told me never, ever to let happen. And if it did happen, you told me to take the steps. I failed you. And she's crying. And she says, well, okay, tell me exactly what happened again. And she's like, well, there was one night, and it was a lovely ball we were having for a out-of-town king and queen, and there was dancing and drink, and the prince and I, we danced, and you know I love to dance. Sorry, my accent's strange today. And I was flush with wine, and the prince, despite all the things you told me, and despite all the promises you made me, he was quite handsome that night, and maybe it was the wine. And I felt this stirring inside me, and I know you've told me to destroy that stirring, but it was a yearning to have my skin against his, and I couldn't control myself. And, stepmother's like, okay, dear, okay. She said, and just in the middle of the dance, the prince swept me off the floor, swept me into a root cellar, and she starts weeping again. And the stepmother obviously knows, okay. And the stepmother first, she's like, well, child, he is your husband. And she catches Cinderella's weeping so hard, she didn't quite hear that. And she says, well, no, but stepmother, I didn't take the precautions either, to put inside of me. And she's crying, and she's just like, I'm afraid, I'm so afraid. And stepmother's like, wait a second. And she says, child, they've been so sick. Let's sit and so I can help you. Explain to me exactly what you're afraid of, so that I can better. She's like, well, you told me I could never bear the child of the prince, and to avoid him at all costs. And if he asked me for physical contact, to be as cold and unpassionate as possible, and to block him, if he does enter me, from making a child inside me, because you told me I didn't. You told me that was my mission, of why I was princess. You told me I would never become queen. So the stepmother's like, think this doesn't make any sense, but she's like, okay, that's this godmother's angle to keep her from getting pregnant. She becomes wicked curious, and so I was like, I also know that you will punish me. I said, well, she starts crying again. She says, okay. She's like, but you did say something could be done if I find I'm with child, but I don't even know yet. That I would save me from punishment, even if whatever it means. Please, Penelope, don't. She said, okay, calm down. We don't know if you're a child yet. Let's just wait and see. Got the stepmother here. We don't know if she's pregnant or not, and we don't know why. The godmother wants it so badly to stop it, and we need to find out, and the stepmother wants to find out, and that's where we'll go next. And where you'll go next is, if you had a magic wand, what would you do? And you said, alakazoo. what animals could you give wings and would they fly? Like a flying horse. Well, that'd be a Pegasus flying through the air. In the clouds. What if you gave a cloud wings? The cloud was flying through the clouds. A flying cloud with wings. Floating and flapping its wings. Then it lands by you and says, "Hey, climb aboard. I'm a cloud bed with wings. You climb aboard." And the cloud is so soft and comfortable, and it flies its wings. And it flies through other clouds that are even softer. And your lids get heavy. You start to sink deeper into this cloud, flapping its wings. The more it flaps, the deeper you sink. Further, further away. The cloud's flapping its wings, and you're falling asleep. Further, further into the cloud. Good night. And tonight starts with the stepmother. She's at home. She just turned another mouse into a stable boy, had her way with him, and sent him on his way. She's just, basking in the glow, drinking a glass of wine. It's dusk or nighttime. And boom, 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 there's a knock at her door. She wonders if it's the stable boy. They never come back, she thinks, but maybe this one did. And she opens it, and the captain of the guard's there, and he's wasted. And he's, tearful, and he just lets him, he just walks right in. Just let yourself in. I need your help. And she has him sit down at the table, and she's kind of disgusted with him, and he's all weeping, and finally she just grabs him by his shoulders and slaps him. She said, what's your problem? He's like, your daughter's being beaten by her husband. She says, what? And she says, oh, the prince is beating Cinderella at night under her clothes or something. And stepmother's like, she has really no heart for Cinderella. She says, well, isn't that what the husband's prerogative? And he's weeping, oh, poor Cinderella, you gotta help me. And she's like, why do I have to help you again? He's like, he could really hurt her. What if we hurt her? And then finally he gets serious. He's like, I need to kill him. You have to help me kill him. And stepmother kind of looks him over. She takes a breath. She's like, get out of my house. And he's like, if you don't help me, I'll just kill him on my own. I'll probably be arrested, but if I am, I'm going to tell them admit to everything about capturing the witch and everything and throw myself at Cinderella's mercy. She said, whoa, okay. Sit back down. First off, the prince is the king and queen's only son. So, you kill him, they're going to throw Cinderella out, they might have her killed. You don't know, killing the prince is not going to help Cinderella. She's like, no, I think we need to kill him. She's like, she goes, that's not going to help anything. And he's like, well, he needs to be stopped. I need to protect Cinderella. It's my sworn duty as captain of the guard. She's like, really? The captain of the guard's supposed to kill the future king? He's like, well, I'm the captain of the princess guard. Yeah, but is your sworn duty to the king and queen first? Well, woman, why are you arguing with me? I need to keep Cinderella safe. So she said, well, killing him's out. She says, what if you, threaten him? He's like, I'll lose my job. And then it hits the stepmother. She said, I have an idea. She'd been playing around with the wand and trying to come up with different stuff. So she pours a little wine into a small jug. And she says, leave the house. And come back in a few minutes. And as soon as he leaves, she touches the jug and she she's like makes a potion, and then he comes back in. He goes, you know what I was thinking when I was outside? He goes, I don't even know your name. We just call you Grizzleface behind your back, the stepmother. She says, my name's Agatha, thank you. So, well, Miss Agatha, what's your plan? She says, here's what you're going to do. You need to scare the prince into not beating Cinderella if he's beating her. So you're going to take, I'm going to give you this potion that I stole from that witch. And you're going to hide in the prince's room. And when he goes to bed, you're going to take this potion. It'll turn you into a demon. And eventually it'll wear off. Don't worry, you're not going to be permanently demon, but you just scare him. Tell him you're on to him. And, you know, you're gonna mess him up. You're going to come every night and terrorize him if he lays any hand on the princess. So he says, all right. So he goes in the castle, hides under the prince's bed. And prince and princess, they sleep in separate rooms, just in case you're wondering. So he hides in under the prince's bed. Prince comes in, gets in bed, goes to sleep. He pops it, drinks his potion. He turns into this huge, hairy beast, almost like what we would call a werewolf type demon. He gets out from under the bed. And he wakes the prince up. He's growling at him and screaming. The prince is terrified. He says, don't speak a word, I'll eat you. The prince is obviously, he's so scared. I mean, so all of a sudden, he goes, what madness is this? He goes, I'm a demon. And, he goes, well, what do you want, demon? Hold on, I'm thinking of what I want. I want you to leave that princess alone. And if you don't, I'll come here every night. And every time you touch her, I'll eat one of your toes. So I quite like my toes. Did you need any gold or anything, demon? Or you could maybe, why don't you come work for me? I'm going to be the king soon. I could use a demon. I don't. He just growls. Because he's so flustered. He goes, I just need you to play. Do not beat the princess. The prince is kind of like, he's one of those people, he's always got an answer for everything. So they go back and forth, and finally, it hits midnight. And the demon's trying to, the captain of the guard's trying to build up into this scary demon ship, and next thing you know, he starts feeling funny, and his hair starts shrinking, his muscles start going back to normal. And next thing you know, he's back to the captain of the guard. And the prince is like, what the heck's going on here? You're supposed to be the captain of my wife's guard. You were just a demon. And then, for once, the captain of the guard gets some kind of clue, and he's just acting all dazed. He kind of is a little bit dazed. But he's like, oh, I was captured by an evil witch woman, and she told me, I don't even know what happened. She fed me this evil potion, and I just ended up. What happened? Because, well, you tell me I was beating the princess. I would never beat her. I love her with all my heart and soul. And then you're threatening to eat my toes. What kind of weird demon, toe-eating demon? Because I quite like my toes. I have wonderful toes. Cinderella loves them as well. And, so what the hell? What the hell? Let me get this straight. Somebody turned you into a demon and sent you here to eat my toes. Is that? He goes, I don't know. I don't remember a thing. Because, well, it's strange because I don't beat the princess. So I don't know what. He goes, we're going to have to, who's this witch and how did she catch you? And, the prince knows something's not right, but he also knows this captain of the guard's not such a big. He goes, what kind of, he goes, I could, I might be able, can she make demons whenever she wants? And what did she give me? He's like, she gave me a potion. Okay, and the prince is like, all right, well, don't tell anybody about this. And, I don't beat Cinderella, so don't worry about that. You just keep guarding Cinderella and just act like nothing's wrong. And you're going to point out where this witch is. We'll figure stuff. I'm going to figure this out. So, be gone. And so, the captain of the guard leaves, and he's a little bit mixed up. He's like, okay, am I in trouble or not? He was actually hoping that the prince would die of a heart attack or something, and he would get married to Cinderella. So, the fact that the prince is in love with Cinderella kind of ticks him off. So he goes home and goes to bed, and he's got to figure out, is he going to tell the prince about the stepmother, Agatha, or the fairy godmother that's in jail? And so he gets in bed. Back at the castle, the prince gets in bed. The prince, he's even though he's an adult, he's got a couple teddy bears that he talks to go to sleep, and this is kind of how he falls asleep. In his mind, he snuggles his bears close. They did have teddy bears back then. You believe that? I think they called them furry forest friends or something. But so he gathers them. He says, and he closes his eyes and he says, "Oh, teddies, let's have a picnic. Come, let's have a picnic in the grass." And oh, Teddy, what did you bring to serve me for my breakfast? And the teddy bear says, "Weasel was it? Was it?" He said, "What? Oh, candied bread, I see. Wow, this is so delicious. What else did you bring, Teddy? Tush and lotion? Tush? Poof. Ah, honey wine. Oh, let's drink this all, Teddy. Oh, Teddy, can I put my head down on your belly? So, the honey wine. My head's resting on your belly, Teddy, as it goes up and down. Oh, and you, my other teddies, taking my shoes off and rubbing them. Yes, I'm falling asleep. My head's on Teddy's belly. Sleeping. Good night."
We open, and all of a sudden, coming down the road, the jailers see who else but the captain of the guard and some guardsmen, and they come up to him, and the jailer says, "What do you want?" He said, "Bring me that old woman. Throw a bag over her head and bring him to me. Release her to me." The jailer said, "Well, we arrested." He's like, "I'm on here. Orders of the king. So release the woman to me." So the jailer, they go back. It's kind of like the fairy godmother. She just stands up. She's like, "Ma'am, Mom, you're going to need to come with us." And they pull an onion bag over her head and tie it up. And they lead her out. And the captain of the guard and his soldiers throw in the back of this cart and they trot off. And the fairy godmother, she's kind of just lying there. Wondering, she's feeling the thing bounce, the carriage, and she's wondering what fate awaits her. Because she's like, if I go back to the, but she's kind of patient. She's wondering. She doesn't seem, she's not struggling or anything like that. And the carriage bounces off. It takes a lot of turns, and so she's like, that's weird. She loses, she was wondering if they were going straight to the castle or straight to the woods for execution, straight to a pyre to burn her alive, or to, dunk her in one of those lakes. But no, they head off in a while. Then she feels herself, the cart stops, she feels herself pulled out, gone through a door, through another door, and thrown into this, like, a root cellar. And then the soldiers tromp off, and there's nothing. And then she hears the cart roll off. And then she hears a door open, and then the root cellar door open closes. There's silence, and there's just footsteps. And stepmother just kind of laughs. There's no response from the other person, just creaking of shoes or boots. The stepmother goes, I can smell the wand. I can feel it. I can feel it humming. There's still silence. And she goes, I know the wand is here. She goes, I assume I'm in your root cellar. And reluctantly, she feels something fumbling at her neck and feels the onion bag pulled off and the harsh light against her eyes. Or maybe it was a potato sack and onion bag's probably, but whatever. She's blinded for a minute. And then she comes into focus, and who's standing there but the stepmother, Agatha. And she says, you could smell the wand, huh? And the stepmother goes, yeah. I can sense it's part of me. And then the stepmother says, my name's Penelope. I believe you're Agatha, right? So yeah, let's refer to each other as Agatha and Penelope because it's easier than calling each other stepmother and fairy godmother for, it's easier for us to follow. Of course, Penelope. And then the fairy godmother, Penelope, says, why did you bring me here? Agatha says, I'll be asking the questions. So, okay, well, do you have a question? She goes, well, why? She goes, well, why what? She said, why? What are you? She said, well, I'm a fairy godmother. That's garbage. Fairy godmother. What are you? So, well, I'm a fairy godmother. My job is to help the princess. She, help her what? What do you want? What do you want with my stepdaughter? What do you want with the princess? Well, what is with your tone? She goes, I know, Penelope, what your game is. I know why I know what you're up to. I want to know why. Well, spare me this fairy godmothery, grandmothery, godmother garbage. What do you want from Cinderella? What? Why are you here? Well, I don't know. It's garbage. I don't believe you. Well, I don't know. We fairy godmothers, we do what needs to be done. Done by who? Done for what? I cannot explain. All right. Let's not get the horse face before the cart. Why? You're here to stop Cinderella from giving birth to the prince's son. Is that why you're here? Well, that's one of that needs to be done. Yes, Cinderella cannot conceive the prince's son. And you don't have a why for that, do you? No, I don't. That's why I'm here, to stop that. But why'd you make her a princess in the first place if you needed to stop that? I'm a soldier. Let's just put it that way. And I only get the orders as they come in. It's like a mission. I'm on a mission, doing what needs to be done. And what needs to be done is he needs to be stopped from conceiving within her. But mission before was to have her become princess. Is that so hard to put through your pea-sized brain? You know whose root cellar you're in. You know who has the wand, so you better cut it out, Penelope. So your mission is to stop. Why not just kill the prince? You have you have the wand, you have the power, you have the trust of the princess. Why not kill the prince? Well, part of our rules are no killing. No killing at all. No killing allowed. And so you can't just use some magical thing to prevent her from getting pregnant. That one's kind of more complicated, but it comes down to some ethical dilemmas. It would take me quite a bit to get into it, but yes, it's okay to change a mouse into a footman, but to change the inside of a mouse is playing. It goes against our ethics, and I don't even know if it's quite possible. It might be beyond. It's beyond my power. Oh well. Might I ask you a question? You can ask. Yeah, you can ask. Yeah. What do you plan on doing with my wand? What have you been doing with it? Nothing. Nothing. Getting some answers, I've been. Well, do you have any questions about the wand? Yeah, what happens after you change a beast into a man? Do the men come back, or if I send them off, is the ghost? I'm not clear. Never mind. It's not a question. Interesting. Well, stepmother, Penelope, what if I told you I had a solution to what if I had a solution to your little pickle? Well, why don't you tell me all about it, and I'll think it over. Psh! You think I trust you? Well, what would you give me for a solution? Well, why don't you pitch me, because I'm pretty sure I've run through most of the scenarios in my head, and I think I have all the angles covered. You've got nothing covered. Listen, fairy godmother, I'm a woman of the world. You're a woman of some other world, or some grandmother town, or wherever. I'm a woman that's had desire, and you come from some convent, clearly, but you don't understand the workings of young womanhood, clearly. Well, I've observed quite a bit, and we have quite extensive training on your behavior. So, yeah. What if I have a plan and it will work? What if I told you that? Do you think you might think of me as a nasty woman? You might even think of me as a fool or a haughty or whatever. I can see you judging me with your doe-like eyes. But I'm crafty, and I've thought of something that will get done exactly what you need to be done. No one will be hurt, per se. And what's that worth to you? Well, I'd have to think on it. What exactly were you thinking about? Well, first I want protection from whatever the horrible doom you were warning me about. But that's just part one. I have much more, but I need you to swear, if I tell you the plan, you'll be on my side, and you'll do exactly as told, and I need some kind of promise that I know I can hold over you. I say, I've never been in this position before. But as I said, my assignment is to do what needs to be done. And for now, Cinderella cannot... I don't know if I can trust you, old witch. What if I told you I visited Cinderella, as you, and she told me she had relations with the prince? No. Did she protect herself? She is not with child, as far as I know, but no. Why, my goodness. Do we have a deal? I don't need to do what needs to be done, I suppose. Whatever the cost, I must agree to it. And so they had two women, Agatha and Penelope. She untied her. She had the wand someplace safe, and she kept her eye on Penelope, but they sat down to a nice dinner. Now, meanwhile, while they were discussing things in the root cellar, a whole other load of mess was taking place, because the jailer's sitting there, and they had rid off, and about 5 minutes after they rode off, a grand caravan of soldiers comes down from the castle, and at the head of it is the captain of the guard. He says, "What are you back for?" And he said, "Back for? I'm back to check on the prisoner." He's like, check, what? What do you mean check on the prisoner? And then the prince pushes his way to the front. And he says, "Give us the prisoner. I need to speak to that prisoner right now. I need to speak with her in her cell." And the jailer's just like, "What? What? He left with her about 10 minutes ago." Prince is like, "What? You left with her 10 minutes ago? You were with me 10 minutes ago." And everyone's confused. Now, meanwhile, if you've got a lick of common sense, you know that the stepmother was dressed as a captain guard and made off with her. And the prince is like, "What sort of black magic is? Arrest this man!" So he has captain of the guard thrown in jail. Now he's suspicious. Like, this is the second mysterious incident this guy's been involved in. So they throw him in jail. And that's where we're going to leave tonight's story, is that, the two women seem to be working together well, and the prince is definitely confused, and now the captain of the guard's in jail, and he's stuck, like, should he spill his beans to the prince and risk the stepmother's ire, or what? So that's where we'll leave it tonight, but, so that's tonight's episode, and I just like to wonder what people think about at night, and I always wonder, if you were a fairy godmother, and you had trouble falling asleep, what would a fairy godmother try to do to fall asleep? Like, what would she think of? You might think like fairies, like Tinkerbell-style fairies, but then she's a fairy, and she's kind of human size. And I don't know, what would she think of? Like, we haven't got into her backstory really at all, or the lore of fairy godmothers pertaining to this particular world. So it's like she's obviously humanoid, but she has some other characteristics. So it's like, it sounds like she's lived some sort of cloistered life from what we've gathered this episode. So does she have a sensual sexuality to her? Has she experienced that, or is that not part of their development, or is it something that's repressed, or is it something that comes out in some more metaphorical, subconscious way? Like, does a fairy godmother dream of stags racing across fields, stags with giant horns, powerful? Would that be too obvious? Charging at each other and smashing into each other, trying to see who's the victor. Each time they collide, fur pops off of their heads, thunders through the woods. Then they back up and snort their cold winter air. Even the mist comes out their noses. They charge at each other again with this one-minded determination. Pow, pow, into each other. And then back again. They smash again. And then one seems to be getting more beat up than the other. He trots back, stumbles a bit. Go back again, crash. Stumbles again. They go back again. Sammy can't even get a trot, and the other guy smashes into him. Butts him in the side. Get the heck out of here. And then stepmother's been watching the whole time, and he scoops her up in his antlers, She sits on his antlers much like a queen on her carrier. I don't know what they're called off the top of my head, but she's parading around through the forest on the antlers of this dominant buck. She's waving to all the things, and flowers are opening up and floating its petals towards her. She's blushing. And she's just being trotted through the woods on parade, through beds and beds of flowers, and whistling music, and she's holding her, back of her hand to her forehead and swooning. I don't know, is that what stepmothers think about? Oh, no, not stepmothers, fairy godmothers. So right now, Agatha is in a carriage, and in the back is a pig, presumably the fairy godmother, trotting towards the castle, kind of arguing as they trot along, and Agatha's like, relax, and the pig's like, rah, rah, rah. I don't think your plan's going to work. I don't think your plan's going to work. And Agatha's like, I am one of the foremost seducers in this part of the world. How do you think Cinderella's father was wealthy and handsome, and I seduced him, and I can teach any man to just seduce any woman. The pig's like, really? I don't know. This just sounds like a bad idea. I don't know. And she, well, quiet, we're almost to the castle. So Agatha puts the pig under a blanket, gets up to the castle, and dismounts from the carriage, and she goes up to one of the soldiers and says, I need to speak with the captain of the guard. He says, right away, ma'am, right away. So he goes in the guardhouse, and, I don't know if they use tin cans or passes word or whatever. So a few minutes later, this younger man comes out, stern-looking man, very serious. And he goes up to Agatha and he goes, what can I help you with? She says, I asked for the captain of the guard, not some pipsqueak. He looks her up and down, sneers, walks around the carriage, opens up the pig, and the pig snorts on him. He stares at the pig in disgust, covers the pig back up, and goes back to Agatha, the stepmother. So that's quite an ugly pig you have there. So yeah, it is an ugly pig, a stinky pig too. Horrible pig that is. By the way, where's the captain of the guard? He said, I'm the new captain of the guard. Cyril is my name. What can I help you with? So well, I need to speak to the captain of the guard, the original. He's in jail. Now, I suggest you be off and quit wasting my time. I said, well, it's quite important. Why is he in jail? He's in jail. What's he doing in jail? He's in cahoots with a witch. What are you asking? Who are you to ask these questions? He said, oh, well, as a matter of fact, I'm Cinderella's stepmother. You might have heard of me. And if you keep up this attitude, I'm going to make sure she knows about it. As far as I know, you're banned from the castle, so your threats carry no weight with me. So, well, it won't be long. I'll be in that castle. And you, Cyril, will be out of a job. Maybe you could work for me and take care of my smelly pig. Yeah, well, why don't you tell me, so he was in cahoots with a witch, you say? Yeah, some pudgy witch, pleasant-faced, unlike you, kindly-looking woman. I guess he went after the prince one night, and, he's thrown in prison. He's going to be executed tomorrow. And that's all you need to know. Be off. In town jail, eh? He's in the town jail? Yes. So just be off with you. We didn't want him in the dungeon in case he had any, exploding spells type stuff. So be off with you. So she hops in the carriage, and they trot off. Fairy godmother, she's still the pig. She's like, oh dear, how are we going to... Well, he's an essential part of our plan, and now he's in jail to be executed, eh? Agatha, stepmother, just relax. So they go down to the jail, and she asks to see the captain of the guard in the jail. He's like, oh, no visitors. He's not allowed any visitors. And Agatha says, really? She goes, I had a conversation with a frog the other day about you. The jailer's like, what are you talking about?
She goes, I know what you do with those frogs. Does your wife know about where you put those frogs and what you do to them? Does the new captain of the guard know about your frog fetish? Should I inform them? Or should I just go in and speak to the young man in the cell? Go on. You have only a few minutes, though. He's to be executed tomorrow. So she goes in, and the captain of the guard, as many of you know, he's kind of a dolt. And he's kind of weeping in his cell and, woeing. Oh, woe is me, the whole 9 yards. And Agatha sees him, and she says, sit up straight and quit whining, you fool. Tell me what happened. Oh, well, I didn't tell on you, ma'am. I didn't tell on you. I certainly didn't tell on you. Well, why? Well, I was the beast, and I was threatening the prince not to beat Cinderella, and then suddenly I changed back into a man, and the prince seemed very concerned with it. And then he asked me who gave me the power, and I told him the fairy, not you, but the woman down in the jail, the evil witch. So we went down to meet with her, and she was gone, and they said that I had come and got her and taken her away, and the prince had me thrown in jail for wizardry, I guess. So I'm doomed. Oh, shit. Quiet, you fool. Now, you need to pull it together and do what I say. Well, no, it's all lost. They're going to execute me. They're not. Listen up. Young man. What's your name, anyway, old captain? Oh, Roland, ma'am, Roland. Well, I know, Roland, what in your heart of hearts you desire. What if I can grant you part of what you desire? Well, I'll never marry the princess now. I'll be dead, and, what if I told you? If you listen to me and follow me exactly, you could share Cinderella's bed with her. And not only that, she could bear your child. What would you think of sharing Cinderella's bed? And having her bring you a son or daughter? Well, that's not possible, is it? It will be if you listen to me and do exactly what I say. Okay. Well, don't worry, because I know that Cyril, the new captain of the guard they replaced you with, is a wizard, and he's evil. So, if anyone asks you anything, say that probably that witch turned into Cyril or something, Just let me handle things. All right. I'll be in touch. So she goes to leave, and she goes out to her carriage or wagon. And who's standing there but the new captain of the guard, Cyril? He's kind of still inspecting. He goes, Well, it's fancy seeing you here, miss. I just saw you up at the castle. What are you doing down here? Jailer says you're meeting with the old captain of the guard. Why would that be? And the stepmother looks him over. Says, that's none of your business. He goes, I'm on the king's business, so it is my business. Men's imprisoned for attempting to take the life of the prince and for practicing the dark arts. She says, well, and she throws herself at his feet into the mud. I love him. We've been lovers for years, and I've been in love with him for all my years. And please have mercy, please have mercy, please. He's not a bright man. He's been taken advantage of, and he told me everything. I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Please just spare his life. Quiet, you woman. What do you mean he told you everything? Well, he said that there's this magical place in the woods where he met he called her a fairy godmother. She had some fairy powers, that chunky woman with the buttery face. And he showed me right in the woods where he met her. And I could take you there if you like. I have a feeling that's where the magic is about. And that's where she changed him into a beast, and she told him not to scare the prince, but to protect him from his evil toes. I think he was confused. I think she drugged him or something. He was trying to just eat his toes or something. It was all so strange. But I could show you. Why don't you climb in my carriage and we'll be off. All right, you witch. Well, he didn't say witch, he said wench or something.
And so they hop in there and they head off. And they head up into the deep woods. And she's serious. They go right to the spot where she first spotted the fairy godmother. She says, this is right here. This is he said she would appear here and she would mix her potions and such. And he gets out and he kind of has a look over in his eye like he's a UFO, a paranormal investigator. He's looking around and sniffing at the air. He goes, I've always had an interest in in magic, and I plan to catch me this magical woman and for the prince and for our kingdom, so she can be used to defend our kingdom. So we'll enslave her probably, lock her up, and we'll use her power for good, for our good, for the detriment of all these surrounding kingdoms. And don't worry, I'll spare your Roland, your precious Roland, as long as we catch her. She's been disappearing. Well, I could tell you she appears right here quite often. And I could tell you, my pig sniffs out truffles. Why don't I let my pig out? And let's see what my pig scares up. And I just use this little divining rod here. So she lets the pig out. And then she kind of goes, come on, taps the pig on the head. And, fairy godmother's not pleased about it. And she taps it on the head a few times. And next thing you know, it grows from a pig to a giant pig beast, 15 feet tall, growling, towering over the Cyril, the new captain of the guard. The stepmother kicks back her head and laughs. Now, Cyril, who's got the ugly face now? He's kind of panicking. He's like, what kind of... You're the beast. And she says, do away with him. And then meanwhile, the fairy godmother's kind of torn. She's like a giant monster now. She could probably kill the stepmother and take the wand, maybe. Or kill him. And she's just trying to decide what's going to be her best move. Or just go back to the castle, kick down the wall, and kill the prince. So she's sitting there in the copse of the woods trying to decide what her best move is. And we'll have to wait and see till next time. The new king of the guard's in a bit of trouble. Agatha has planned to impregnate Cinderella, possibly with the old captain of the guard, Roland's kid, sperm? Sperm, okay to say on his seed. Let's just say this, his seed. And that's all we got tonight. What is Cyril's backstory? You wonder. Guy rose out of nowhere. He came right out of nowhere in this story. Crafty guy, looking. What is that called when ambition? He's got a lot of ambition. And what do ambitious people dream about at night, or what do they think about when they're falling asleep? Probably stepping on people's heads, like when he tries to fall asleep. Maybe that's what he's counting. That's what he's counting, is just like that lake that he first looked into. It's like a person's head. It's like, I'm going to cross this lake on the heads of lesser people. 1 step. 2 steps out. Only need 2 people to get in the shallow. So next, this person's sitting up. I'll step on their head. And okay, on this step, that person's head. And this person's sitting on the floor of the water. Okay, 6, 7. Now this person's on their knees and their head's just below the water. Step on their head and their head. 7, 8. Okay, these people are just standing, submerged except for the tops of their heads for me to step on. 9, 10. It gets deeper. 11, 12. Taller people. 13, 14. 15, 16. And now there's someone holding someone, like a regular high person and a little person. He's stepping on their heads. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Now it's 2 full-size people. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Depth of the lake, it's 3 people. And then he keeps crossing. stepping on these people when they're underwater. But he doesn't care. He just is headed to that other side of the lake where he thinks. I don't know what he thinks is there, but he keeps stepping. 30, 40, 50. He gets so excited, he's close. He's kind of prancing across the people's heads now. 60, 70, 80, 90. Skipping on the tops of people's heads. How inconsiderate. No, he just did a little spin. Oh, he almost fell off. Was that like 120 heads now? Oh, handstand. He just did a handstand on people's heads, submerged in the water. What a jerk. Oh, somersault. He landed it too. Guy's got a lot of, he's, what is that word that would describe him? Dexterity would be one, but spry. He's spry. I didn't even need a dictionary. Oh, how did he just do that? He tumbled like into a roll and then still stood up on two people's heads. That must have hurt the people that were drowning. Oh, and now he's doing knee pumps. Running Man. I didn't even know they had that back then. Oh, wow, he's good. Moonwalk. Oh, brother. Moonwalking on people's heads that are drowning across the lake. What is that move? This must be some kind of NFL touchdown, but they don't even have. Oh, he's across the lake. What a jerk. Well, good night. Oh, man, witch, what are you about? What do you want from me, you awful witch? And she's like, ha, 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 who's ugly now, you little pipsqueak, or whatever she was saying. And meanwhile, the giant pig monster is really, as far as we know, the kindly old fairy godmother. And she's looking at Cyril, who's cowering, and he's clearly going to be a troublemaker for her. And the fairy godmother, who's got her wand and has created a whole mess of trouble, she's like, who should I crush? You know, and she's kind of leaning towards getting her wand back, because that's kind of like a part of her, like almost like a child. But she's like, well, maybe. So she's debating inside, and all of a sudden, she's up against this lake, and they're both watching her and cackling and cowering and cowering and cackling. And all of a sudden, like, Cyril starts to weep. Oh, no, what now? Like, even whimpering worse than before. And like I said, this podcast is not for kids. Whatever language they used in the old days, this is what it translates to from the stepmother. She's like, holy fuck. And she's staring at the lake, and she just goes white, and she's not her complexion was already white, so it's like, she's like translucent with purple lines for the pig monster, who's the stepmother, fairy godmother, is like, what the heck? And she senses that they're looking at something behind her, so she goes to turn around. She turns around, she sees this giant muck monster, like made of muck and mud and dripping. It's got seaweed on it, some fish bouncing around on it. It's kind of coming out of the muck. And so she backs up, and she steps on Cyril, splats him accidentally, but she steps on him as she's backing up and splats him like a grape. So he's dead. Just pops. And she's kind of frozen, and the swamp monster, the muck monster, and the Agatha, the stepmother's like, pick me up, put me on your shoulders, ah! So, you know, at this point, the fairy godmother's acting on instinct. If she was thinking, she would have just left the stepmother, but she scoops her up with her hoof, throws it on her shoulders. Stepmother grabs on, not painfully, but, you know, like a motorcycle onto her pig ears. She's like, run! So she turns around, she turns around and starts running down the path, and the muck monster takes a swipe at them. Some muck, gross, nasty muck, hits the backs of their necks, but they're booking down the trail, and then boom, 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 boom. This muck monster's booking right after them. And the whole forest bounce. Boom, boom. A pig's a little bit faster than a muck monster, as you can imagine, even on 2 feet. So she's trekking, and she's just panicked. I mean, fairy godmother, I'm not positive. I don't know her whole story, but I can't imagine they've been trained. Maybe they have. I don't know. But she's crapping her pants. Or, well, she's a pig. She doesn't have pants. A pig monster. Not Porky Pig, but she didn't have pants on. Anyway, let's not develop that picture anymore. She's running. And the muck monster's running. Next thing she knows, she's running down into the flats, and she runs up right at the front of the castle. And then the stepmother's like, stop. You know, you can't run. If they run into town, they're going to start smashing the village. So she's like, you know, and then boom, muck monster's not that far behind. Muck monster gets there. Both stand in front of the castle. It's like, castle shaking. People are screaming. Guards are coming to the, wherever those things are, where they shoot their arrows from, arrow slits and battlements, I think they call them. So they're like, what the heck is going on? The red alerts are going, and it's like a standoff. And the muck monster's just standing there, and it's slowly closing the gap between the pig monster, and her. And meanwhile, I mean, now, like, people are coming from the castle. I mean, all attention's on this, but no one, you know, the two beasts don't know it, and the stepmother's like trying to think. She's up there. She's like, and then boom, the muck monster's swinging. And for a little while, they're dodging, because the muck monster's a little bit slow. Pig's a little bit faster. You know, they don't say as fast as a pig. They say as fast as a jackrabbit or something, but compared to muck, pig's kind of quick. But the muck monster, I don't know, it's not an idiot. So after a couple swipes, it just takes like a muck ball, boom, throws it at the pig's feet, and boom, the pig monster falls down at the stepmother, and now the muck monster's towering above it, and it's about to lay waste or something. I don't know. It's just growling, and they're cowering in terror. Not that differently than Cyril was moments ago. And then stepmother, she got an idea. She's like, stand up. So the fairy godmother climbs to her 2-hooved feet, or cloven feet, whatever you prefer. If you're a devil worshiper, you probably prefer cloven. If you're non, I'd pull you out of the story. So they stand up, and the muck monster and the fairy godmother, or the stepmother, so they stand up. And the stepmother says, "You're a pig. Wallow in this thing. Wallow." And the fairy godmother / pig monster is like, What? What do you mean wallow? She said, "Wallow! Cover yourself in muck." And then she pulls its ears and makes a charge forward. Oh, she charges forward. Does like one of those wrestling moves like a splashdown or something, when the fat person just drops on the skinny person. Like Tony Saragusa did it to Rich Gannon. Not that any of you care about some Raider game that happened 10 years ago or something. But yeah, he does a splashdown, and muck monster, and she's like, "Roll around, wallow, damn you, wallow." So the pig and then all of a sudden her pig instincts start kicking in. She's wallowing around in this muck. And the muck monster, that's his, like, I guess, for a muck monster, or this particular muck monster, he wasn't cut out for being wallowed in. So he kind of quickly dissipates, and the sun evaporates some of him. He gets absorbed into some of the pig skin, dries out. He's done. He's toast. So then the stepmother hops off, and, you know, the fairy godmother's shaking some of the muck off, and then they start arguing. "Hey, what the hell was that? What do you mean? Why'd you make me wallow? This thing can be in my pores now. What's that? You killed? You said you couldn't kill? You couldn't commit murder? It was an accident. I stepped out of my accident. They're going back and forth. What the heck is that? Where's a monster coming out of your magical land for? I didn't see it come out of land. It came out of the water. Why is a monster chasing us? I don't know. I haven't done my plan. That could be one thing. What do you mean you haven't done your plan? They send monsters after you if you don't got... The fairy godmother's like, to translate, they're still fighting. But to kind of translate their fighting, fairy godmother, if they were being reasonable, she'd be, listen, my assignment was to keep the princess from getting pregnant. They want that done stat, They want a solution, the people that sent me on this. So they're sending this monster. It could be a message. It could have been going to do the job for me. So I got to get this done. We got to keep Cinderella from getting pregnant. It must be, that's could be why the monster was chasing us. And then the stepmother, again, they're fighting, so it's more slapsticky and hilarious, not like me. But this podcast isn't supposed to be a slapstick because that wouldn't work. It'd be like someone telling you a Calvin and Hobbes or Anyway, I'm distracted. I'm distracting you. But so, stepmother's like, You mean there's going to be monsters chasing me? I can't believe I got... Finally, up on the battlements, the princess... Silence, witch! Silence! And the boom, boom, boom. And he's got his hands cupped, or maybe he has... I don't know if they had any kind of thing to modulate your voice, but whatever, he's yelling down. He's like, What witch? What do you want from us? Or shall we do battle with you? And she's kind of wiping some of the muck off, and she's kind of, oh, wait, there's a whole army looking down at us. And he said, Call off your pig beast. I'd like to propose a truce with you, witch, and call off your muck beasts. And so she's like, it's a lot of arrows and stuff, and probably won't do anything to pigs. So she does a little thing with her wand, changes the fairy godmother pig beast into the fairy godmother pig again, which, she's snorting away, pissed that she's a pig again. And then the fairy godmother's wiping, trying to wipe some out. And Cinderella's at the prince's side suddenly. She said, Mother? Mother, is that you? And the prince's like, Mother? Goes, that ugly witch is your mother? No, she's my stepmother. Stepmother? Is that you? He said, ghastly. I could not imagine giving birth to someone as spectacularly beautiful as you, my dear. Oh, thank you, Lord Prince. Anyway, stepmother, what are you doing? The stepmother's kind of takes her just a split second because she's so crouched. Oh, Cinderella. Oh. And she kind of acts like she's, I'm faint of heart from that battle with that ghastly mud beast they sent to kill you. She said, What are you talking about, stepmother? Well, I've always kind of hidden this from you. But I'm also your fairy godmother. I've had to play both roles in order to protect you. You see, you're so special, and your beauty is so rare, and your heart so pure, that there is evil in the world that wants to take it from us. And it has been my sworn duty since I married your father. I am a special fairy to protect you from the evils of the world as both your fairy godmother and your stepmother, and I've had to play a hard role with a cold heart. And for that I am sorry, but it was only a role I played to keep you safe, and now they send beasts here to get you. And I must defend you, so I must be off to sleep in my forest bed, in the cold, alone. But in my heart I know I'm keeping a split. You will not have me because I was cruel, even though I was in defense of you, my love. So I'll be off with my pig, my only companion. And good day. What? The prince is like, Halt, witch. You say you protect my love? That is a duty that deserves a place of honor on my side. I cannot cast you out into the woods and have you defend my kingdom. What sort of honor is in that? You could be my Merlin. You could serve at my side, keeping my bride so safe. We have a wizard's tower, but no wizard.
And in fact, I've always wondered myself, why only wizards? Why are wizards sometimes good, sometimes bad, but witches? Why doesn't a witch serve alongside a prince and a king? Are we that ashamed of whence we come from the womb? I don't know. I'm being overly dramatic right now and speaking in a way. But come, won't you join us for dinner? And stay as our guest. I will grant you the wizard's tower, from here to eternity, in return for this simple act of protection against that nasty muck beast. And your pig, we will give it the finest place in our stable, the finest scraps of food, of garbage, of more garbage than you can imagine, our stinkiest garbage to wallow in, a wallowing muck bog of honor. Stepmother, I could not accept. I cannot bring more risk upon my charge, Cinderella. No, there is no risk. We have a whole army and a whole castle and many to warn us. I will send men out across the land, and if a muck monster approaches, we will be ready. And what is a better defense than a good offense? We could strategize and find this evil that searches for my bride and destroy it at its heart. But only if you live inside the castle at a place of honor. Now, just to take you as an aside, this is the greatest, this is what Agatha, the stepmother's always dreamed of. I mean, she wanted to be the queen or the princess, and then worst case scenario, her daughters. So she would be like the step queen, or I don't even know what you call it, the queen-in-law, the princess-in-law. So she's like, man, you're going to let me move into this castle? Holy moly. And so she's standing there. She has to make the decision. So this is my dream come true here. Okay. And then she remembers, she looks down at her pig who's snorting, and she realizes, well, I'd like to ditch this pig in the stables with a mug bog or just leave it out here. But the monsters will probably keep coming. So she said, well, Prince, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that muck monster, he was a man who worked for you. An evil man, an ambitious man. He called himself Cyril. You recently made him captain of the guard, and he used his evil tricks to trick you and exploit a man sitting down in the jail named Roland, who holds a special place in my heart. For he is a good man, a pure of heart man, and my accent has changed, but I need that Roland free, and we have destroyed this evil Cyril. But his evil may lay deeper in your castle than you ever know. And Prince thinks and says, Gods, go down and free this Roland and bring him to the wizard's tower. And you, Madame, what shall I call you? Witch. She said, you shall call me Mistress Agatha. Mistress Agatha, will you not come to the wizard's tower, and you can meet with my staff, and if you uncover any more traces of evil, you can remove them from my castle. And man, so Agatha can't believe it. She's like, all right. And everyone's cheering, and it's like, and tonight we will dine in honor of Mistress Agatha. 3 cheers, hip hip hooray. And meanwhile, Cinderella's kind of sitting out there. She's watching this whole thing. And part of her buys it, but part of her is like, that lady used to call, I originally had another name. I wasn't Cinderella. Even my husband calls me Cinderella now. And that was the name they made up for me. I don't remember my name. My dad gave it to me, but then he passed away, and I had to live in the frickin' fireplace, and now this lady wants me to forgive her for making me live in the fireplace? She called me Cinderella, Cinderella. God knows the awful things her daughter did to me. Like,
she was the one who protected. Like, I just feel gross. I need a bath. Like, she's like having a kind of not a breakdown, but you know when you just feel rotten, like you find out something's true. In this case, it isn't true. But someone lies to you and you think it's true, or you find out some truth that's very unpleasant. So she's like, oh, she just feels nasty and taken advantage of, and her whole world's kind of rocked. So, but her gut, which tends to be smarter than our minds, is like, Cinderella, if something's off here, this lady's a nasty bitch. It might be the term. Or worse. I mean, I don't even know what to... She's like a crafty... But anyway, so the prince is like, they're having a banquet. Agatha seems to be getting what she wants. The fairy godmother, she's a pig, so she's going to be thrown into the stables and have to live in the garbage for a while, but... I mean, technically, she might be getting what she wants, and not the way she wanted it. So we're really... And then Roland's getting pulled out of jail, and he might even get what he wants. If the plan goes through, the plan right now is that Roland's going to knock the boots with Cinderella. I don't know how they're going to pull that off and get her pregnant. Either seduce her or pretend he's a prince. I don't know. And Cinderella's kind of got what she wants. I mean, now it's kind of tainted. And who knows what this prince wants, and who knows why. We don't know why the fairy godmother's supposed to keep him from impregnating Cinderella. Is it because of some Game of Thrones Joffrey-type offspring? Or is it they need to end his line? I mean, we don't know. So there's a lot of unanswered questions, and so this is a good place to stop, obviously, as I'm transitioning. But yeah, I mean, it's not the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. Or maybe it is for Cinderella and for the fairy godmother. For Agatha, she seems to be getting what she wants. And Roland he doesn't need to sleep with Cinderella. He wants to, but he's not. So I don't know, maybe it's not the Rolling Stones song. Maybe it's like another song that I don't know. But we're going to pick up where we left off. Entering the castle, banquet, beasts on the horizon, maybe. But I mean, this could end well. I mean, who knows, folks? Don't let it keep you up. I mean, everything could be well and fine. Cinderella could go back to her bedchamber, and she's feeling a little bit down. So, I need a nap after all these muck monsters and. This is just, she goes back with her attendants and, this is just so overwhelming. I mean, I thought that one was evil, now she's telling me she's good. And, I just need to rest. And she might have some kind of dreams as she drifts off, or maybe she's drifting off, and, it's kind of like a David Lynchian, stepmother's changing into a pig. And then she's riding a pig, and then she's eating a bowl of muck. And more non sequiturs. Then she's in the muck. Then she's drowning in the muck, and she can't get out. And then she's under the muck watching Cyril dancing on the heads of drowning people. And then she's pulling herself out of the muck. And it's the fairy godmother who's pulling her out, and then her face changes to the evil stepmother. And then a strange man's making love to her. And then the prince is a pig. And then she's surrounded by pigs. Her whole room's filled with pigs. And they're all sniffing and eating garbage. And then she realizes her hands have turned into apples. And the pigs are eating her hands. And then her toes have turned into scraps. And they're nibbling away at her toes and her feet. And then she goes to scream, but she has a snout. And she's snorting like a pig. And then she runs. And she runs back to her childhood home. And there's her two evil stepsisters cackling and cackling at her. And then she's roasting. She's a pig. And they're roasting her in the fireplace where she used to sleep. And they're cackling. Cinderella, dressed like a fella. Stooping, booping, pop, pop, pal.
now you're a pig on a spit. Looks like you don't know shit now, Cinderella, blah, blah, blah. My God, you swine, you really smell the boop, ba, ba, go, go, ka, wah, 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 wah. And then they're sitting down at the table, and they're stomping their forks to the beat. Cinderella, whoa, fella. And then the prince is carving her. And they're feasting on her. Whoa. And then their belly's full, because the whole time she's been feasting on the swine. And her belly's full of warm sustenance. Then she's in a bed again, belly full, almost like a belly full of warm ramen soup. As it carries you off like a drug to sleep. Good night.
So after this, not too long after the incident with the pig monster fighting the muck monster. Actually, that very afternoon, Prince, showed Mistress Agatha. He let the wizard's tower and let her move in, and he said he would go collect her things from her house. They let Roland out of jail, and he moved into the wizard's tower kind of as at Mistress Agatha's request, and he brought that afternoon the fairy godmother, who's still a pig, down to the finest pigsty you could imagine that he had his workers make, kind of near the horse stables, in the back of the castle. So, the stepmother's getting settled. Her and Roland are kind of going over crib notes about seduction and how he's going to impress Cinderella. And the fairy godmother's kind of down in the pig stall, and she knows that she's trying to figure out what she's going to do. She knows that Agatha, the stepmother, while she possesses the wand, she's pretty sure she doesn't know that at midnight she's going to turn back, like that the fairy godmother's going to turn from a pig back into a fairy godmother. So she's trying to figure out what to do. And she's also a pig, so she's not too happy, snorting around in the mud. And, if you're a human and you're in a pigsty in the late afternoon, it's not a pleasant place to be. That mud, it was warm by the sun all day, but it's getting chilly. So she's moving around, and she's also hungry, and, her pig instincts are kicking in. She's eating garbage, spitting it back up, whatever. And then all of a sudden the prince is out by himself. And the one thing about the prince is he's one of those people that likes to walk and think at the same time. He's a big walker. He's a big guy talking to Porky Pig style there. Inanimate objects and stuff. So he's like walks down to the pigsty, and he's just looking at the pig, enjoying the late afternoon setting of the sun. He starts talking. He's like, "Man, you really are a lovely pig." And the fairy godmother gets closer to him. So, when I was a boy, I had a pig like you. When I was a boy, we had a pig just like you. I can't remember what we called him. He was a lovely pig. And I always figure, are pigs? He goes, I always wondered. I never asked Mother if pigs were always women or men. I already know the answer to that. In human terms, we're the pigs, but I don't know if you're a girl or boy pig, to be honest. But you're lovely. He pats the pig, stepmother, fairy godmother on the head. She's kind of, sitting on the fence like, wow, this guy. She's thinking like, this prince. She's been expecting him to be evil because one of her missions is just to keep him from getting Cinderella pregnant. So, oh yeah, he goes, my parents, I spent so much time with this pig before father became king, because he was just like this, he was this low lord, and, there was that great war, and all that fratricide, and upper classicide, and everything, and he's like, father was the only lord left, and now he's king. So, I lived out in the country, and, the pig was my only friend. I still to this day don't have many friends. So maybe you and I, pig, could become friends. And the fairy godmother kind of likes that. She's sniffing his his hand, and he pulls the apple out and gives it to her, clean, fresh apple. He kind of bears his heart about some other stuff and his love for Cinderella. The fairy godmother really finds her pig heart at this moment softening. And then he's like, oh, the dinner bells ring or whatever. And he's like, I got to get out of here. And she starts snorting. And he's like, oh, what's wrong, Piggy? What's wrong? And she's putting her snout towards the wizard's tower. And he's like, He's like, where do you want to go? Oh, what was I thinking? Why would I banish you to this sty out here when you probably want to be with your lovely Mistress Agatha? So he calls over one of the stable boys and he says, he goes, go ahead. And he goes, let this pig into the wizard's tower. Just let it in the bottom entrance, and it misses its master, and you don't need to bother Mistress Agatha. Just let the pig in there. So the stable boy lets fairy godmother pig into the wizard's tower, and she runs off and she just hides somewhere, and she's like, I'm gonna wait till midnight, man, to see what's going on here. And they have this big banquet, and Agatha and Roland go, and they drink too much wine, and they come back, and Agatha, sends Roland to his guest room, and she goes into her, wizard's bedroom, which is probably pretty nice, wizard's bedroom, and she dozes off, falls asleep. And midnight comes, and all of a sudden, Penelope, the fairy godmother, changes from a pig into a woman. And we'll just put the technical details aside, whether she's buck naked and covered in mud or not, because she takes care of those things, She goes back up, starts walking around the wizard's tower a little bit, exploring, and she gets into Agatha's bedroom, the wizard's room, witch's room at this point, witch's room, Mistress Agatha's bedroom. Agatha's out cold. She's a little bit loaded on red wine, so she's sleeping pretty soundly. And so she searches her room for the wand, and then she searches Agatha. Boom, she finds the wand in Agatha's sleeve inside she had cut some of the, strings or stitches of her dress, and it was in one of the sleeves in between two layers of fabric. So she steals the wand, she goes back down, and she kind of hides in one of the sub rooms of the tower, gets some Z's, and in the morning she bolts. Meanwhile, Agatha and Roland are sleeping it off, and all of a sudden, they hear, trumpets and booming drums. And, they don't have windows there, so sound kind of travels, and Agatha kind of sits up, and she is Mistress Agatha! And then they just keep doing that, some court jester type just keeps yelling, the prince requests presents for the king and the queen for Mistress Agatha. Meanwhile, townspeople have got to be, anybody that's trying to sleep or get anything done, I don't know, it's like one of those alarms when you're, who knows? Agatha's like, well, how long has this crap been going on? And Roland kind of wanders in, and he's like, whoa, man. And so she goes down, she gets dressed, cleans herself up, leans it, I'll be with you in a little while, and they just keep calling for her. She goes down, she's like, Roland, I gotta see what this is about. I guess the king and the queen want to see me. They probably want to, kiss my ring, show me some respect. So you just hang out here, or let me just go down and see what's going on. So she gets down, she opens the door of the wizard's tower, and there's a bunch of fancy pants servants of the king and the queen and the prince. They're bowing to her, and they have some sort of thing to carry her on, and they're all a little bit nervous because she's a wizard witch. And say, yeah, the king and the queen and the prince request your presence for a demonstration of your powers. She said, okay. And they serve her breakfast while she's in that thing they carry. And they start carrying her. She's like, yeah, I can get used to this, man. You know, she's got like a little bit of, you know, breakfast wine and tea and cheeses and meats. And they pass by the stables, and she's just laughing, thinking about the fairy godmother rooting around for garbage. And meanwhile, she's eating bacon. And she's even laughing, like, at the sick possibility she could be eating her own pig, who is actually human. She's assuming that, you know, bacon's got to be cured and all that, so it's unlikely. So meanwhile, she's like, where are we headed anyway? And they're like, oh, you know, the tournament field, Mom. The tournament stadium. So, for what demonstration of your powers. So they lead her out to, like, the jousting, you know, battle stadium where they, you know, have jousts and gladiator-type battles. I mean, they're not brutal like the Romans, you know, probably people didn't die. But, you know, they have jousts and crap like that. So they get her out there, they drop her in the middle of the field, and, you know, they got the big tent for the king and the queen, and this next tent's for the prince, the next tent's for his cousin, and then, you know, rich people all the way around, you know. All the classes are kind of arranged to watch this, and she gets in the center of the field, and the king stands and they all clap for her, and they're like, Mistress Agatha, well, you know, we'll be proud to welcome you to service. But as the king, I'd like to see some demonstrations of your power, so we've arranged to have a small test of your powers. And she kind of laughs, ha. All right. And he says, so, we will test your powers now, you know, with the few things we've arranged quickly. Something like that, you know. So she goes in and she laughs, and then she sees off to the side. They're like beating these bulls and getting them angry, some of the servants. And he goes, first, a battle of the bulls. And these bulls are like really angry. There's like probably 12 of them. When they see her, she's got this crimson dress on, you know. And they're really banging. And then she she just laughs, ha. You're bulls. And she says something. She tries to say something witty. I mean, she's wittier than me, so that's why it's taking me a second. She said, you know, are you prepared to lose your bulls or something? I don't know, and then she reaches into her sleeve to get out the wand. It's not there. So then she checks her other sleeve. Frickin' hey. She tries, you know, play back the night before, and she doesn't remember taking the wand out. And King says, what is the matter, Mistress Agatha? What seems to be the problem? And go away. And she's like, I gotta buy some. She goes, well, where's my royal pig? She's like, how can I expect to be battling these creatures without my assistant? The pig is my assistant. I would assume the pig would be here. And meanwhile, she calls over. She goes, go get my soldier, too, and tell him I need him. And Roland wasn't too far off. He had followed. And she goes, go get a horse and go search my room for this stick like this long, you know, and bring it back to me, dolt. And he rides off to the wizard's tower, and they send servants off to the pig. And there's a little interlude, so they play some music. The jester juggles and, you know, pretends there's like another jester as a pig beating him up, you know, for, you know, whatever. They're selling crap, you know. The medieval glow stick equivalents. Meanwhile, Roland comes back with a real fast horse. He says, "Oh, I couldn't find that stick, ma'am." She says, "You looked out." Yeah. And then the servants come back, and they're like, "The pig's missing from the sty." And then the prince, he doesn't say anything. He goes, "Oh, ma'am, I forgot. I brought your pig to the wizard's tower." She goes, "You brought my pig to..." "What?" "Yes, I brought your pig to the wizard's tower last night." She goes, "There's no pig in the wizard's tower. There's a pig belongs to the..." So arguing, and even the king hits his son. Meanwhile, no pig, no wand. And the king starts losing his. Yeah, you know what? Witch, you'll need to do battle occasionally without this. If you're going to serve us, my son, like Merlin didn't need a pig, so you need to release the bulls. And Agatha's just like, oh crap! All these bulls are charging at her. Meanwhile, she's like, Roland, you'll be my pig. And he's like, oh, he charges onto the field. She's like, come get me. Grabs her onto his horse. And she's like, run. And the horse is running. The bulls are running after the horse. And it's kind of, people are laughing. Like, is this comedy? Like, was this a comedy show? We didn't, Agatha's barely holding on. She's side saddle, or bareback side saddle. And they're racing around. She's trying to think. She goes, okay, the furthest part of the field away from the king is where, like, the most impoverished people are. So she's like, she tears off the sleeves of her dress, ties it to the horse's tail, and then she jumps off the horse right by the poor people into the mud, so she's covered in mud. And she's like, keep distracting the bulls for now. And then she comes out of the mud. She's not totally covered in mud, but she looks very menacing, and she menaces the poor folks. Bah! You know I'm a witch. And they're all like, oh. And she, a couple of them recognize her, from the inn where she used to eat dinner and stuff. Oh, or the street, seeing her on the street. I mean, you're that horse-faced woman. I always knew there was something strange about you. It's not surprising you're a witch. She's, looking him over. She says, yeah, I'll give the lot of you 2 choices. She goes, tonight, your entire neighborhood could feast on bull meat. Or the entire lot of you could spend the rest of your lives as cows. I'll prepare you for slaughter for the king's breakfast. Something. And she goes, oh, your bellies could be full of bull meat tonight if you listen and follow my commands as a witch. I'll turn you into cows for just a few minutes. And then you'll lead the bulls into your neighborhood and you could do what you wish with them. So they're all like, well, bull meat, hell yeah. Okay, close your eyes. Now, there's a secret to this illusion. I've got to be fast because those bulls are starting to get closer and closer. But basically, I'm going to turn you folks into cows. Now, when you look at each other, you're not going to, or yourselves, you're not going to, it's an illusion for them. It only works at a distance. So up close, you're not going to see cows, but you really will be cows. And you need to act like cows. So everyone start mooing. They all start, and they're not so sure, but darn it. I'll turn you all into real cows, I tell you. And then there'll be no bull meat for any of you. Look at all those bulls. You could eat them. Bulls, balls, So just act like cows. The moo. She goes, you two, you husky boys, pull this piece of wood out of the way. Ooh, and at this point, Roland's horse is tired, and the bulls have seen Agatha gesturing, so they're pounding towards them. She goes, moo. Now she goes, start walking it down, damn you. So, and these poor folks, they start getting into a moo. And then the bulls are charging. And she goes, now run, cows, run. And right as the bulls get there, they start picking up pace, and the bulls are chasing them. They gore some of the people, and then the people start running. Bulls chase them back into the poor part of town. Yes, and like I said, some people get trampled. Most people don't. And bulls are gone. A lot of the poor folk are gone to town. Meanwhile, they're probably feasting, slaughtering bulls. And Agatha wipes her hands. Bull challenge over. Meanwhile, from the king, the other perspective, she thinks that they were so far away. It's like she turned them into zombies, and like sent them off to some kind of their slaughter. They figure that they were all killed by the bulls, or I don't even know. It's just like one of those things that when it builds the rumors better than what happened. So they're like, yeah, zombies or, whatever. Because they can't tell they were mowing. She thinks that they were, like she possessed the whole crowd of them and sent them to their death. So that's pretty good. But, the king, he calls her back. Roland brings her back. He goes, oh, now I want you to fight 20 of my best soldiers. So he sends out the soldiers and she says, ditch the horse, Roland, come with me. And again, leads them off just out of hearing distance from the king and them. And the soldiers charge at her like they're, stop. She goes, I want you to face me. Look me in the eye before we fight, before you lose your lives to me, or your pride. Now line up before you charge me. Show me you can fight with honor. So all the soldiers stand at attention. So all the soldiers stand at attention. And she goes, now I'm an insidious witch when you're my enemy and you stand in the field against me. So recognize this will be the last time you ever face me in battle, whether you live or die, or learn to respect me. Learn, because if we charge into battle together, you will not question me. You will not turn against me for pain of this. She reached over and she said, Roland, beat the shit out of yourself. Run off. That's it. He's confused, but he ah! And he starts fighting himself. Or maybe she puts some ants down his back. I don't know, But he's fighting himself and beating the crap out of himself. And I just stricken him with madness. And he's fighting, and everybody's just kind of watching. Again, it's kind of funny and strange. She goes, but for you, 20, I'm going to select 4 or 5 of you. I'm going to turn you to the darkest depths of your soul, the most evil place in your heart. And I will make a monster out of you. And you will slit the throat of every man that comes within 4 feet of me. You'll destroy me. And then you'll go back and you'll sleep with these dead men's wives. Make sweet love to them. And then their mistresses, you'll make sweet love to them. And the babies you'll cast out of the kingdom. But I'm not going to tell you which ones I'm going to select, so I want you to pull apart. Close your eyes and spin in a circle. And then prepare to be destroyed by the ones I've chosen, who will be making sweet love to the mistresses and wives and the daughters of all of you. So close your eyes and just picture that. Oh, the sounds your wives and your mistresses are making as your friend, formerly your best friend. Yes. If there was only something you could do. But none of you are strong enough to beat all. So she sets it in mind. These guys start looking at it, and then they just start beating the crap out of each other. Simple scam. They start pounding. Then they get madder and madder, because some of them actually done that. I mean, men are pigs, so then like the guys, they're pounding. You did slam up. They're beating each other, and then finally, enough. The soldiers are bloody. No one's dead. A couple got some broken bones. So clear off the battle, a lot of you. And he goes, bring the beast from the dungeon. Roland's back at her side, a little bit beat up himself. And he goes, which we captured this beast in the field of battle many years ago. A battle against a warlock, Damien or some such. So they bring out this beast. It's about 14 feet tall. Kind of looks like a modern-day werewolf, like half dog, and not half man because it's so big, but some kind of orc-type creature. And Agatha's like, fudge, what are we going to do? This thing's snarling. Its fangs are dripping. And they got chains on it. It eats a couple guys, just like in a movie, so you'd expect, whips its chain, bites one guy's head off, wraps the chain around another guy, pops him in half.
And it's like, meanwhile, there's all these soldiers with those pikes, like the long spears, keeping it in case it was come after the king or something. Even reaches in the audience, bites somebody in half, swallows them, burps, for a little comic relief. But we don't do that here. We don't go for those kind of trope, cliche type things. So it's snarling at Agatha and Roland. Roland's shaking. Roland he goes down his knees, starts praying. And she goes, "Get up, you frickin' dog." And then she's like, huh. And she rips off a piece. He's wearing leather mail. She rips off his shoulder pad that's kind of dangling and rolls it up and smacks Roland in the back of the head. She, "Get on all four knees, dog." Roland's crying. Every time he cries, she smacks him on the back of the head. The creature's kind of walking. Roland's making... She's, "Quiet, dog." And then she's going to go towards the monster. Crawl towards him. And the monster's kind of like snarling still, but it's curious. Like, then she smacks it, rolling again. She's like, "Give me your paw." She shakes hands like he's a dog. The creature's like, and then she goes, "Well, next time I hit you, I want you to play dead. And you better play dead or you're going to be dead." She'll play dead. And she smacks him again. He plays dead. And she just backs away. The werewolf creature kind of sniffs Roland, rolls him over. And and he sniffs him again. Licks his face. And she looks at it, and then she gets angry, like the queen just killed her, or Agatha just killed his baby. Ferocious, roaring. And then she goes, "Easy, boy, easy." And then she's like, maybe this isn't such a good idea. This thing might just freaking eat me. She backs up a little more. She calls out the corner of her eye. She goes, "Send me a servant, page, come here." Some kid runs out of the field, crap in his pants. And she goes, "Go and ask for the honor of some of the queen's perfume. It's a lovely perfume you have, queen. Might we have a sample? Go get it. Fetch. Meanwhile, this king, she's easy, beast, easy. It's snarling at her. It's getting closer. She smacks the thing with the leather thing out of its snout, backs up. It's still snarling. And Agatha digs deep. She just pushes all the fear she has out and brings up this powerful dominance she has. Because it's going to be her or the beast. And she said, "Oh, damn, bruh." And the beast is still snarling. She said, "I told you to stand down." She smacks it again, snarls at her again, snaps at her, and she hits it again. And then she switches. She goes, "Easy, girl. Easy, boy. Take it easy. Mama's here. And the beast's kind of confused. And then she doesn't do anything for seconds. She just, when it's like kind of confused, she smacks it again. And again, this is back in the old days. This doesn't fly nowadays, folks. You can't do this to your animals. And the beast, and then she goes nice again. And then meanwhile, the page comes back with the perfume. And it's got one of those, things you squeeze. And the creature's getting... She snarls at her again. She sprays some perfume right in its face, and it stings its eyes, and it scares it, and it runs off and squeaks. And then she goes, get back here. And it looks back behind her. It's cowering now. Then she comes back. Good girl. Bam! Smacks it again. She goes, sit. And she basically, a couple more times, she pets it. Doesn't do anything. And then the slightest, thing to confuse the animal, maybe it, moves its paw, boom, she hits it. Or sprays it in the face with more perfume. And beast is broken. And she pulls out her hand, sniff. And then she goes, lie down next to him. And she looks at him, and she smacks it again. And then he looks for Roland, plays dead, kind of. She goes, bring these two back to my thing. That's it. Demonstration's finished. My honor to serve you, king and queen. But I must rest now, and my pig needs to be found. Find my pig. All the last of you. She's screaming at everybody. And then she goes up to the king and the queen's pavilion. She goes, and be warned, that man Cyril that was working for you, he was in cahoots with someone, a doppelganger, someone who can take any form. Evil, weak-minded witch, who most loves the form of a puffy-faced woman, bulbous nose, gray hair, a face you fools might call sweet, but only waits to destroy you. So if you see that, now I might be in that form, and if I am, you could ask me for the magic word, the secret word, to know it is me, and it will be sassafras. But if you see the kindly-faced, puffy woman like that again, she does not know the magic word. Kill her on sight, or bring her to me. And she goes, that is all. That's all for the day. And then they blow the trumpet, the king and the queen, and everyone's cheering for Agatha. She heads back to the castle, wiped out, pissed. You know, she's got she's got to get crafty now. Like, her wand's gone. Fairy godmother's gone. Fairy godmother could try to get vengeance on her, or, you know, she's without her power. But she's got this werewolf now, so they send the werewolf and roll him back. Well, it's not a werewolf because it's just a wolf monster, but close enough. So, yeah, that's where we're going to end tonight. And, you know, I can kind of imagine the wolf monster heading back and dreaming about, I don't know, what a wolf creature dog monsters dream of. Yeah, maybe bones, lots of bones with meat on them. Pigskin, like being wrapped in pigskin and eating its way out. She probably need a pretty big bed for this thing, because it's like I said, like 15 feet tall. I don't even know where it's going to sleep or if it accidentally eats some people, but it might dream of, you know, female dog, beast, wolf women. Probably. And I mean, because even though it's a monster, I mean, if it was created with a purpose, but if it's just some random monster from the woods, you know, deep, dark woods or somewhere, like a natural, evolved creature of that time period and place, like indigenous species, is that right? Not an invasive species. Yeah, if it's just like, you know, it's been taken out of its environment, but probably back when it was like, it probably was pretty high on the food chain. Wanted to spread its seed around, but again, you don't want to overly spread it, like, because you don't want to overpopulate. It's probably lived in harmony with nature. Maybe it was a mammalian, so it had like a long is it gestation period? I don't know these terms, but so maybe it's dreaming of one or two pregnant wolf women or more. Maybe he was like the dominant male, or maybe he wasn't the dominant male, and that's why he got caught. Obviously, he's not the dominant creature anymore because he's been domesticated, or just for Agatha. But yeah, it's interesting to think about, like, do animals even dream? I mean, because if you dream of food, you dream of sex, you probably dream of fight and flight. I mean, maybe they are like, they have, you know, like you have that dream that you're falling and you wake up. I mean, animals, I mean, like dogs, they seem like they can fall asleep and wake up in seconds. Or, you know, I'd love, you know, can you sleep with your eyes open? I can't. So, those are a lot of things to wonder about as you start to drift off. But, well, imagine, yeah, if you're still drifting off, like, what if we gave this giant dog wolf beast a bath, blew dry it,
washed it with some conditioner. And then some of the servants fluffed up its hair. And, it was a cold night. You could just lie. And it was like your warm, be like kind of like a electric blanket, but alive. And it would come with its own soundscapes, like people have. Like, something like that. Nice. Maybe it doesn't have a deviated septum, so it doesn't snore. Just this warm, puffy, smells kind of something like cinnamon and pumpkin pie spice in heaven. You're just slowly being breathed in and breathed out in a cloud of formerly wild animal. Now, just a bed for you. Just keep you warm. And that's, its cold nose touches the back of your neck, but you're not asleep yet, so it kind of feels good. And then it warms up to the back of your neck. And you can feel that it thinks it's there to protect you, so you're safe. I mean, how could you possibly be safer than sleeping on a giant beast that will protect you tonight and tomorrow against anything? Even if it's that guy at work that keeps threatening to ask you out or else, or it's that something you're afraid of that you can't quite put your finger on it. That anxiety that's just below the surface. This creature's there for you. Might be waiting at home, but maybe you could mentally unleash it tomorrow. Or just have an extra confidence that's there, like every night. You sleep in the bed of a beast. Your bed is a beast. That gives you an advantage over these schmoes out there. I fall asleep every night, no problem. Well, yeah, I used to have trouble sleeping until I got this Wolverine wolf beast. And now I get to sleep just fine, buddy. So you're going to pass me up for another promotion? Good luck. Because I'm rested. I've been on the belly of the beast, literally, like in my electric blanket, puffed. Puff fur from a blow dry, baby powdered, even some bows we put in there. I tried to braid it, but it didn't work out. But yeah, so that's some bad beast I got. So yeah, just keep messing with me, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna go home. I'll sleep just fine. Yeah, I used to not be able to sleep, but not anymore. You know what? If you knew where I was sleeping, what I was thinking, you'd never sleep again. But since you're listening to this podcast, you can't sleep. So go ahead. Drift back into the beast. He's there. She's there. But yeah, I guess I kind of identified as male, but it could be a female. And you're safe. Very, very safe. And tonight we pick up right where that's where we left off, and tonight we pick up right where we left off with the fairy godmother, the stepmother, Mistress Agatha, after her victory on the fields of battle, practice battle, and Roland are returning to the wizard's tower. And they go in. She's still kind of bent out of shape about her missing wand and the missing pig, but they got all points bulleting it out, searching for the pig. They're gonna toast each other in victory. As soon as they pop open the door, who's standing there in the shadows but the fairy godmother? She just reaches out her wand and does a little plank, plank on their foreheads. Mistress Agatha, the stepmother, and Roland, the former captain of the guard, and now Agatha's kind of sidekick, they turn into maggots. The fairy godmother drops them right in a bucket of slop that had been left by the prince for her when she was a pig to snack on. So they're crawling around in
all sorts of junk and garbage. And since maggots can't talk, we don't know what they're saying, but they're probably thinking some nasty stuff about the fairy godmother. And don't ask me how it works if you had a huge, mammalian brain and then you're shrunk down to a maggot, but you retain your consciousness and all that somehow. That's why they call it magic. And then the fairy godmother plinks herself and turns herself into a version of Agatha, turns herself into a doppelganger of Agatha, and she sets off to the main castle where the princess and the prince stay. She asks to see the princess, Cinderella. And they set her up, they sent her in the waiting room, and, after all the to-dos of the past day, Cinderella calls her into a sitting chamber, and she's in there. She's kind of looking cold and suspicious, and she looks the fairy godmother, who's actually the stepmother Agatha, up and down. And she sits down, they sit down, she gives her a seat, and she sends her staff out. But they don't say anything, and the fairy godmother is kind of saying, hey, Cinderella. She goes to give her a hug, and she's just ice cold to her. And she says, oh, my darling, how have you been? It's been so long. Did you see me in battle? Did you see everything I did? Oh, and when I battled that muck monster. Oh, Cinderella, I did it all for you. I know, I'm so sorry that I traumatized you with pretending to be your stepmother. And Cinderella says, I'm not speaking to you. I have nothing to say to you. Oh, Cinderella, I understand. I had to protect you. You see, I was sworn by your father. Your father, bless his heart, and a king before that, to protect you and keep you safe. Here, let me go into my form that you might make you feel more comfortable. And she plinks herself in the wine. She changes into the fairy godmother. Cinderella just crosses her arms and shakes her head silently. And she goes, oh, I know you must be so angry about those daughters I had and how horribly they treated you as a child. But you should know that they weren't actually my daughters. They were actresses from a traveling circus. They were traveling performers I hired. And yes, I hired them as children, and I kind of raised them like they were my children, but they were terrible. They were acting, but even on the inside they were terrible. And I had to let them. It was to build your character, Cinderella, and to keep you hidden from dark forces that want to get their claws into you. And that is why. I did not mean for your life to be so painful and tough. And I tried to be your fairy godmother and get you into the ball and get you with the prince and all that. I'm sorry, please. Oh, please, Cinderella, speak to me. Cinderella doesn't say nothing. So the godmother is like, man, this is a tough case. She goes, well, I spoke to the prince the other day. He's much lovelier than he even seems like from far off. He was telling me about his father being a lowly lord and his childhood and how lonely it was and how you were like a rose sent to him from the heavens, that you floated down like a rose floats on the wind, and how intelligent you are and smart you are. And I can see how you love him so, Cinderella. This kind of started to soften Cinderella a little bit. The fairy godmother saw her and she was like, oh, Cinderella, do tell me, what is love like? I've always wondered. I mean, I loved your father so, of course. But I always wondered what it was like. Oh, Cinderella, do you dream of like when I was speaking with the prince, I imagined what loving him would be like wondering if you could go back in time and join him as a boy and fall in love with him then, and just spend time with him as a boy and then as a young man and then to, spend your whole life with him. Is that what it's like? And now she's really onto something because Cinderella starts to smile. Do you just dream of, floating in his hair and his eyes, Cinderella? The prince's dreamy eyes and his hair. And imagine it would take you away to anywhere you wish you would be. But that would be the only spot you wished you were in.
Like something so magical. Is that what love is like? Is that what love is? That his breath is like a puffing of a puff pastry inside of you, puffing your heart and your soul, your eyes and your bosom and your loins. You know, I'm not so different than you as a human. But and all of a sudden, Cinderella kind of goes from identifying to get a little cross. What is it you want, really? What is it you want? Why are you here? Why have you been following me supposedly my whole life? Like, first you're two different people, and you take me to the ball, and you don't want me to go to the ball, and you're mean to me, and then you're nice to me. We could... And now you're saying my father, you worked with my father, and this is all ridiculous. You know, I could have you executed. I'm the princess. I need to... You say you're here to protect me from what? From what dark forces? Oh, dark forces. Oh, watch out for those dark forces on the rise. They're on the horizon coming for me. Oh, you know what? I think you're just a petty old ugly crow sometimes, and then a puffy-faced, grandmotherly... childless, yeah, I don't even know, with your little magic wand, and you come here. You know what your magic wand's done for me? It's made my heart cold. You know what the prince has done for me? Mostly he's melted my heart in a good way, not a melted like a fire that would make my heart liquid and melt, and then I would pass and die. But you, with your games, with your two faces and your two personalities and your actress daughters putting on a show. You think I don't trust you, woman. And you tell me I cannot carry the prince's child. You won't tell me why. You're going to need to come up with an answer for that, okay? Dark forces doesn't cut it. I love the prince. I'm ready to have his child. And nothing you can say can stop me. The fairy godmother, she's just in shock at this. She's just like, because she's, this is her duty to keep Cinderella from bearing this prince's child. We don't understand why. Even she doesn't understand why. But she knows that this could mean something horrible could befall everyone. Like they sent that muck monster. Who knows what they're sending next if she can't get her job done. So please, Cinderella, calm down. I'm so sorry. I take all the blame. I take all responsibility. You're correct in everything you say. Well, you fairy stepmother. Here's the deal. I'm going to be a good princess. Child or no child. You still have a little chance left. But I'm going to be a princess that's remembered forever. In this area, this region, this continental zone. So, here's what's going to happen. And listen close. You're going to take that wand, and you're going to leave it with me. And the fairy godmother's like, oh. And then what you're going to... And this is what you're going to do. You have 3 days. You're going to leave that wand with me. And you have 3 days. And I'm going to give you a task. And then if you're not back with the task complete in 3 days, in my name, you're going to complete this task. That prince is going to impregnate me like a litter of however cats get so pregnant they put out all those kittens, or pigs with the piglets, whatever. I'm going to be that pregnant with the king's children. A pack and a litter and a murder of crows all in this womb. So you listen close. You have 3 days. Now you might not remember this while you were sleeping in your linens with your 2 daughters in your precious bedrooms. But while sleeping on a straw mat in the corner by the fireplace, you know what nipped at me every day for all my days? Little bugs that live in those beds. nipping, 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 and sucking at my blood. Bed bugs. Every night of my life I was crawling and itching. Not to mention straw. Why, who thought of that? Yeah, let's sleep on something pokey and smelly that pokes you and has bugs in it. I don't know what awful monster. But anyway, the majority of the poor and the near poor in this town sleep in straw beds and stricken not only with the pokey straw, but with bed bugs. And I see them itching. I see the bugs jumping and nipping and dancing, and the sores on the poor little girls. And I can only imagine the sores when you have them in your bottom and the back. You know that spot on your back of your ankle that always itches more than everywhere else. Why? Why? Does your wand have an answer for that? Huh? Or your ear? You know, did you ever have an itchy ear? And then the kids, they think the kids just made fun of me because I was Cinderella. And they called me Itchy Butt. Huh? Your daughters called me that, and worse. So, no magic. Entire town. No bed bugs. You have 3 days. Otherwise, whatever these legs are going to be, that prince, he's going to be. And I find him irresistible. I ache for him. You don't think this is easy for me, do you? So get on it. You nasty-faced, kind-faced Two-Face. I want the bedbugs gone, or the prince will have a spark of life in me. And this won't be the last. Remember, as you carry this task, that you and your daughters burn fires for night after night after night after night after night, and told me not to clean up because you had a surprise for me. Oh, Cinderella, we love you so we have a special surprise coming for you, so don't sweep that fireplace. Oh, Cinderella. And you would giggle at each other. You look like you don't even remember that. And then you took all those rotten lentils you'd been saving, you threw them in the ashes, and you told me to pick out every single one. And you said you knew how many there were. And that if I didn't pick out every single one, I can't even remember. Don't think I forgot any of this. Okay? The lentils. You're going to pick every bed bug, too. Get rid of them all. If I see one sore on one pore, sore on a pore, I'll be the whore. Get out. With that, Cinderella threw out the fairy godmother, stepmother, and she was gone. And now she had work to do. And that's where we'll leave it tonight, is her new quest to rid the village of bedbugs. And who knows, I don't even know if it's midnight. I doubt it's midnight because that would be after the princess's bedtime. But waiting back at the wizard's tower are 2 angry maggots. They could be changed back into normal or not. So that's where we're going to leave it. Stepmother might be in love with the prince. Cinderella definitely is. Can you just imagine poor Cinderella picking through fire ashes and picking up one lentil? And she's so kind, according to tales. I don't personally know her. I just am relaying this story to you. But she probably said something nice to every lentil and brushed it off. Oh, lentil, you are so unevenly shaped. You're wonderful. Oh, second lentil. Oh, lentil 2. You have a bump on your side. You're such a special lentil. Hop right in. Oh, here's lentil 3. And you are so plain that you remind me how wonderful it is to just be plain. It's so special, your plainness. Oh, here's another lentil. You're a little heavy lentil. And that's good, because you're denser than the rest. That means you're more packed with good stuff to help me grow in my beauty and my kindness. fact, the sunshine's filled you with goodness. Thank you. Oh, and here's 3 lentils together, 3 best friends that are lentils. And friendship, though I don't have it, and I cry my sleep, I dream of friendship like you 3 lentils have, sticking together so closely in a fire. Was your friendship forged by fire? Or was it so fiery and powerful that it burned everything around you? Well, good day to you 3 lentils. Oh, and here's another lentil. Oh, no, you're not a lentil, you're a stone. Well, get the heck out of here, stone. I'm counting lentils. Oh, and here's another lentil, and it makes me want to sing. Though the stepmother says my singing's no good, I'm going to sing to you, lentil. Go on in, you made me sing. That's what you're special for. Oh, and here's a lentil. And you have a little look about you, lentil, that you're so smart and sharp. You just want to listen. So go ahead and go in with these lentils and listen to what they have to say. Yes, I'm picking lentils, but I don't have a lentil song. Oh, hello. More lentils. Welcome. Welcome to my lentil party. You and you 2 lentils, are my guests of honor, along with all the other lentils, because I am so thankful to find you in these ashes. It is so wonderful to meet you, lentils, and I do mean that. Oh, you're covered in dirt. Let me brush it off. Let me get these ashes off you. Oh, yes, lentils, let me dust you clean, for the dust is mean, and lentils are so bold. Okay, good day. And just hop right in with these other lentils. There's thousands more. You fall on the floor of lentils. Oh, lentils, what do you dream of? Do you dream of being away from this fire? Oh, I'm going to pick you up and talk to you. Do you dream of being free in a lentil town? Maybe you would live in mushrooms and roll about, and you could have a little lentil called Lentilette, and maybe Papa Lentil, he's kind of the guy in charge, and Handy Lentil could clean up and stuff, be a brainy lentil who's so smart, and one who loves jokes, and another lentil that is handsome and loves himself, and one that's strong, tall, and handy. That could be more like one that likes to surf but doesn't have any other purpose, and other lentils that also have one trick, like a teacher or a librarian or a scientist, though science hasn't been invented and our religion forbids it anyway. You could be a priest, and you could all live together, and maybe some lentil-eating human would try to disrupt your way of life. But that is what I'll dream of tonight, is your lentil town. Good night, lentils. Go to sleep, dear lentils. Lentils, I love you. Good night.
The fairy godmother, she was kind of doing the walk of shame. She really had nowhere to go but the wizard's tower. So she goes back to the wizard tower. She knows the stepmother's going to be mad at her, but she also kind of knows in her heart she's going to need the stepmother's help to solve this bedbug situation.
since she doesn't have her magic wand, she's really feeling the pressure because she has to get this done. Otherwise, Cinderella's going to be impregnated. Cinderella's promised if this doesn't get done in 3 days, she's going to be getting pregnant by the prince, or at least practicing pregnancy properly. Prince, papa. Well, you could probably come up with a tongue twister there. If you do, at Dearest Scooter or feedback@sleepwithmepodcast.com, I'll figure out a prize for you. So she goes back. She opens the door to the wizard's tower and kind of slinks in. It just so happens it's after midnight, but who's standing there waiting for her to come home but the stepmother and Roland, the former captain of the guard. They're covered in garbage and muck, and they're pissed. Look what the cat dragged in, Roland. You have the gall to come back here. Where did you run off to? Well, I had a meeting with Cinderella, actually. You met with Cinderella? Did you meet with her as me or as you, you kindly, nice-faced? I kind of met with her as both of us, of course, since she thinks we're... Well, you better not have mucked everything up. Stick me in the muck as a maggot, and we're rolling around in there together. Thanks. Oh, and by the way, fairy godmother, an interesting thing happened when we were in that bucket full of muck. All of a sudden I heard the bells ringing midnight. Bong, bong, bong. You know, keep going. It keeps going till 12. And suddenly, we weren't maggots anymore. We were back to our old selves. Well, that's kind of like maggots, the two. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Yuck it up. And then Roland let it slip that when he was you turned him into that beast. Did I turn him into that beast? When I turned him into the beast, I guess. And he tried to eat the prince's toes. It was midnight when he changed back to human form. So now I know all your spells wear off at midnight. So go ahead, blast me. I wonder if you do it right after midnight. Does it still work and then it lasts all the way? Maybe you shouldn't blast me till later. Oh, can we talk? Can we cease this drama? I believe it or not, I need to ask your help. I need your help. I hate to ask. Whoa, what's with the, you turn us into maggots, you run off, and now you're coming crying home, huh? Well, have a seat. Please, Agatha, I need your help. Roland, I need your help. The princess, she's going to have sex with the prince, and she's going to get pregnant, and then horrible things are going to befall all of us. Cinderella could be killed. The prince will be killed. I could be killed. I could be brought up on charges for failing at my job and brought back to fairyland. And you two, you'll definitely be killed. Think about it, that muck monster. What are they going to send next? Please. Calm down. Why don't you just give me your wand, and I'll just figure everything out, sweetie. Little Penelope. Just give it all to Agatha. Mistress Agatha, witch of the kingdom. I wish there was a better term for that. It's like wizard, warlock, witch. Huh? But anyway, I'll think of something. But right now I'm Mistress Agatha. So just give me the wand, and I'll solve whatever your problems are. We're going to have Roland over there in a jiff, and he's going to impregnate Cinderella. Whoa, wait, Miss Agatha, only if... I will not commit any acts of indecency without the full participation of the princess. Roland, shh. Oh, yeah, I'll give you my wand in a bit. Please tell me you'll help me. What do you mean you give me your wand in a bit? Why don't you just wave your wand and fix... What's the problem? Tell me the problem. Well, Mr. Agatha, she says... She'll have sex with the prince, or make sweet love, I think she said, and sweet pregnant. She said she was going to be as pregnant as a murder of crows. I don't even know what that means. Like a kitten, a litter of kittens inside her. But she said if I don't get rid of all the bed bugs in the poor sections of town, for all the poor of the town, every villager pretty much, she's gonna get, she's gonna,
And then we'll be all doomed. Okay, well, let's take your wand. We'll both hold it together, and we'll go down there, and we'll wave a little spell, and we'll turn all the bed bugs into some slow-moving thing, and we'll just gather them up and be gone. It'll take us a few hours. If we do it now, we'll have till midnight tomorrow, correct? According to my calculations. So let's get right on that. What could we turn them into, Roland? What do you think?
Turtles, ma'am. Turtles or tortoises are very slow creatures. Have I done well?
You're Roland, you nincompoop. That's a good idea, though. Yeah, maybe fish, because they wouldn't be in the water. Anyway, let's get that.
Well, Cinderella's banned me from using magic.
Well, she's banned you. Right, exactly. She doesn't ban me, so just give me the wand and I'll take care of it.
Well, she kept the wand.
You lost my magic wand?
Well, it's my magic wand, Your face looks like it's pulled back even tighter than normal. Your hair's... You should loosen that bun. It's gonna...
Shut. You lost the wand. My wand. I'm the wizardess of the kingdom. You're gonna make me a fool. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to help you. All right. Now here's what's going to happen. We have 3 days. Is sunset or sunrise? When?
I guess 3 sunsets from now. I don't know.
Okay. We're gonna go to bed. We're all gonna sleep. We're going to get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we'll head down to the inn at the crossroads into town. And we'll figure all this out. And you'll get me that wand if I figure this out. You got that? Godmother, fairy godmother?
Oh, of course. Shh, what was that? Did you hear some rumbling?
We're going to get some...
No, I can't possibly sleep.
Okay, here. I'm going to go in my cabinet. Take this out. And Roland, you should probably drink some of this too, because you don't do us... Okay, drink this. There you go, sweetie. Okay, now you go and lie down. You'll go right to sleep.
What is it you fed me?
They call it sazarp. It's an opiate and alcohol mixed together. It'll be fun. Roland's already fallen down, and he only smelled it. Okay. So, chop. They all go to bed. The next morning, they wake up and they head over to the inn at the crossroads of town. Now, this is the inn that the innkeeper married one of Agatha, the stepmother's daughters. She married one of her daughters off to the innkeeper. He's since retired his son and his daughter. No, that's not possible. Yeah, so she's married her daughter off to the innkeeper in exchange for, dinner when she needs it, and dinner and drinks every night. And Agatha, it's been a while since Agatha's been at this inn, so they've missed her. So they show up for brunch. And, oh, Agatha, we've heard, we saw your magical duties. Oh, and they're all bowing, and it's like she's a celebrity. Oh, miss, we've always believed in you. They're a little bit scared of her, and I think they were in the past, if we could sit in on it. But she was also kind of like not a gangster, but she kind of had that thing where she'd sit in the corner and people would bring her their problems to her. The problems they didn't want anybody else to know about, and she'd solve them. So, meanwhile, everyone's gathered around, and, some of the guests from out of town are like, who's that? And they're like, oh, it's the witch of the kingdom come to visit us and check on everything, and I hope everything's in order. Oh, Mr. Shah, there's your favorite table, and who are these your guests? Are these your guards? This here's my assistant, Penelope. She's my chambermaid. And this here's my, I don't even know what to call him, my Roland. So, thank you for your hospitality and keep. How's my daughter?
Oh, she's alive, Mr. Agatha. She's still sleeping right now.
Figures. Okay, well, we're gonna, chat around. We're gonna spend the whole day here.
Oh, wonderful! The king or the queen or the princess be by. Is this official visit? Will there be magic work?
No. Actually, well, here, have a seat. Let's talk candidly. I need you to talk around to
all your guests, and I need you to think. Princess has us on a special mission just for the princess, a secret mission. And it's to get rid the town of bedbugs. Oh, well, Mr. Agatha, only the poor have bedbugs, you know. They were a scourge of the kingdom for a while, and then, you know, the priests or something, they cast some sort of prayer spell, and, you know, we burned that effigy of that one giant bedbug, and since then I think they've only bothered the poor folk. I think there might have been, I can't remember. So then that was before. Okay. I need you to ask everyone that comes in here how they keep, who has had bed bugs. What do you do? How do you keep bed bugs out of your hand? Oh, well, I judge a man by his outfit and the coin in his pocket, and if bed bugs are discovered, I just I call in the priest. They charge you know that temple down the road. It's called the temple, the abominable insect or something of the like, and they get rid of them. Okay. So the temple gets rid of them. Now what do they use? Some sort of smoke and incense, and they chant. And okay, well, I want you to ask around for any other cures. What? And okay, so you get this. How come they don't? How come then the whole poor part of the village is not clean? Why don't these priests, this Church of the Infernal Insects, why didn't they go down there and clean out? Oh, well, they say it's the scourge of the poor. Well, I thought, I mean, I'm not a religious woman, but I thought religions were in service of the poor or something. No, that's just a stereotype, Mr. Agatha. No. They charge for their services, you know, their religion needs coin to deal with the infernal insects. And their god is a bug-eyed lord that dislikes insects. I don't practice a religion, but yes, they expect to be paid for their services, so the poor cannot pay. Therefore, they're stricken. Okay, well, anyway, I can't get, what is this debate that you're getting me into? Okay, I need to interview everyone. We're going to source all your customers. I want to know every other cure other than these infernal insect religious folks of what we can do to get rid of these bed bugs. Got it? Okay, we'll be here all day. And so they spend the whole day there. And most of the stuff is a twist on that, like, oh, it's the poor, they're not clean enough. Oh, it's the poor, and they spend too much time in the mud, and the baby insects are on them. Or, oh, the poor, you know, they don't wipe, or they don't wash their hands. Or it's what they eat, it's their poor diet. You know, too much soda, or whatever they called it back then. So it's always the poor people's fault. And I'm not trying to be, you know, bleeding heart person here, you know. I'm just telling you the facts. So most of the middle class folks rolling through here, the traders, working class, they're saying, you know, it's a disease of the poor. It's basically their bed bug thing. And yeah, this religion gets rid of it when the poor people bring it to them. And the, you know, stepmother, she's not too pleased. So, but it's getting towards night. So it's getting towards the evening. So she calls a meeting with Roland and the stepmother, the fairy. She calls a meeting with Roland the fairy. Okay, what have you two found about these? You know, is it the same thing? Everyone you talk to saying, oh, it's the poor, blah, blah. Oh, I'm afraid the way people are looking at me that one of these men could be a spy sent to slice our throats open. Okay, Roland, you just watch out for her and her. She's losing her marbles. Every 3 hours, give her a sip of this, and then, you know, you two just come on. We're gonna go to bed, go back to the tower. We're gonna sleep, and then we're gonna go into Port Town. So they get in a good night's sleep, and next morning they get up. They go to the poor sections of town, and they tell them They tell them what they're doing. Oh, we're on an expedition from Princess Cinderella here, and we're here to try to get rid of your bed bugs. And we brought some things along. We would like to try them out. So they go into some bedrooms. You know, poor people kind of think this is odd. You know, this strange, ugly-faced woman, and this drunken, obliviated, puffy-faced kind of donut baker are rolling around. And they're going in and looking under their beds and rolling around in their beds.
and trying to do incense and blow incense into the beds. They're bringing cats in to see if cats will eat them, heating up the room with tons of coals, and they're opening all the windows. They're bringing all the beds out into the sun and doing stuff all day long. What else? Water, singing, screaming, chanting. They try a bunch of chants. Oh, we out a bed bug. Stuff like that. Drums, birds, rats. They check rats for bed bugs too. They try all these things, and then then they're like, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. So then they go home, and they get ready to go to bed, and Fairy Godmother's already passed out 'cause she's been drinking that Cesar. And Roland's, he's like, man, I'm feeling, I think I need a bath. I'm feeling scratchy. And then Agatha's like, oh, I was trying to ignore it. We got the bed bugs. We got them. And then looks, and she's got bed bugs crawling all over her, in her clothes. And Roland's got the bed bugs too. And they look, the Fairy Godmother's covered in them. They're biting her like crazy because she's passed out. So they don't sleep a wink. And the next morning, she's like, we're figuring this out. Roland, take off all your clothes. And she goes in, she's like, stay in your room, and I'm going to get rid of these bed bugs. And he's itching and rolling. She starts to do experiments on Roland. She starts like beating him, making him run around and sweat, pouring hot wax on him, putting different other bugs on him, like ants and stuff. She tries this for days and days. Not days. She tries over and over everything you can think of. Hot water, cold water, ice water. Dogs licking him, horses licking him, pigs licking him, mud baths, acid baths, hot oil baths, everything. And by the time the night comes, they still have the bed bugs. So then she's like, okay, she's out of her mind. They go into the poor section of town, and she's like asking them how do they sleep. And they're like, oh, you just toss and turn all night in the straw, and then we just learn to live with it. So they stay in the poor section of town. I totally don't get it why they did that, but meanwhile they're sharing a room, the three of them, 3 straw mats, and tossing and turning. Meanwhile, Fairy Godmother's still drunk and high on the opiates, and she keeps waking up, and she's positive there's giant bed bugs in the room, and maybe they're crawling on her eyeballs. Maybe that's why. So she's running around screaming, and the stepmother's still trying to give her more opiates. And it's like, okay, now they're down to 24 hours. And she's like, damn, and then that next morning they're even worse. Like, there's bed bugs everywhere. So the next morning gets there, and they're covered in bed bug sores. They've got bed bugs on them. They have straw pokes because they've either been sleeping on straw, and the Fairy Godmother had a burlap sack with straw stuffed in it because they felt bad since she was kind of out of her mind. But so they got cuts and wounds and bed bugs, and they're irritable. And the Fairy Godmother still, she's like, I just, in the chamber room, there's a giant bed bug in there, and he's looking at me. His name's Bernie, and he said he's gonna eat us all. And she's like, Roland, go in the bathroom and check. Just go show her there's no bed bug in there. There's no giant bed bugs. Okay. I'm gonna gather up a sack of these bed bugs, and I'm gonna have to. I'll sneak. Mistress Agatha, you better have a look in the chamber room. Well, why do I need to look? Because let me guess, there's a giant bed bug in there. There's the irony. Yeah. How'd you know? Because it's what's it doing? Just kind of sitting there. It's not very. I don't think they're made to move around at big size or something. So it's just sitting there going, something like that, and staring at me. It tried to move eat me or something, but I don't know. I think it's too big, because it's used to sucking our blood or whatever, so it can't really suck my blood. Wouldn't doing it. I don't know. You want to go in and talk to it? Okay, Roland. You got that Church of the Infernal. Okay, I've got a plan. Throw that bed bug. Let's get the burlap sack that the fairy godmother was sleeping on, and I'll go in the chamber pot. So they go in the chamber pot. They shove this giant bed bug into it. It weighs probably like 120 pounds. They wrestle it, and they get into a couple of burlap sacks, and they go down. They get a wheelbarrow. They throw it in the wheelbarrow. And she's like, okay, let's push it up the hill. So they head up the hill into the middle class, the religious district, past a couple temples, a couple oracles and stuff, and they get to this Church of the Infernal Insect. And she's like, let's check around back. This has got to be where the temple priests or whatever they call them here live. So they find like where the priests live. I think it's, I don't know what they called it back then, priest's house, or I don't even Templars. I don't know what they call them. So they find out where they live. They sneak in, and they find one guy just sitting eating his breakfast, drinking some coffee or tea or whatever. And he said, "Hello, can I help you, ma'am? Ladies, church's not open at this time. You can go around back for your offerings." They go, "Oh, really? Well, we need to know all you know about getting rid of bed bugs." "Well, that's the spiritual knowledge of the infernal insect. You must become a supplicant to the insect. Do make the insect angry. By asking such questions, you must become an initiate and go off and live at our sequestered cloister and learn the ways of the insect. So we could get rid of it. If you have bed bugs, ma'am, we would be happy to get rid of it. We'll just charge you a coin or 4 of gold. Whatever you can afford." He said, listen. Roland, lock the doors. And the fairy godmother's kind of in there. Blah, 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 blah. "So you got a woman here speaking tongues. Bed bugs. There's a giant bed bug in the bag. Has she been in any shit? Was she kicked out or something? I've heard of this. I think she might be possessed by bugs." The fairy godmother, Roland's blocking the door, and fairy godmother pulls the sacks off, and the giant bed bugs slapped on the floor. And she grabs the guy by the back and pushes his face towards it. And she's a pretty strong stepmother. And the thing's like, oh no. What is this? "You know what it is? It's a bed bug come back to get you for killing all its brethren. We're going to feed you to it." She grabs his hand. She holds it right by its mouth, and it's snapping, and it's got like sort of pincers and pokers, and it rips one of its fingernails off, and eats it, and it's sliming on him, and it's working up, and it's terrifyingly, it's like the worst elements of a maggot and an earwig if you combine the two to be the most horrible. But and this guy's just, "I'm so sorry. What can I do?" She's like, I need to know how to get rid of these dang bed bugs, regular sized ones. And he tells her that we have this storage, we have this poison smoke we use, and it kills them all. And she's like, okay, so that'll kill them all. We're gonna need some of that poison smoke. Well, just go ahead and take it. And then the stepmother, she's thinking long game, so she's like, "Now these aren't gonna come." "Well, no, they won't. If you kill them once, they don't come back unless someone else infested lives there." She's like, "Well, this whole poor town's infested. So I can't guarantee." Well, how do you prevent them from keep coming back other than, "Oh, I'm not sure. It's like, we smoke out the beds, and then we dust all the dead bodies off the beds, and then they're gone." Meanwhile, it's gotten late, and whatever magical power, because this bed bug's probably to scare the fairy godmother into, I don't know, some sort of magic related to the fairy godmother and keeping Cinderella from getting pregnant. But instead of midnight, this magic must wear off at noon, because all of a sudden that bed bug shrinks and disappears into the burlap sack. And then the guy's still freaked. She's like, I can turn it right back anytime I want. And, she's, go gather us enough smoke, So this guy goes in the storeroom, and then they start taking him. Meanwhile, this stepmother is still thinking, her brain's always working, and she's like looking at the burlap sack, and not only does it have the one that shrunk, but it's just got all these bedbugs crawling in and out of its burlap, the weave from the burlap. And then she's like thinking of how the hay pokes out, straw pokes out of the burlap sack and pokes them, and she thinks about how itchy she is. Then she looks down and she knows she's a beautiful silk dress on, and that there's bedbugs crawling on her silk dress, and when she brushes them off, they just fall off, and there's other ones under her silk dress, but they're not able to get in and out. And then she starts thinking about the mattresses of the different classes and how poor people either sleep on a burlap sack full of straw or straw. Middle class and rich people sleep on stuff that's like silk or satin stuffed with straw, or more likely like some sort of cotton or something more comfortable. And she's like, that's it. So she puts two and two together. She's like, oh, well, we need to change. So we can smoke Poor Town out, but we need to replace all the mattresses. And, summarize after that. I mean, once her brain starts working, she calls Cinderella or whatever. She goes up and tells Cinderella's handlers that she needs, they need to run a silk drive and get silk from all the merchants and all the wealthy people that have silk to donate, and they need to make all these mattresses. So they go on this giant mattress drive. Cinderella hears about it, so she gives them a couple extra days. And every poor person's told to line up, and they're each given a brand new silk and cotton. I don't know if they had cotton, silk and sheep's shear. What do you call that? Wool mattress. And then, they're told not, they move out of port. They smoke out Poor Town with the goods they took from the Church of the Infernal Insect. And that's it. That's the end of the bedbug infestation. I mean, once the poor people... It took a couple more tries. I mean, I'm telling you in retrospect, as I am the keeper of these legends. I guess. But, so they smoke out, kind of like... not as fancy as, like, Breaking Bad when they're, insect bombing those houses. But they keep, they get rid of them. And... meanwhile, this legend starts to spread from the poor people. They're so appreciative. I mean, going your whole life being harassed by bedbugs to now lying back in a peaceful bed of finest wool and silk. They just feel like every night they're floating, and there's no more itching, and there's no more bugs crawling on them. There's no more straw poking at them. They're just resting and sleeping and having, making love sometimes, as people are wont to do, or jumping on beds, as some people do, kids and adults, napping, and mostly just getting a solid night's sleep. No more tossing or turning. Just feeling like soft material against their skin as their body sinks down, and the world just seems to start to float away. You're just sinking in. You're drifting. You're drifting. Kind of like one of those docks you see in a movie. It's just offshore. And your life has changed. You've gone from one stage to the other when you can swim out there without parental supervision, without help. Then you get to the dock and you just lie down. And you're basking in the sun. The dock's floating. It's rocking. It's rocking back and forth. But this dock's not made of wood. It's made of silk and lamb's wool. It's like a little cloud, which is the most overused word in this podcast, but so sleepy. It's like sleeping on a giant sheep. A clean sheep that doesn't smell bad. And has a great temperament to just parade around with you on its back. And a wider back to support you. And they're just floating. And that is how the bed bug problem was solved. Good night. Okay, ready? Oh my goodness. They're being chased. It's the stepmother, the fairy godmother rolling. They're running down this forest path. And behind them is a rolling and thundering behind them. Like the earth is shaking and they're running. And there's just blah, 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 thundering. But it's going too fast to be like just one giant. It's like, because he'd be like, boom, 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 boom. Or not even that fast, I guess. Boom, 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 boom. So, but some's like, and they're running, and they're terror. They're looking over their shoulders. And finally, Roland trips over a branch or something. And he's there, and he's like, ah! And then you see it come down this small hill in this woods is a giant, I mean, we're talking giant, like 20 feet tall, 5, 6, 7 feet wide wheel of Swiss cheese. And it's rare, and to see a uncut wheel of Swiss cheese. But you can picture it in your mind, right? A perfectly round, just like a wagon wheel, but made of Swiss cheese and solid. And it's rolling right toward Roland, and he's ah! And the Swiss cheese seems to be somewhat sentient because it like pauses, hops once, and then boom, picks up pace. And right before it gets to him, it must have been so sentient it lines up a hole and then rolls over him and stops. And he's in there. He's like, "Ma!" He's yelling, but he's muffled by the cheese, and the cheese is just sitting on him. It rocks back and forth, like, "Yeah, I know he got you." You could hear him like hitting the walls, but it's like a dull thump. Like if you've ever been trapped inside of in cheese, you're not beating the wall. I mean, it's like a th. Then it doesn't carry sound well. It might be a good place to record a podcast, actually. I wonder what the cheese acoustics are, but it probably wouldn't be the best environment for my health or smell. Anyway, so let's back up, though. So Roland's trapped in the cheese. Why? What could possibly happen that they were chased by a sentient wheel of Swiss cheese? Well, let's back up, because they just solved the bed bug crisis. They'd kind of agreed to work together, the stepmother and the fairy godmother. So, not important to this episode, but the stepmother goes up to Cinderella's castle, checks in, and she gets the next assignment. It turns out Cinderella gave her this assignment that kind of had to do with cheese. Not directly, but the northern side of the town they're in, where the king and queen rule, or it's actually a city. It's a town. It's got city envy. Okay, it's a big town, but they like to think it's a city. But, you go to a city hundreds of miles away, they're going to turn their nose at you if you call where Cinderella's from, a city. And I know you're wondering the name. I'll get it, I'm not in a hurry to tell you the name of it. I don't want you going digging up this town and stealing its antiquities, you thieves. But anyway, so Cinderella gives them a new assignment. In the northern part of the town is it's built into a hill. So the rich people, of course, live at the top of the hill, and then the middle class, and then it kind of bottoms out into these flats where the poor live, and then it goes into the valley that the rest of the town is in. And at the top where the rich people live, it kind of overlooks this bowl. So, like a smaller valley. But for some reason, and it's been a mystery since before Cinderella's time, is that anytime the temperature in the area gets above 85 degrees, somewhere from a couple hills beyond, this smell that they call the cheese smell, it rises up with the humidity, and it comes in from the north somewhere, and it fills up that bowl on the outside of town, and then slowly spills over the northern hills and goes through the rich people's homes and down through the middle class and then settles in the valley. And they call it the cheese smell because it's this horrible, horrible smell that you can't quite put. It's like you can taste it and you can smell it, and it smells like some kind of cheese you would overpay for to impress people at a party. not even a Limburger. I mean, Limburger's nothing. This is the kind of thing you go to a cheesemonger that's wearing, $600 hipster pants, and he's got, a fixie. Well, fixies are over, but whatever they have now, some custom bike. I guess I'm not here to bash people. Let's just say a cheesemonger, a hell of a good cheesemonger that can charge top dollar. And you say, "Sir, give me your smelliest cheese." And they'll say, "Okay, man, you got it. The smell is like that left out in the sun, and then thrown in the gutter, soaked, marinated, germinated, sporified, whatever, and then left back out in the sun and humidity again, but on a massive scale, and no one knows what causes it. And since the temperature only busts above 85 degrees in this area, maybe 20, 30 days a year, no one's bothered to research it. There's a lot of old wives' tales or handmaiden tales, whatever you want to call them, about where the smell comes. But Cinderella tells the fairy godmother, stepmother combo, she goes, "I want that cheese smell, I want it gone, It affects the rich people on the top of the hill, and it really affects the poor people on the bottom. And anything that smells that bad just can't be healthy for babies to be breathing and children. Other towns and cities make fun of us. They avoid the northern side. There's a lot of economic effects and the whole broken window effect, if you want to get into some sociology. Cinderella doesn't like it, and she's had it. So she says, you got about a week to get this thing solved. So go figure out this cheese smell." And it's more like a rotten cheese smell, but cheese smell is kind of shorthand. So fairy godmother, stepmother, Roland are out, and they're asking around town, asking at the inn, and they go through a list of crazy stuff, that could be causing it, and they get it down to 3 sensible things. One is like these fruits from this forest that's nearby. It could be that drop out of the trees when it gets hot, and it's the gumdrop forest. So that's not top of the list. Another one is like that somewhere in these hills are some witches, and some sort of, that they cook up stuff when it gets hot, and some sort of witch's brew, some witch's poison. And the other one is there's in the actual graveyard is like the actual bowl in the valley over the northern side of town is an old graveyard, before their modern times, So they're like, oh, maybe it could just be the rotten bodies, or they're not preserved. So they decide to investigate. First thing they do is head out to this gumdrop forest. And Roland is, he's lived in this town his whole life. He knows about the cheese smell. So now he's excited to get rid of it, and always talking about how, they try to blame it on each other. And like when it was a cause of self-esteem issues for him, because when he was little, he would smell it and then think it was him. Like, I'm the one that, it's not the air that smells like this cheese smell. It's like, I don't remember having a bodily movement, but man, it stinks. Everybody's going to, you trigger this paranoia. But he also had always dreamed of going to the gumdrop forest and having some gumdrops. They head out to the gumdrop forest, and they get there, they trek, and then they start seeing these trees, and these trees are not dissimilar to something you might see in modern days. They're a little bit unique looking. They have a small furry fruit that falls off the tree that looks a bit like a gumdrop. And unfortunately, when they get there, first thing Roland does is starts eating the fruit, which it's not gumdrops. It was a figure of speech. It wasn't an actual gumdrop forest. Those are off way deeper in the woods by the, where Hansel and Gretel got assaulted by that crazy woman. So so he eats a couple of them, but he doesn't get sick. So that's their first. And they're like, well, they're trying to figure out if it's the fruit rots. So they take a bunch of fruit with them, and they bring it out, and they smash it up on some rocks and leave it on the sun. And they just take turns smelling, and it kind of smells more like, it's fermenting. So it smells more like rotten beer or wine that's been left out for too long. But boom, not the gumdrop forest, not the suspect. So next thing they do is they climb the hills and they start investigating these caves. And of course Roland has to go first. He's a swordsman, supposedly. We've never seen him in action, but he was the captain of the Princess's Guard at one point. So he's leading them into these caves. And it's like a cave complex. They're not finding any caves. You know, they find some animal habitats, some town people that have moved out of the town that are either, you know, between houses, or a couple people that have addiction issues. But they don't find any witches. And they ask the people in the caves. They say, oh, it's further on, further on. So finally they trek around these double switchbacks and they find these big bushes, and just beyond the bushes there's a couple more turns, a hidden trail, and they find this cave system and they go in. So they find these witches in there. There's 3 witches, and they're very harsh-looking women. When they get there, they do happen to be working on some sort of witch's brew. And they see Agatha and the fairy godmother, and they're like, oh, sister, sister. And the fairy godmother freaks out. She's like, oh, no, I'm not a... And then they're saying it to Agatha. And they're like, oh, we heard about you, sister, how you've conquered. You know, you bring us good graces. And they're like, we'll have a feast tonight. You know, sit tonight. We'll have all. And be honest, like, whatever they were cooking did not smell good. It didn't smell like cheese. But, you know, you just see rats' tails poking out of there. And these witches, they hadn't had a guest. And they were so pleased that someone finally took the time to, like, clear the name of the witches. Like, that Agatha had legitimized them somehow. She's got this job, and they were saying, you know, you spent the whole night telling tales about how, you know, being burned by children or attacked by heroes. And like, what do? We just sit in this cave. Like, we've been working on these. All we work on is love potions, and people come and buy them. And yeah, then they come back that they don't work. So that's our crime. But we're trying to master a love potion for ourselves. Look at us, we're monsters. You know, we're spinsters. And, you know, one of us wants to give birth to a child. And, you know, they said, you know, we're lonely. So they're so happy. So they have this big meal with, like, roast toad stew. And candied eye of newts was for dessert. The main course was, like, stuffed bullfrog. Whatever that thing that bullfrog blows up. They stuffed that with, rat's meat, I think, probably. But I think it was, like, with a mole or something. So, you know, it wasn't bad. And, you know, it felt good for them. It was an act of and they were so happy, you know, they're like, oh, Cinderella, you know, we hate that cheese smell, and people blame us for that too, and they call us dirty, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, hang a lantern on it, because Agatha was touched, that they were touched, and she kind of saw that, you know, maybe she could use them in the future. Roland, they liked him, and they were treating him like a king, and really giving him a lot of attention. So, hang a lantern, we might be back, but not this time, because they don't have the cheese smell there. The next day they get up, and they head down to these ancient graveyards, and they find this old man who lives in a small wooden cottage, or I guess cottages are always wood. He lives in a stone building, stone abode. What do you call cottages made of wood, right? I don't know. He lives in a stone house. There you go. Boom, stone house down at the edge of this ancient graveyard, and it's kind of in a bog, and it's got the old mystery mist going, and strange noises, and monsters' tails wiggling around. And they call it the Bog of Death. Not because people die there, but because the dead people are there. And there's, you know, headstones sticking out of there. And he tells them a tale of, you know, that back hundreds of years ago, there was a great war and a great kingdom, and one man to rule them all. And there was a new hope with a princess, and there was an evil lord chasing her down, and then a young man. He was brave, and he had these great kooky sidekicks, and there was like this trickster, stud guy, and all sorts of stuff. Great times. But ended up, it was one of those wars where a lot of people lost their lives. Unnecessarily? I don't know. You know, how many people die unnecessarily at war? We all know that. And a lot of these people were villagers that got caught between the warring parties and families and soldiers. And he said, you know, they all live here. They tell me they're ghosts. Ghosts haunt the graveyard at night. But he goes, to be honest, I just drink, you know, at night, I drink myself to sleep, so I don't hear nothing. And they're like, well, does the sun ever clear out all this mist? And he's like, yeah, it goes occasionally. Like, if it gets above 85. And like, whoa. If it gets above 85, clear out this mist. He goes, yeah, it clears out the mist. He goes, it smells awful here. So they spend the next couple days, of course, heaven forbid, or whatever, Hera forbid, you know, they get a cold snap in and it takes extra, and they have to send Roland to ask Cinderella for more time. Not important, but finally they get another heat wave, and the mist rolls out, and it bakes the bog, and it does smell pretty nasty. But again, it's at the bottom of this valley, and it smells like, kind of like, you know, if you ever dug nasty mud out of like water with algae. You know that smell? I don't know if you do. If you do know it, you're shaking your head like, yeah. If you don't, you're like, huh. So if you don't, it kind of smells like, well, if you have a compost pile, it kind of smells like if you've dug into the middle of the compost pile and something like that. You know, organic, nasty smell. So again, it's more like a muck smell, we'll call it. But we've already used, muck's been overused. That's a vocabulary we've already used in this podcast. So maybe we should call it a swamp smell. There you go. Boom. Swamp smell. So again, they're 0 for 3. So they're kind of feeling down now because they bumped off all the most common solutions they thought they had. You know, the next most popular one at the end was Crazy Zeke's teeth was causing the cheese smell. That when Crazy Zeke would usually get these convulsions and wander off in the woods babbling when the temperature got too high, and they figured he passed out in the woods and the smell leaked out of it. I mean, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. You don't have to tell me. So they're fighting, you know, going back and forth, and then, you know, the fairy godmother starts to get, well, what if Cinderella's, you know, we can't fail Cinderella, like, we need to find the cheese smell, she's going to sleep with the prince, she's going to sleep with the prince, she's going to get pregnant, they're going to, you know, lightning's going to strike, we're going to be doomed, so we need to figure this out. The stepmother's like, I'm tired of your piping, like, why don't we just wait and see what happens, you know, what are they going to, and then, of course, rumble, and then they see it, just at the way far in the distance, right on the horizon, looks little because it's far away, little wheel of cheese. Looks like one of those baby bells. And it goes down the hill, miles and miles away, picking up speed. Must be a spiteful wheel of cheese, because it goes across the bog of death, you know, crushes some innocent dead people, crushes that guy's house, his stone house. And because it's like a hard cured Swiss, at least on the outside, it's rind free, so you can see the holes. No rind. You know, it's chucking rocks as it's rolling, but nothing's digging into it. And then it's headed right for them. So they're, you know, oh my God, the cheese is after us. So they start running. Then, I mean, luckily for the townspeople, I guess they were running the wrong way. So they're running, and then they're hiding behind trees. And then they're dodging out, and then boom, you know, the cheese is pretty smart. Like, whoever's controlling the cheese, or like I said, is it sentient? I don't know. Is it, you know, is it doppelganger or something else? Is the cheese? But so they're running, trying to get away from this cheese. And finally, you know, we catch up to like where they were deep in the woods at the top of this other valley. And they were thinking that, you know, that Roland remembered from his childhood that over the next hill was this river, and they could get to the river, and the cheese would drown, maybe. I don't know. Does cheese float? I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, if
if you've been to a pool party and you know if cheese floats, let me know. I would think Swiss cheese would be a good shot that it would float because it has some buoyancy. But then again, it's not a baby Swiss with the baby holes. It's a, Swiss with the big ass holes. But anyway, right now as we speak, Roland's trapped and he's like thumping on the cheese. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And the stepmother and the fairy godmother, stepmother, she's no dummy. She's like, okay, we're going to have to face the cheese. Kind of like facing the music. It's time to face the cheese. So she's like, fairy godmother, come on. Let's see. She was trying to think if they could lure it to chase her and then jump out of the way. But now it's got Roland. And finally she's like, Roland, you fool, Roland. Eat the cheese. Eat the cheese. Get a dagger. And so I guess Roland's on the inside, and Roland, he's the accidental hero or whatever. So gets out his dagger and he starts stabbing the cheese, and he's eating it. And the cheese isn't liking it, but then he's got his dagger into it, and because the way the cheese is and the Roland's eating it, he starts eating his way through one of the holes, and then the cheese is like wobbling. The cheese is like wobbling because he's like eating through one of the side portions just enough that it's like the cheese is off balance, and it's like, whoa, boom, cheese falls on its side. It's trying to get back up, and it's a heavy wheel of cheese. Whoever started it figured it would stay in balance, and it's not in balance anymore. So cheese is on its side, and everyone's like, okay. But the cheese is still trying to get up, so they're like, sooner or later this cheese is going to get up. And they're like, okay, well, they're like, what if we get it up, and then we'll just roll it right into the river? And the cheese is like shaking, like, no, not me, man. And then Roland takes another bite of it just because he's Roland. He's like, this is quite nice cheese, it's sharp. So they decide on a plan to push the cheese to the edge of this hill and roll it all the way down into the river and hopefully drown it. So they get the cheese and they're pushing it on its side. It's really hard. All three of them are pushing and pushing and pushing. And then they realize that's not going to work, but they're afraid, if they put it upright, the cheese will just roll them over. So they just keep pushing and pushing. They're getting more and more tired. And finally, this old man just happens to be walking the woods. He happens upon them. He's like, excuse me, folks, you pushing the cheese there? They're like, oh, yeah, we're pushing the cheese. We're going to push it over this hill. It's a giant wheel of evil Swiss cheese that's trying to kill us. It's probably from another country or something. Oh, evil cheese, eh? Oh, well, fancy that. Well, I if you kill it, I would love to have its body. I don't know. I'd love to do. So if you could push it, I could help you push it. And how are you going to kill it again? And they're like, Roland's like, well, we're just gonna, we're gonna push it into the river. Oh no, the river's no good. It'll float away. That won't do me any good. He's like, come on, let's get it to the edge. So they get it to the edge. As soon as they get it to the edge, they get hit by the cheese smell. Like, boom. And they're like, oh my God, did the cheese just crap itself? Like, oh God. And all three of them are on the ground, like, oh. And even, if the cheese could make a noise, it'd probably make like a, but even the cheese was kind of making a noise, like disgusted. And the old man, he's like, what's wrong with you folks? Like, oh God, this, the smell, it's the cheese has gone bad so fast. And the cheese is shaking. It's not me, man. It's not me. I don't stink this bad. I'm fresh Swiss cheese. I'm just evil. And I'm not even evil. I'm just a tool of someone. But anyway, cheese aside, he goes, oh, no. See down there? Just to the side of the river. Because you see those smokestacks there? He goes, that smells my factory. Like, what do you mean you smell? Like, oh, it smells like rotten cheese. He goes, oh, no. He goes, that's why I wanted the cheese for. It was not for the cheese, but I'm going to render the fat out of it. He goes, I go around these kingdoms and all the sickly animals. From every kingdom wide, I fill my wagon with the sick and the dying animals. Sometimes the sick and the dying folks, the poor folks says. And I fill my wagons with the sick. And the animals no one wants, the lame. You know, the one-legged the cows born with no nipples. Udderless cows. You know, it's a congenital defect, you know. So I take them and I keep them down there. And yeah, I keep them out there in the sun so they tend to stink a bit. And, you know, it smells up and don't bother anybody. So I don't see like, what the hell are you doing in that factory down there? You know, yeah, what are you making, like, that, out of something that smells so awful? Like, what are you, what could you, oh, well, pleased to meet you. And he pulls out his card and he says, so he hands him his card and says, Fare ye grandmother's soaps, royal soap maker. He goes, I'm pleased to meet you. I'm the royal soap maker. Been in my family for generations. So, and they're like, well, you know, the smell, it creeps down to our town. You know, it's really gross and it can't be, you just got those animals out dead at, like pens of dead animals rotting in the sun. That's disgusting. It's going to create some disease like the green plague or the purple cholera or whatever. You know, you can't just do that. He goes, well, yes, I can. My family's done it for generations. We're very wealthy people. We make the soap for the royals, the royal soaps for all the kingdom, every royal. Well, why? I never heard of these soaps. Oh, exactly. Are you royal? Do you have any royal blood? Then you haven't used the royals like the soap, made from the finest fats, and they have to be rendered, like the animals need to be cooked up slowly, and then I take the fatty fats and whatever I can get, and I gloss it away, and I purify it, and I mix it, and it does smell wonderful. You'd be surprised after the stink. I don't smell it anymore. I haven't smelled it for years, since I was a boy. But yeah, so that's what we do. And, you know, that's why it smells so good. But, you know, it's make soap for the richest of the rich. And they need the finest soaps in the world. And the stepmother's just like, this guy is a fucking jackass. And she takes him and she shoves him in one of the holes of the Swiss cheese. Picks up the Swiss cheese herself, pushes it on it, and then pushes it down the hill right at his factory. The thing picks up, you know, can't control itself. It's going about 10,000 miles an hour. Boom, it's a factory. Boom, blows up like cheese, fire, dead animals. Like whatever was inside the core of the cheese was some sort of lava-related wizard fire with 40 hit point roll to strike death and destruction, because the whole area just goes. And after all the only thing raining down is bones. Everything's been rendered off because whatever, chemicals he was using and gasolines or whatever, boom, just wipes it out. And that's it. So that was the end of the soap factory. A couple of days later, the cheese smell drifted off. They went back to the village, and as they went, they told the townspeople what had happened, and the townspeople, they went back to. They ended up back at the end telling everybody, toasting the three of them. They really got along on this one because they were against this cheese and the cheese smell. But, the people at the end were kind of like, gee, we've been suffering from this cheese smell so they could have fancy soaps in that castle. Thank goodness for Cinderella, Everyone's like, pissed. Like, that damn darn king and his son have been, bathing in peppermint and tea tree and pomegranate mixed with lime and, acacia, combined with blueberry, combined with death, apparently. But so we could just deal with this stink on the north side? These jerks. Thank goodness you and Cinderella got you guys to get rid of that dump. So everyone was pleased. So, and, that's how we're going to leave the episode. Because I'm going to tell you a little story, a real story. Because tonight's story, pretty much the first time, it's based on a real
thing that happened to me. I lived in East Los Angeles in a while back. 2000? I don't know. A while. End of the 90s, beginning of the aughts, somewhere in there. And that's where the cheese smell was. And I think it had to hit above 90-something, but where I lived in East Los Angeles, that smell would descend on the city, and it was a rumor, like, is it this graveyard up the hill, or is it this? Is it these acacia trees, or ginkgo biloba trees? And it turned out it was a rendering plant that I think was on the Los Angeles River. And I remember reading an article about it and telling people about it, but like after I'd moved out away from East Los Angeles. And it was really disgusting, and it was like, it's one of those cases where kind of poor people get the short staff, because this guy had these open pits of dead animals that he had bought, and he was always in violation. I'm saying this guy, it probably wasn't just some guy like Bernie the soap man. I don't even know if a soap factory is a rendering factory, but that's what it causes. Like, he'd leave. Well, actually, let's not get into the details. But yeah, it's based on a true story. So, a little piece of me is now with a little piece of you. I don't know that it's necessarily a good thing, but I hope that story didn't disgust you, but warmed your heart, that we were able to kill a royal soap maker, destroy his factory, and get rid of a stinky smell. So, have a good night and get a good night's sleep, okay? Thanks for listening so much. Okay. This episode finds us with yet another mission. And the stepmother has returned from meeting once again with Cinderella. Poor Cinderella, who kind of still thinks that she's confused. Her gut tells her there's a fairy godmother and a stepmother, but the stepmother and the fairy godmother kind of have her under this ruse that, they're one and the same. When the fairy godmother met with her, this task was well beyond compare to the last ones. And that's why I've moved into my action, serious voice. Plus I have a spot of a cold, I believe, which adds an extra grittiness. So the stepmother met with Cinderella, and Cinderella asked her to sit down. She said, "Are you familiar with the wood of woe?" Stepmother said, "Wood of woe? Is that similar to the wood of worry?" She goes, "Oh yeah, it used to be the wood of worry," Cinderella said, "but I decided to change it to the wood of woe. You haven't read my official decree? It didn't make sense to call it the wood of worry, because anyone that enters never comes back, ever. Why would it be the wood of worry if someone goes in there, like say your husband goes in? You're not going to worry about him, you're going to be filled with woe, not worry, because he's gone." Some other is kind of like, okay, so, okay. Makes sense. I got you. Brilliant. You're brilliant, Cinderella. Brilliant. Wood of woe. Formerly the wood of worry. But wouldn't it be like I'd be worried now that you're talking about the wood of woe? I'm worried because I got a feeling. Well, you're right. You see, just on the outside of the wood of woe, that whole wood is impenetrable. Soldiers that go in there never come back. It's guarded by these dark forces. These dark forces got to be controlled by something. So that's what I'm going to get to. But the reason for your task is that this wood of woe, it goes directly to the sea. It's a straight shot. So we could build a road through there. If it wasn't the wood of woe, it was just woods. You know where those bears live, like the forest of feelings? They don't bother anybody. They hide. So if we just had a road right there, we could go right to the sea, to the port. Instead, we got to go way around. It's a 3-day hike. Just on the other side of the wood of woe are these towns that are deprived of supplies. It's a major trading route is what I'm saying, stepmother. And we need it opened up for commerce. It's going to help all the people. Cheaper food it's going to lower prices. And it's going to make new markets available to our goods. A more efficient trading route is always good for everybody. Trickle down. But not really, because I'm taxing the hell out of these motherfuckers. So that's my plan. Anyway, let's not get into politics. I'm the politicker. You're carrying out my wishes, fairy stepmother. So I want the wood of woe dealt with. Find out what the worry and the woe is.
I'm pretty sure there's got to be someone in charge of those woods. Probably one of those big bosses. You know, a dragon or evil wizard or somebody. So get in there and take care of it. So that's the assignment. This is Scooter's voice, not Cinderella. Stepmother goes back to give the word to Roland and the fairy godmother who are waiting back at the wizard's tower. And they ask her, and she's worried about telling them about the Wood of Worry or the Wood of Woe. And so she introduces, you guys know that Wood of Worry? The name was changed to Wood of Woe. Roland, of course, loves. Ooh, that sounds like something Cinderella would think of. That's so brilliant, because why would you call it the Wood of Worry, right? If you're going to go in there, you're going to be filled with woe, huh? And the stepmother just looks at Roland, tells him to shut up. And you're right. Well, apparently it's blocking a major trading route, and we got to deal with it. We got to go in there. Well, no one's ever come back. Roland, quiet down. We got to go in there. We got to figure out who's in charge, and we got to take them out. The fairy godmother's kind of quiet. And she's like, Penelope, you got any opinion on this? You're awful quiet over there. Well, we were fairies. We've never had any jobs in there, and I've heard of it, the Wood of Worry. In Fairyland, we just call it the Wood of Death. I don't see. I've been so long without my wand, and can you guys just do it without me? No, we can't do it without you, because all these assignments are to do your job. We're helping you do your fairy job in order to keep Cinderella from getting pregnant. You realize if we don't get this done, she's going to have sex with the prince, get pregnant. You're going to help us out. Well, Agatha, you're good at this kind of stuff. I'm just, without my magic, without my wand, I just rather lie down, okay? I'll just lie down and you guys work out the plan, and then you could just, I'll come along. So Agatha kind of rolls her eyes, and Penelope, the fairy godmother, goes and lies down. She's a little bit down in the dumps. Now Roland, he's always willing to help. Agatha's kind of like, this is really important to Cinderella, we get this done. I was like, well, what do you got a plan? You got a plan, boss? Here's what I think. Let's go out. We're going to go out to the Wood of Woe. Okay, let's go. So they go out to the edge of the Wood of Woe, which is a few miles out of town. What could it be a major trading route, apparently. Right now they got to travel all the way around. They got to go up the river, which they got to go through some robber baron territory. And the river's secure, so it's not an easy route. It involves some land, what do you call those, land passages, whatever, where you got to carry the boat. Or a long roundabout road around this woods. So technically, it would be a great thing. They go to the edge of the woods, and they're kind of looking, and, Roland's like, I get the sense we're being watched, and, Agatha's like, yeah. And so, no one's ever returned, as far as I know, no one's ever returned from this woods, right? Roland's like, no, people that go in don't come back out. Sometimes the bones are found, but that's about it. So stepmother's like, come on, let's go up. See that log? It's like right on the edge of the Wood of Woe. See how the shadow just barely reaches it. Let's go. I brought us a picnic lunch. I want to talk to Roland about the fairy godmother, Penelope. So they sit on the log having lunch, and Roland's like, there's definitely, I get the sense we're being watched here. Stepmother's like, don't worry, Roland. We're not in the Wood of Woe or the Wood of Worry, so we have nothing to be concerned about. Their power, whatever power dark forces are in this woods, they don't have any power right here. Maybe if we step into that shadow, maybe. I'm pretty sure you got to walk a little bit deeper into the Wood of Woe. I've heard tales of kids running in and out at just the beginning and daring each other, and then one time the kid runs too far. You've heard that tale, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the kids, they used to make me run in there, ma'am. And I used to run in a bit, but I'd run right back out. But I never ran too far. So, Well, here, sit down. Let's finish our lunch. We're already sitting. Roland, are you worried about the fairy godmother like I am? Oh, yes, ma'am. She seems a bit down. Well, that's because, she doesn't have her all-powerful wand, the all-powerful fairy we have working for us, right? Well, yes, she was all-powerful until she lost her wand, so it seems like... And then you were using the wand, so the wand... Are you trying to say, Roland, that her wand just creates this great power, and whoever holds the wand would have great power too? Yes, I guess I am. All we need to do is, so don't tell anyone. It's going to be our secret. But I have the wand here. I got it from Cinderella. Well, Mom, that doesn't look exactly like the wand. Well, don't worry, it is. And all we need is this. We'll get the fairy godmother out here, and we'll have her use the wand this all-powerful wand, to destroy the Wood of Woe. And then, she can transform all the dark creatures into mice, and we'll just stomp on them. And then whatever creature, dark lord, or dark evil wizard, or some sort of dragon, some sort of big boss. Instead of having a big boss battle, we'll just create our own, monster and have him go and stomp the boss into submission. We don't even have to fight him, because we have this wand, and we have a fairy. So either I can use the wand, or you I don't know if you should be using the wand, Roland. Well, I just use it to turn myself in a little bit handsomer, and then I'd be alone with Cinderella on a date. Probably like in some boats. Okay, Roland. So, we have the wand. So this has been a lovely lunch, and, we're going to, I think in order to help the fairy godmother, get undepressed, she'll use the wand to crush this Wood of Woe or worry. No reason for us to be woe. It's actually going to be the woodses of woe and worry. Is that correct, Roland? Woodses of woe and worry. The worries of the woods and some. Well, anyway, the woods, or the creatures in the woods, should be filled with worry, and soon they'll be filled with woe. The woods is wood. Is wood multiple woods or wood? Anyway, Roland, let's go. So they go back to the wizard's tower. I'm going to talk to the fairy godmother. So, Penelope, come on, let's go. We're going to go over to the woods of worry and have a little chat. And meanwhile, of course, the little minions that were listening in the dark of the Wood of Woe are getting stuff back to their boss, the big boss. They're getting the word back to the big boss. Meanwhile, Agatha and Penelope go down. Now they go to the edge of the Woods of Woe, but not quite as close. Like they're not in hearing distance. They're just in sight distance of the woods. And she points to the woods. She says, "Listen, I notice you've been down, Penelope. I notice you've been down, Penelope, because you don't have your wand. And Cinderella has a wand, and you're worried about her getting pregnant, and all we have to do is beat this boss, and she swears she won't get pregnant by the prince. And I still have the plan. We're going to have Roland seduce her. As soon as we get this done, we can do that. Roland seems like a malleable man, and we'll train him to seduce Cinderella, or have another plan where I could talk Cinderella into maybe developing her sexual skills with Roland for the prince, and I think that one might work. What do you think? Penelope?" And meanwhile, Penelope, the fairy godmother, is just kind of staring at the grass. And someone's like, "You realize there's dark creatures watching us? Doesn't your fairy sense..." "My fairy sense is gone. My wand is gone. Cinderella's going to be pregnant. We're not going to beat this boss without magic. I don't have any hope left. There's going to be a beast come. He's going to wipe us all out from the fairy dark side or whatever. And I'm going to be a failure. I'm going to be brought up. If I'm not killed, I'll be brought up on charges. I'll have my fairy badge taken away. And, My parents will be shamed. Are your parents still alive? Because you look kind of old. It doesn't matter, okay? I'm the worst fairy godmother ever, and well, you did get Cinderella in. You know, she is the princess. Before, she was just my Cinder girl. So you beat me. Oh, you know, you've bested me. You have so much respect for me, Penelope. But you were the one who bested me in the first place, and I stand cowed to you still. You know, I try to act strong around you. To be honest, like, the reason I brought you out here is I have this wand I made for you. And she pulls out a wand, hands it to Penelope, and Penelope kind of looks at it. She's like, well, this isn't my wand. She said, you know, Penelope, I've been doing some research on fairies. Fairy godmothers and godparents in general. And I've read some old texts, and plenty of old texts I found deep in the dungeons of the Wizard's Tower, where only I go. You and Roland haven't been down there, but I have. And I haven't found one thing about a wand. I believe that what I know, in the books of the old fairies, and that's what's called the Fairypedia, says that, you know, the fairies, their power's innate, it's inside of them. And they merely need to flow into something and to be discharged. And maybe, you know, whoever trained you, or maybe I don't know, you know, I think your wand, you know, when they train the youngsters, it's easier to tell them that the wand is magical because it's too dangerous to tell them that the power's in them always, and that they can just imbue some other weapon to translate it. You know, it could be a stone. You know, did every kid have a fairy that you were training with in fairy school? Well, no, there was wands and staffs and crystals and rings and amulets. Okay, see? So, close your eyes, Penelope. Can you feel an energy flowing through you? No, not really. Well, quiet down your mind. Can you feel some power flowing through you inside of some tubes within your body? With each beat of your heart, it sends the energy, the magical energy throughout your system. Humans don't have that beating of a magical heart or tubes of magical liquid like you do. So close your eyes. And now here, take this wand, put it in your hand. Wrap your hands around it. Feel your energy flowing into that wand. Do you feel the power in the wand? Oh, I believe I do. Now raise your hand up. Raise your hand up and point it towards the sky. Oh yes, I'm feeling the power. Oh yes, I'm feeling the power. Okay, good. Now let's take a walk towards this. We're not going to destroy the Wood of Woe today, but let's get closer to it. Okay, and you just keep your eyes closed and and just stand here. We're a little bit closer. We're right on the edge of the Wood of Woe, but keep your eyes closed and feel that power. Oh, yes, Penelope, you're feeling the power of your magic. Tomorrow, can you feel the power building in your wand? Oh, yes, I feel it building in my wand like I've never before. Like energy ready to be released. Yes, and tomorrow, we'll release it on this forest. And don't worry, trees, innocent trees or birds, if there are any in there. We'll only destroy the darkness. And not just the darkness. We need a lot of darkness for shadows and the good dark things are fine. Squirrels, you're kind of gray, but whatever. Chipmunks, you have a nice dark stripe. But you dark creatures, you evil creatures that work for whatever you're minions of, you know, you can destroy them tomorrow, maybe in a torturous, horrible way. Oh, this power. I will turn them into inside-out snails or something, I don't know. And then put them in the sun. Yeah, so we'll do that. And then once all the minions are gone, we'll go and we'll open up the trading route, at least halfway, and then we'll find out where whoever they work for is, and then we'll destroy that creature. Oh, this sounds wonderful. This wand feels more powerful than my last one. It's so imbued with energy. Thank you, Agatha, I feel power I've never felt before. My voice is changing. My strength. So what we're going to do, we're not going to go in the woods this way. I noticed, there's that other route over the big canyon. So we're going to go out there tomorrow. What we'll do is we'll wait on the bridge, and we'll see if any of the minions come and surrender. And as long as you unleash your power in time, like if we're attacked at once by the minions and the boss or whatever, that could be a problem. But as long as we'll destroy them while they're in the woods. They don't come out of the woods as far as we know. And whatever the big boss is, he's not going to bother us. He's just waiting in his cave with his treasures and stuff, or her, whatever. Maybe it's a dragon. She might fly around, but from what I've heard, I have a pretty good idea what the big boss is in there. So we're gonna do it, and eventually we'll have the big boss battle. But that'll be after we destroy the minions and destroy the woods. So, okay, let's go home and get some rest. So they go home and get some rest. Meanwhile, the minions obviously are freaked. They don't want to be killed. They get word to their big boss, and the big boss is trying to come up with a plan. So the next morning comes, and Agatha's ready to roll. She gets up, she's stretching, she's got her plan ready. Everything with the fairy godmother seems to be in place, as far as she can tell. Things are looking good. They're just going to go out, I guess. And then she goes downstairs to the main dining room of the wizard's tower. No one's there. She's looking around. Penelope, Roland, where are you? Nowhere to be found. She goes out, goes to their bedrooms. They're not there. And then she finds a note in the entrance hall. Oh, change of plans. We're not gonna need to fight the woods of woe. We've got a new plan. We'll be in the courtyard. So she runs down to the courtyard and she sees Roland doing push-ups. And the fairy godmother's there with her wand, her new wand. Agatha's like, what are you guys doing? Oh, well, Penelope came up with a new plan, so we're not going to fight the boss. That seems a little dangerous. I had nightmares about it. She had nightmares. What do you mean you're not fighting the boss and the minions? That's what Cinderella asked for. Well, now that I have my wand and my power back, we could. I think I'll send some, we could change that all into mice. But I don't see why we need to bother. Well, we need to bother because that's your job. Well, I think we'll go with Roland. He's puffing up his muscles. I liked your plan. There's much less risk, if Roland just does sleep with Cinderella and gets her pregnant. So I think I think I'm going to cheat and just turn him into the prince for a few hours. And tell Cinderella we failed and that she should sleep with the prince. And I'll turn the prince into a mouse or a maggot or something for a few hours. And if Roland can successfully impregnate her, then all will be well. And Agatha's like, oh, man, these two. That plan's not going to work. First of all, you can't act that unethically. Your wand will short circuit. We all know that. That's in the fairy handbook I read downstairs. Second, Roland, I doubt you'll be able to perform under those circumstances. You're too good-hearted and good-natured. You two are too moral, this is below you. This is something I would do, but I'll, if necessary, I'll dirty my hands doing this. But you two, Roland, you're a soldier, a former member of the Queen's Princess Kingsguard or something. Fairy godmother, you're a soldier too. You told me once you do what needs to be done, and that's your job. And is this the way you two want to go out? With trickery? Double cross?
It's going to be nothing for us to face down these minions of evil and the boss. We'll just go out there. We're going to go out on the bridge. We're going to wait for them. You're going to turn them into mice or something with your magic. And Roland, I'm going to give you a giant broom, and you're going to sweep the mice off the bridge into the water, and they'll drown. Well, that doesn't seem very nice at all. Well, they're minions. They're not real mice, Roland. They're minions. So, and they'll drown, and some be washed out to the river. And we know, both all know, that the river's poisoned with all that stuff from that plant and the explosions. So, if they don't drown, they'll be burned by the acids and stuff that was used in that stinky plant. The chemicals will render the soaps. So, and Fairy Godmother, your return to power, don't you want to go out when the Fairy Council examines your case, your successful case, and they speak to your dead parents or whatever, what are they going to say? That you lied your way to victory? Or that you fought your way, and not only that, you helped. Not only did you keep Cinderella from getting pregnant from the prince, what if that's not your last assignment with her? Will she trust you more when she knows that she'll sense it, a mother knows. I've had 2 daughters of my own. I knew they were mine. I wished they weren't many times, but, Cinderella's like your daughter. Is this what you do to her? They both look sheepishly. She's like, come on, let's go out to the edge of town, and I'll tell you more about my plan. And they get out to the edge of town. She actually has this giant broom. I mean, when she says giant, it's like rolling, it's like attached to some rope. I don't know how she did it, but she must have been up all night. She has these ropes connected by this bridge supports, like an overhead, this giant broom that would pretty much looks like it could knock minions off. I mean, not all of them, but easily knock that off. She's got a little harness for Penelope to, be on the bridge, but, not get knocked off by the broom. And, I know it's tough to imagine in your mind. Just imagine a giant broom about Roland's height, the broom brush, and maybe 2 people across, and it's, the head of it is got a big circle and a rope attached to it. Kind of like those cameras now on NBA games. It can go back and forth and swing side to side. When Roland's out there trying to use it, he's learning. He's almost going over the bridge himself. And then she straps Penelope in. She says, don't worry. Even Roland's not going to knock you off the bridge. He might knock you over the bridge, but you won't fall because of these ropes. And all you need to do is change them into mice. When the big boss comes, as he will, you could change him into something, a giant dust mote. Can you do that? Oh no, it has to be, a mammal for a mammal type of thing usually. Well, will you turn us into maggots? Oh, I guess it could. Well, it would depend on the size of the boss and what kind of magic powers he has. So, well, let's see. But you're right. This is for Cinderella, and for my own pride, now that I have my magic back. I will do justice. Bring on the boss! Are you sure they're going to come? Oh, I'm sure the boss is going to come. And so then, down the path comes this long, stick-like creature walking from the horizon, out of the Wood of Woe, down to the bridge, onto the bridge about 10 feet from the 3 of them. It says, I've come to ask for your hands and feet. I could say, do I smell peppermint? Is that a giant peppermint stick? Or I think it is a peppermint stick. It turns out it is. It's a giant peppermint stick type ambassador. It's got legs and arms, but it's mostly a peppermint stick. So, just give us the wand and turn your backs on the Wood of Woe forever, and you will not be destroyed by his Lord of Darkness. the Candy Man.
Well, the Candy Man? Like your Candy Man's in there? Is he a candy maker or a man of candy?
The Candy Lord. Then you.
Well, I mean, is he made of candy? I think that's a legitimate question to ask if he's going to be for surrendering to him. What's he going to... will we be able to go free?
Well, the Candy Lord, the Candy Man, will eventually conquer your kingdom with his once he has the magic of your wand. But for now, you will live, and maybe you could supplicate yourselves, and Candy Lord will take mercy on you. But anyway, the question of whether he's a man or a candy is irrelevant. But he is a man, or once was.
I guess this says, oh, so you're going to come conquer Cinderella's kingdom. What do you guys think about that? Oh, you're not going to... I'd lick you to death, buddy. My name's Roland, and I'm going to lick you. Penelope, what do you think? I think not, Candy Stick, Ambassador. But I think it's safe to say that you could tell your Candy Lord we don't surrender.
Well, then, I will call in the minions to destroy you, then.
Well, 1 second there, Candy Stick Man. Why send the minions? Why don't you send... Is your lord so afraid of us that he can't face us by himself? Or with his minions? Why doesn't he come with his minions? Because it'll be too easy for us to just... She has the power of 1,000 wizards. And Roland here... As soon as your candy people come, we're just going to change them into... Well, you can't do a mammal for a mammal with candy. How do you become alive? How does a candy stick become alive?
Dark magic, ma'am. I'm full of evil candy power. I mean, I can't do anything, but it's what keeps me alive is some sort of sickness. A candy... I'm a servant of the Candy Lord.
Okay, well, that's nonsense. You guys just sit in your woods and you steal people away. What do? Convert the souls of people into candy? Oh, yes, it's true. I used to be a normal man. I was ambassador of the town of Truffleton. The city-state Truffleton, actually. And I went into the woods with a young woman I loved who was not my wife. Now I'm here to serve forever as proud ambassador of candy, the Candy Lord. Well, anyway, I don't have time to discuss your backstory or the backstory of the Candy Lord at all. Why don't you send him and his minions at the same time? And we'll do battle, the three of us, against your whole army of candy minions and your Candy Lord, the Candy Man, whatever he is. Are you two ready, Roland? Penelope. Quite ready, ma'am. I'm going to do some licking of the candy and sweeping of the candy when it gets changed to the littler candy or something candy-like. All right, then. What do you think there? Penelope. Quite ready. So, all of a sudden coming down is a whole army of candy. And I mean, I don't have time to get into it. Maybe because now that I'm telling the story, I'm worried that I saw this in a movie somewhere. And if I did, send me Drew, you messed up. Or Scooter, you messed up at feedback at sleepwithmepodcast.com. I know once there was a talking gumball in a movie, I think. But anyway, let's not get out of the flow of the story here. I'm just saying this might have been trapped in my subconscious, this next part. Or maybe it's going to be trapped in yours, but coming down the hill, out of the woods of woe, formerly the woods of worry, is candy sticks with candy canes, gumdrop cannons, all sorts of candy minions. You know, they're all, like an army of candy warriors. What else would there be? Go ahead and use your imagination. It could be. For some reason, I'm on a peppermint kick. In my mind, I can't free it from peppermint to think of more. Cookies for wheels would be one thing. And Probably maybe like catapults full of pudding. Maybe they're gonna do a full scale attack on the castle. I don't know, or these would be more minions. So maybe it's not an army. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm just telling you the story. That would be more of, if you were attacking a castle, you might bring that. But if you're just gonna attack 3 people, it might just be more like these candy. What if they're like taffy? Yeah, okay. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this or edit it, but now out of the woods comes a gaggle. And a gaggle means a group of about 40. These taffy, they look like ghouls made of taffy, and they're walking, and they're slinking. They can, go like a slinky, or they can walk, and their faces are kind of frightening, like a ghoul or a ghost. Kind of empty maw jaw and melted eyes, and they move languidly, like cats or supermodels. And they move onto the bridge, and they just wait. They stop it rolling, and they wait. Well, so what are you going to change this taffy into? This taffy monster's here? And Penelope thinks about it. She said, what would I change taffy into? And she goes, maybe some tiny hard candies. Like when taffy dries out in the sun, and you can just sweep them off. The taffy, you notice a tremble goes through the taffy. Taffy trembles terribly. Terrible taffy trembles, because they're also terrible taffy. That's what they called. That's what and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 out of the woods of woe, formerly the woods of worry. A giant man, giant, 10 feet tall, 40 feet wide. A man boy. He has the face of a boy. He's slobbering, drooling, and eating candy, cookies. I want that wand. Boom, boom, boom. Comes down, stops right behind his army on the bridge. They look forward, and he says, ha, 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 ha. Just so you know, my taffy is imbued with a non-hardening agent. Ha, 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 ha. In fact, this taffy is absorption taffy, so go ahead and throw your magic at it. And Penelope looks a little bit worried, but she's like, well, then I'll just change you. He says, I've changed already. And Agatha can't. So you are a candy man. But you're also you lord over candy, but you're a man. You're not a candy man, I'm the candy man. I used to be a boy named by Hansel. Came from one of the countries over there. My sister Gretel and I. We were lured in this woods long ago by a witch. We did battle with her. You may have heard our stories, but you didn't hear the truth. Truth was, I took over the witch's powers, and she took over my mind, somehow poisoned it with her candy. I've eaten candy ever since, and I turned these woods, where she only ruled a dark portion. I turned them all into my territory, the territory of me, the Candy Man. And I would lure souls into this woods, or if you happen to wander in, your family would wonder, where have they gone? Because I would take your soul and put it into the witch's cauldron and convert you to a piece of candy to do my bidding. And my bidding was to make more candy for me to consume without soulless candy, just pure candy, made up. So I would send them out to capture things on the road for the sugar, or the things I needed. But we had quite a few supplies, so it was mostly industrial operation of, we had sugar beets, and we also had some sugar cane, and we had to grow some grains. We did some clear cutting of forward. But anyway, I'm going to destroy you all. Take your wand,
because my powers are limited to this force, because that's what the witch's powers were. She would eat boys and little girls, supposedly, to keep her power going. But it can't leave the wood. Just a bit. I think this power that you have will allow me to expand my candy empire. Forever! Then Penelope goes and she goes, "Oh, you won't be doing nothing. You're going to get swept right off the bridge." And she takes her wand and she goes, "Alakazoo, Alakazee, the boy who loves candy turns into a tree." She points her wand at him and nothing happens. He goes, "Wah, ah, 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 ah. I have a candy coating that I thought might be magic-proof, but I was not sure." So no, I'm quite sure fairy magic overcomes witch magic quite. I mean, this wand is not operating properly. "I will take you all. Taffy, prepare to destroy this man here with his broom. And I will take your wand. Ha ha. And he gets ready. The candy soldiers, they pull out their taffy ghouls. They turn their hands into nooses and whips, and they're menacingly moving towards Roland. And he actually knocks one off with the broom. He pulls it back and throws it at the guy. He goes, "Come on, Mistress Penelope, please." "Taffy soldiers made of sugar. You might be resistant, but turn into booger." And there she goes. Now, obviously, nothing happens because that's just ridiculous. But she's like, "My power." And then Agatha says, Penelope, destroy the bridge. Use your magic to destroy the bridge. In 5, 4. Penelope goes, "Bridge underneath, made of wood, turn into dust as all bridges should. 2, 1, boom!" And at the same time as she says dust, the bridge explodes. It doesn't. Parts of it turn into dust, but most of it just crumbles and falls. But Penelope and Roland, because they are tied in to the thing that was running across over the bridge, because the ropes were tied into some of the supports above the bridge, they just float in the air and the bridge falls. And the Candy Man, Lord Candy, and all his minions fall thousands of feet, smashed on the rocks and washed into the river. They screamed, "Ah! I can't swim!" Ah! And the taffy melts, and they're washed down the river to the polluted part of the river, never to be heard from again. Agatha pulls Roland and uses her ropes and pulleys and such to... It was almost like they're... whatever, that's that part. And she uses the ropes and pulleys to pull them back to the side of the bridge that's not blown up. And now this bridge is unnecessary because it was ran by the candy wood. It was the bridge that went over the part that skirted around the left side of the candy wood. So even though it's gone, nobody's going to miss it. She's like, "That was brilliant. Roland, you were so brave. And Penelope, your magic was so magical. I couldn't believe that. We worked as such a team. Roland, you were distracting, and those questions about candy and whatever were brilliant. Cinderella would be honored to bed you, I'm sure." "Ah, Penelope, you did find your power again." "Yes, it was odd, because usually it didn't quite turn into dust. It kind of exploded a bit, and I noticed, you weren't doing much up there. You didn't seem to be doing much, except you had that plunger, that thing. What was that tool you had up there on the rocks with the wires going down to the bottom of the bridge?" Oh, that was to control the broom. It's a Chinese operation used it. And I don't know why it smells. There's still fire going. Like I didn't use any fire in my spell. It was just turned to dust. Well, it did kind of turn to dust, Penelope. It was brilliant. You're brilliant. Your magic. You're still getting used to your new wand. So, but point is, we won. We're gonna go back and tell Cinderella that her new trade route is open, and that she no longer. I don't know how we're gonna get. We'll have to probably still have Roland seduce her, but no trickery, Roland. You will seduce her. Or maybe, I don't know. But, oh wait, is that the Chamber of Commerce is coming out to greet us? Oh, there's cheering in a parade, and they're coming towards us. The Chamber of Commerce comes with a band, and tons of people are cheering. The head of the Chamber of Commerce, this business guy, is like, "Oh, as we know, we heard the words. Princess Cinderella told us you were going to destroy the big boss behind the Wood of Woe. Formerly the Wood of Fury, but Wood of Woe, officially known now forever. It will no longer woe us, will it? Well, I suppose we'll have to clean it out a bit, but yes, all Cinderella's plans came. We worked together as a team for Cinderella, and the Wood of Woe should worry no one no more. Well, this is wonderful. We'll have open trade. It'd be so much more efficient. There's poor folk back here that are cheering. We've given them a job for the day, and they're happy because the grain price. Well, the price will increase less quickly now for your grain, poor folk. All right, and the rest of the products you buy, well, the price will go up more slowly than quickly, because we won't have a reason to justify it, and the princess is talking about some price controls and such, and she's forced us to do this. But she has told us that our profits will be offset by the lower prices and the speed to market and the new markets that open up, so we could exploit other people than these folks here. So anyway, we're so pleased with you and Cinderella. She is a visionary woman. I'm still getting over the fact that we're going to use these other markets to offset our profits, and we still need to do some calculations. I do believe that she will be a worthy queen one day. And this prince, he talks of war now, but anyway, we're here to celebrate your victory. That's right. This isn't about you or the future. Run along, parade. As Agatha's talking right now, even though she sounds a bit like a man. She said, "Roland, I'm proud of you. Penelope, I'm proud of you. Let's go back to the Wizard's Tower. We'll have a little drink to celebrate our victory today, and then we'll go meet with Cinderella and talk about the future." And that's it for tonight, folks. A battle with the boss. I wonder with the Hansel and Gretel, was that something implanted in my brain from like a Shrek movie? Or did I actually make it up? Like it's hard creating these stories the way I do and not knowing. And I'm not trying to steal anything from anybody. I might have made it up. It might have been in my subconscious. I'm trying to imagine. It'd be hard to imagine I haven't come across a recreation of Hansel and Gretel. But was he a big boss, and was he evil? And what happened to Gretel in this story? I'm not sure yet, but I'm sure we'll see. Well, a dog's barking in the distance, and that means it's time for you to go to sleep. If you're still listening, go ahead. Wonder where Gretel is. I can tell you. Maybe she's safe in bed, asleep somewhere, sound, just like you. Good night. As our episode starts out, the entire village is a Twitter. And a Twitter doesn't mean on Twitter, it means like chitter-chattering. Because the night before, the king and the queen were defenestrated? I don't know. I know somebody will correct me. Defenestration. They were killed in an act of defenestration, I guess would be the night before. The king and the queen were killed
in an act of defenestration, meaning they were thrown out of the window of the castle to their death. And their bodies were found with bars of soap stuffed in their mouths. And since their discovery, talk of war with the city on the other side of the former woods of woe, Barun. Now, the prince suspects that Barun's spies have snuck in through the former woods of woe and killed his parents because of the threat of them emerging into their markets and taking over. The prince, along with his trusted advisors, have decided that they need to invade Barun to secure the port and secure themselves for safety, or else the prince could be next. And the prince is on his way over to the wizard's tower to talk to his wizard, the Mistress Agatha, or as we know her, the stepmother. He knocks on the wizard's tower door, Mistress Agatha, Mistress Agatha. And Mistress Agatha opens up the door and ushers him the sitting room. He takes the seat, and just on the other side of a tapestry, listening in, is, of course, the fairy godmother and Roland. And Mistress Agatha, my liege, my prince. She gets down on her knees. She's like, oh, what can I do at this time of heavy heart? I'm so sorry to hear of your parents' untimely demise and their murder. Well, Mistress Agatha, I appreciate your kind words, but this is no time for pleasantries or heavy hearts. It's time to wield a heavy hand, a hand heavy with sword, against those monsters in Barun that have taken my parents' lives and plan to take all our lives, is what I believe. Agatha sits quietly for a second and thinks. Oh, well, yes, Princess. Prince, I respect your call to action, in memory of your father and dearest mother. How can you be sure that the people of Barun perpetrated this act, the kingdom of Barun? Well, I spoke with my advisors, and that's the only sensible thing. Like, no one from this kingdom, my mother and father will be loved, and so am I. I'm the most beloved prince currently in princedom. Now I'd be king. No, so those outsiders from Barun, angry, and they looked at the opportunity where you defeated the boss of the Wood of Woe to send their spies right in and out in cover of darkness before we secured the forest for ourselves. Which, if I had known, if Cinderella didn't even inform me you were clearing out the Wood of Woe, I would have established a garrison on the road. But alas, it is only sensible, and they want to tax all our use of that port. They don't want to open their markets to free trade. Talk to the members of our kingdom, and overly concerned. They want to flood our market with cheap salts and such. And the most telling thing is the soap in my parents' mouth. It was made in Barun, I believe. A sign of their domination. Well, actually, Prince, the soap was made by this former soap maker out in the valley. He is no longer with us, but I did hear that it was the former royal soaps. I can't remember the name of it anymore, but there's some fancy soaps that only the king and queen. Are you sure it's not some sort of uprising that you could quell among your people? Like, Mrs. Agatha, you question my judgment, the judgment of my council, because you do not sit on my council. You merely serve at the discretion of the king. Oh, my prince, take no offense. My ignorant words, I'm merely a wizard woman, not worldly, not wise. So, I give you my silence, dear king. Well, the reason I'm here, Mistress Agatha, is you need to prepare for battle. For you will be at the head of my forces as we go into Barun. And though their walls are known as the Walls of Woe, well, they were, but and now that Cinderella changed the Woods of Woe to Woe, the Walls of Weeping. The Walls of Weeping Women.
because the women will weep when their men go to the walls and are killed or something. I don't know. The walls are weeping women anyway, because no force has ever conquered those walls. But I know, with you at my side, Mistress Agatha, you could just knock down those walls with your wizard-like powers and we'll be in and no problem. Is that a definite... Well, okay, my prince, I'll need about a month or two. Yes, my prince. If you just give me some time to formulate a plan, arrange for the proper magics. I need some newts and some toe-eyed falcons and such. And dragons' tears. Once I gather those, it'll take me a month or two, then we'll be right on invading power. No! Mr. Agatha, you need to be ready now. We will strike when they least expect it. We'll invade them, and we will destroy them. You will be ready tomorrow, or when I call you. Oh, and by the way, Cinderella needs to see you about something or other. She prefers you in your matronly assistant's form or something. Go see her. Good day. And with that, the prince stormed off. As soon as the prince stormed off, the fairy godmother and Roland came out of hiding. Stepmother turns to him and is like, "Oh, this is no good. I wish Cinderella would have told us that she was planning on launching a land war with this opening of the Woods of Woe. This couldn't... Cinderella, the Cinderella I raised, well, I guess I did raise her in a bed of cinders. Maybe she is blood-hungry. Blood? Isn't it bloodthirsty, Mom? Wouldn't you be bloodthirsty as opposed to blood-hungry? Roland, silence. Well, what are we going to do about this, you two? We don't have the wand. So I'm not leading any army against the walls of weeping women. Oh, my. What do you two think? Well, I'm just worried about Cinderella, Mom. You think she'll be a weeping woman? Wait a second. Is the prince going to go over those walls of weeping? Would he be... No, the prince will be sitting back in his castle. At best, he'll be at the back of the army. He's not a... I doubt we'll get him killed, Roland. I'm sorry. Fairy godmother, what do you think? Well, it truly is no good, and I was just wondering, Cinderella's been... With the opening of the Woods of Woe, did she really want free commerce, or did she have a plan, or is this an unintended consequence? I would love to speak to dear Cinderella and just comfort her. She must be worried about her people and her prince. This beautiful prince, he smelled of lilacs and lavender and a bit of spices of old. Anyway, fairy godmother, come on. Normally, we could talk to Cinderella. I mean, when I would deal with my husbands or gentlemen callers, just withhold sex for a while, and then be like, okay, well, we won't be sleeping together, dear, unless till you think about my opinion. I just think we should wait a little while to invade Baron. But if you want to do it in a hurry, go ahead, but you no longer share my bed. You'll need to sleep somewhere else with the dogs, or the pigs, or whatever, depending on, the various places I've lived these past years. Well, what are we going to do? Agatha, it's me, Penelope. I'm thinking. Now, you would need to trust me in this, but I think I have a plan. Your sexy talk is... thinking of the prince. I have an idea, but you'd have to trust me. I need to go see Cinderella myself. Trust you? You trusting-faced, kindly-looking woman? I'd never trust... Well, I did
use you as bait in the last battle with the... That I was bait? Yeah, so you were supposed to stand on the bridge and attract the big boss and his minions, and then I blew up the bridge. Well, I thought I blew up the bridge with my new wand and my new powers. No, I told you that to trick you. But I could use you. I knew the plan would work, or I was relatively sure that I'd be able to blow up the bridge, and the minions and the big boss would be on the bridge, and then it would go down, and I had you and Roland strapped in quite nicely. I figured you'd be safe. The big boss is dead, and his minions are gone. So, wow, you really are a monster. But, so now you owe me trust, I guess, so I'll go see Cinderella. Well, I guess I do. You know, we're sounding so similar. Is it because we spend so much time together? As the stepmother, I must say, why don't you go and see Cinderella? So Fairy Godmother goes off to see Cinderella. And as we've covered in previous episodes, Cinderella, you know, used to think the Fairy Godmother and stepmother, when she was just a Cinder girl, that they were separate people. But since she went to the castle, the stepmother tricked her into thinking that she was both the stepmother and the Fairy Godmother, and because she was a wizard, the stepmother, that she could appear in either form. And the Fairy Godmother has done none to dissuade that lie. But, so she goes up to the castle, princess's wing, or whatever you want to call it. And, knock, knock, knock. I'm here to see the princess. Says Cinderella. Have a seat. I never know why you come in one garb or the other to see me. But I'm not pleased at all with my husband. He's boggled up all my plans. I'd opened the woods of woe. I'd already made deals with most of the merchants of Baroun, which would create job opportunities, new markets, lower prices. Of course, you know, we were going to levy some import and export taxes for some of my social programs. And then now the prince's parents were killed. And the soap to me is a clear sign it's an inside job. Prince's parents were killed by the king and queen. Rest their souls. The king is just a lower lord anyway, the last only available. Anyway, they were nice folks anyway. You know, they were obviously killed by their people, rich or poor. Now, starting this talk of war, it could have been a setup from, you know, some of these well-to-do types to start this war. I mean, they sell their weapons and such. I don't know. But anyway, this is all nonsense, and the prince is mucking my plans up, and I'm not too pleased about it. And I'm not sure even what to do. If he starts this war, people will be killed. It's the wall of wailing women. I'm thinking of renaming it the Wall of Wishes Wasted. You know, all the dreams dashed. The dreams dashed, but there's no D at wall. The diameter, I don't know. The wall of dreams dashed. The dangers of dreams dashed. Maybe I'll write that a poem. Anyway, dear step-fairy godmother, Mistress Agatha, I'm at a loss of what to do to stop this war. Prince, well, that's what I was thinking, my dear. Have a seat. Are you still keeping your tides and moon calendar about the changes in your body monthly, as I've taught you? Oh, yes, I have. It's become habitual, so I do it every morning. I keep track of how my body is, you know, the cycles you taught me about. Yes, I do. It's a monthly habit, so I keep track on my calendar every month. And where are you in the cycles? Is your moon full? Or is your moon close to full? Or is it far from full? It is far from full right now, so it is a time when I am not able to bear a child, most likely, right? Right, so I've taught you to avoid. I've taught you to avoid sleeping with the prince, correct? And using proper precautions, but lately I've just said stay away from him. Yes, I know, I've desired the prince, but you've kept up on all these tasks I've given you, so I've not sexed the prince. Or made love, as the proper folks call it. And, I have desires within me, but you have taught me to quell those as well. Well, dear, what would you say to going a few rounds with the prince and seeing if you can't flood his mind or relieve him? Maybe his aggression is a part of his frustration. As the prince come on to you, he's kind of given up, you're right. So maybe a little play with the little prince. I don't know. It changes the men, I'm told. Makes them more malleable, so maybe if you spend some time with the prince, just go ahead and see, okay? And then I'll come meet with you soon. Well, and maybe you could even go out on the road. Don't go into harm's way, but if he takes us out on the road to Barun, even out on the road, keep him entertained a bit. Make sure you are his princess, his queen. He's going to want a son soon, so why don't you give him the illusion you're ready to bear one? That this is the time, even though it's the new moon. Oh, you are so wise. I will do that, okay? And good day, and thank you so for coming, stepmother. I'm sorry that I've always had such harsh words for you, and my confusion still to trust you in this form or that form, or neither. But I think my heart has grown fond of you as a whole, and I see you as a warrior now, and one that deserves my kindness and honor. So here, let me hug you. Oh, okay, and be off now. Okay, good day. So the fairy godmother goes off and goes back to the wizard's tower. She gets back to the wizard's tower. Agatha and Roland are waiting for her. And then she comes in. She goes, okay. How'd it go? Is Cinderella okay? Is everything okay? Roland, you'll need to leave us alone. You need to speak to Agatha, woman to woman. Okay. Roland, it'd probably be best if you go prepare your armor and stuff for war. Okay, Mistress Penelope. Okay. I'll do so. Mistress Penelope, how did it go with Cinderella? Well, it went quite nice, thank you for asking, Agatha. She sends her hugs and love to us both as one. Well, I've been here picking my brain, I'll be honest. Trying to come at now. The only thing I can think of is you trying to sneak your wand out, but I know Cinderella has hidden it because I tried to break into her room a few times, but I don't know. It's like she's going to get a wand, or is she going to... I couldn't figure out what's your plan. Oh, you didn't figure out my plan, did you? Agatha, you're not the only one who understands the sexy time, so let's talk about sex. Baby. What the... Have you been turned into a tart while I was gone? No. Here's the plan. It's quite simple. I'm encouraging Cinderella to have sex with the prince. You see, this is her time of the month when her body is unprepared or unripe, as a nastier person might put it. The chances of her bearing a child are low to almost nothing. We've both been keeping quite good track of this. And so, she will be having sex with the prince, or making love, whatever you want to term it. Okay, I'm with you there. And then withhold it? That's not a... No. How you forget, even though the chances, if you make it into as an Archimedes or one of those, I don't know, one of those people that use those abacuses or whatever, might say, the percentage is low, but it's not nil. Okay. So there is a chance, a devastatingly dangerous chance, she could get pregnant. though it's unlikely. And the fairy world has no choice but to respond as if I've failed them, and make that chance nil. Oh, okay, so what are you saying? So, they won't take half measures. Something is coming. Some sort of response, and I don't believe still they have the power to kill the prince or the princess. I mean, they might kill us. I doubt it, but it's coming. Right now, she might be making sweet love to the prince, and the fairy universe is crafting a response as if I've failed at my job. So I've put my wand on the line for you once again, for all of us. Wow, that plan is brilliant. I mean, as long as they don't send like some sort of parasite that just kills the three of us and, renders the prince invirile or something. Yes, I know. I've thought of that, but really, I mean, if we charge up to the walls of dreams dashed, or whatever the wailing, weeping, or whatever the prince he's no general. Most of his soldiers are fat and tired. He's going to cost many men's their lives. The empire may fall. I guess maybe I should do it but I love Cinderella so. And I don't want the prince hurt at all either. I mean, physically. So as much as I distaste him making love to Cinderella, I must do what's best for her and for us. I mean, we could be killed just as easily, and then who's going to watch over Cinderella if not the three of us and do her bidding? Wow, I really respect you, Penelope. It's brilliant. So now we just wait. Roland, you can come in now. Oh, yes, dears. What were you discussing there about Cinderella? I couldn't quite hear it. Oh, Roland, something terrible is going to happen soon. So we just need to sit around the tower and wait for it to happen, and be prepared for anything. So, put on your armor and such. I think I have a little bit of another plan, Penelope, if you don't mind me. Because what if I have an idea that they might also try to get us or do something to us? Oh, yes, you just whisper in my ear. We don't need Roland blowing it. All right, Mrs. E, don't tell me the plan. And so they sit in the tower and they craft the rest of the plan. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait. A day and a night go by, and then the next morning, the bells of the town, bells of the city are ringing out. Bong, bong, like from the castle or somewhere. There's a knock at the door. There's a representative of the king at the door of the wizard's tower. He tells Agatha, "Be prepared to head out to battle when the sun is at its apex. The king expects all to be gathered. All townsfolk and all soldiers to leave for war, and this city will see us off." Well, hey, that's dumb, to get us out at the sun's apex. That's the hottest part of the day. It comes from the orders of the soon-to-be coronated king. He'll be coronated, and then we'll head off into battle. All right, then, we'll prepare. So they go to prepare, and they go outside, and they get in a wagon. They're all sitting up on this wagon. They got a couple horses, and they get directed towards the front of the gathered soldiers, and they put their wagon up in the front of the gathered soldiers. They're just kind of sitting up there in the wagon. They're sitting up there in the wagon, not doing anything, and then there's a big stage on the side, and there's soldiers gathered, and then all around, the soldiers are the town, city folk, and the king's up there, and the head of the city's church, or the state church, or whoever gives official coronations, the king's up there, and they coronate him. Kind of, Cinderella's there, and she's coronated as queen. Nothing too, just a little bit of pomp, a whole lot of circumstance. I don't know, a whole lot of, just kind of dull. I mean, and everyone's sitting there sweating. It's high noon. And then suddenly it's unseasonably hot. So not only did he pick noon, but he picked, with his bad luck, just a hot day. It's getting hot, everybody's sweating. A couple of the older soldiers faint and have to get revived. King After he gets a crown, he calls for silence. He makes this speech, which I won't bother quoting too much. He says, "Oh, my people, thank you for honoring me, and your honor is I carry forth. My dear people, thank you for your applause. Talk of war and the killing of my parents by this evil town Baron. Don't worry, soon we will quell them. And their walls of woe, weeping, women, dreams dashed. I plan on making a prince in the belly of my bride, my sweet queen, who even glows at this moment with her tender neck and the crook of her sweet, sweet elbows." And Cinderella kind of makes tells him "My head is filled with," I don't even know what this word means, but I want to say lugubrious, because that's how I feel, I think. But know that I only go to battle so that we remain the best, and for the best of us to have the best. We would take this town. We would tell the people what to do. We will make sure they aren't taxing our goods. And we'll just take their goods and do what we wish. Maybe some people have to get put out of business or put in jail. But as such, my people, don't worry. I will return in glory. Soldiers may be lost. Yes, you. The fainters will be first. It'll be lost, probably. What's that? The sun's getting dim. As I said to meet at the height of day. Why is the sun getting dim? And he's right. All of a sudden, the sun's kind of dimming, almost like it's almost like there's a sudden eclipse. And none of us were paying attention because we were paying attention to the new king and the coronation. But if we were paying attention, we would have seen something slowly creep over the horizon, like a new moon, and then slowly going through the sun. But it's actually going slower. Faster. Those of us who have seen an eclipse, the sun kind of moves slow across the sky. This thing's moving. So it blocks the sun goes out, and then it comes back in. And hopefully no one was looking at the wrong moment when, it could get your eyeballs burned. But then they realize it's like a giant hunk of earth with a volcano on it. It was Prince like, what the heck is that thing? And Cinderella's like, well, that looks like, that's odd. That's a floating volcano. It's like it was torn up out of the earth and it's just floating. The Prince is like, what evil is that? Hey, is that some wizard? My witch? What is that? Did you call that for us? And Agatha just sits. They're just sitting in their, carriage or whatever, staring straight ahead or whatever I called it earlier or whatever. Yeah, they're just sitting there staring. She doesn't respond. She's just staring straight ahead, her rolling and the stepmother. And then the volcano slowly goes overhead. And it's pretty high up, so, it's not close, but it's definitely, you can feel a sizzle in the air. And you can see lava floating down the sides, and it's obviously some sort of magic that tore it out of the earth and made it fly, because it looks like, it got scooped up by an ice cream scooper from underneath the earth. So it's got some underground, then the flat part, and then the volcano part. It just floats out. It's floating over there, and the prince is like, all right, move along. What is this act of volcanic flying? Wow, someone shoot an arrow up there. My lord, we can't shoot. That's quite a far way in the sky, my lord. We couldn't possibly. We don't have anything that shoots that high. It looks closer than it is, lord. But if that was actually close, it's bigger than it's the deception of the Someone have that man killed. Anyway, we need to get. Witch, respond to me. And all of a sudden, feel like the air shudders, because the volcano's probably shuddering. And then you just hear almost like a giant spitting a seed or something, and you see just a tiny, tiny sliver of lava shoots out of the top, goes straight for the carriage containing Agatha, Roland, and the stepmother. Goes right into Roland's head. Vaporizes the entire carriage. Now, of course, everyone's in shock. Even you, dear listeners, might be in shock. Well, I mean, most of the townspeople are in shock. The king's in shock. Cinderella's kind of in shock. But if you're a regular listener, you're like, come on, what's the angle? And yeah, there's an angle. It was decoy. So, somewhere off to the side, Roland and stepmother and Agatha are hiding. Probably dressed. I guess if it was probably dressed as regular. No, they wouldn't be dressed. They're dressed as over with the townspeople, dressed as townspeople. Not farther from the stage are Roland, Agatha, and Penelope. The soldiers are kind of nervous. All right, move along, Volcano. You took my witch. Then there's another shudder of the air. And another and about 4 or 5 more little slivers of lava shoot out and take out about 15 soldiers. Just vaporize them or melt them. It's quite gross on top of being sudden and absolute. So the soldiers are starting to panic, but they got nowhere to go. The king and the higher, what do you call them, generals types. The knights and these are the foot soldiers that are getting killed. The knights and such, they're all, stand down, and the people are starting to panic. What was it? This is Baroon. Cinderella's starting to roll her eyes, and she's like, oh, God, what is this? And even Agatha kind of leans into Penelope. She says, well, this is quite a response. What next? Penelope goes, don't worry. Cinderella will know what to do. Trust us. And then, the prince or the king is just like, be gone, Volcano. Open the gates, we'll storm. You can't move as fast as us, Volcano. We'll outrun you to the gates of Baroon. And then people are like, well, what if Baroon's the one that sent the volcano? This is no good. Baroon's sending a volcano. It must have quite a powerful wizard. And then more knights and soldiers. I mean, the army's slowly getting taken out. The volcano's just shooting, taking people out little by little with almost like you'd imagine lasers in modern day. You get hit by a stream of lava, and you get 2 things are going to happen. One, because it's a warm day, because it's noon, the lava's staying hot and not solidifying. So when it hits the person, it's traveling directly through them, melting them, taking them in the lava, and then, either just knocking a little bit of a hole in the ground below it. We happen to be on very thick pavers, so, melting through the pavers. A little bit cooler out, volcano's a little bit higher, depending on the jet stream. You're going to be hit by a giant lava rock, hot probably still, which will smash you and burn you. So either way, you're going to get hit by a hot lava rock, and that'll destroy. Not a pleasant way to go either. But right now, people are just getting vaporized and panic. And now panic. The king's like, don't panic, everyone, charge. And then as people leave, as soldiers try to charge, they get vaporized. Pretty soon, the whole army's devastated. Pretty soon, the whole army is decimated, dead, vaporized, melted. It stinks like high heaven, like burnt flesh and lava. A couple people have been injured by little lava splashes or melted metal splashes. Prince is kind of still sticking to his... Be off! All right, Baroon. All right. We will not invade you now that I have no army. You have your way, Baroon. We will step down. We will go back on... We won't go back on our word. We will work with you as equal trade partners. You hear me, Baroon? Baroon! And then a couple more shudders, and Some lava lands by the prince, but, doesn't hit him. Just kind of threatens him. The prince is like, "You! People of my town, you! This thing's not listening to me! You must gather up your fallen comrades, melted swords that don't... I guess they're all melted down. Gather some kind of weapons and we got 'em our own. We gotta do..." And the people of the town... finally Cinderella says, "Halt! Halt, all of you! My prince... lava, volcano in the sky... king... you need to listen up, because this is all your fault, my liege. You could have just left the Woods of Woe open, a perfectly good... You had to go. We had the Woods of Woe open. We had a new trading path. You had to go and muck it all up. And now you've angered. And you go and declare war on a town that has a volcano weapon. Shouldn't you have done some research at least, Prince? Shouldn't you have done some research before deciding to invade a town? Wouldn't you think if they had the walls of wailing women? Oh, you're no king, and you will never bear prince with me. I will never, from 10 minutes ago forward, sleep with you again. My king, you are my king no longer. You are my husband in name only, and I will carve that name from my face or my heart or wherever it's permanently, figuratively placed, because you disgust me. You're no king and you were no prince, and your father was a lower lord that just happened to be... Anyway, I'm ashamed to call you my husband. These people should be ashamed to call you king. And then people start throwing stuff at him. Now, luckily for him, he still has bodyguards, which aren't soldiers. So they gather around him, and they're deflecting the oranges and rocks. Cinderella says, "You make me sick." And as all this interpersonal drama floats out, what we don't notice is that the volcano's been slowly creeping back until it blocks out the sun again. And the people are, "Ooh," and that's still blocking. It's moving. It's backing away. But when the lights were out, the prince has drawn a dagger. And as the sun comes back, he's got the dagger to Cinderella's throat. And he's like, You were supposed to spawn me. You were nothing but a cinder girl with a glass slipper. You fooled it. You tricked your way into my bed, you monster, with your glass slippers. Well, you should know something. I had your glass slipper melted down and made into this knife just in case you ever crossed me. Because all women have crossed me. You and my mother included. And now I know this is you trying to take this from me. You sinner girl. I'm going to take your life because you won't take this crown from my head, even though you have your own crown which says you're queen. I am king, and you are nothing. And Ghostie's looks like he's going to cut throat. At the same time, the town is in shock. The volcano's kind of going off the distance. You're kind of missing, with this personal drama, it's kind of cool because, how often have you seen a floating volcano with the smoke and the lava bubbling out of the top of it and such, floating off in the distance, but it's beside the point. He holds the thing to his throat, and all of a sudden, rolling in a somersault ball towards him is the fairy godmother. She takes him out, then she kicks him in the stomach. She says, "Cut my throat, you dirty, dirty man." She puts her sizable body between Cinderella and the prince jumps up and dusts himself off. He says, "I'll cut you." And then Roland runs to her side with his sword and pretends like he's going to draw his sword to protect Cinderella. And Cinderella says, "I'd rather kiss this common soldier than kiss your face, you nasty king." And she kisses Roland. And Roland, of course, faints. Prince is shaking with rage, and he holds the knife towards the fairy godmother's neck. She says, "Prince, take me for punishment, and I will serve you sexually. And as a servant for all life, if you spare Cinderella, you could treat me as you wish. As a strange mother you love, or as a victim. But you will not hurt Cinderella. I tell you that. You could take my life. But you could take me with you, or you could kill me. I don't know. But leave Cinderella be." Cinderella's kind of taken aback by the bravery of the fairy godmother, and her heart starts to kind of melt the suspicion and the anger she always had towards the stepmother, until she sees a little movement out of the corner of her eye, and then she sees the stepmother looking on in shock, and then she looks at the fairy godmother. She looks at the stepmother, and then the prince sees her looking over her. "Hey, Mistress Agatha, why do you watch? I thought you were burned to a crisp with your chariot, or whatever you were in, that stagecoach or whatever. I need you to destroy these people." And Agatha shakes you. "Prince, you are not worthy of me as your mistress, or your wizardress. These are my people. This brave, puffy woman, and this dunce-like soldier who would give their life to protect a girl that I had in cinders." Cinderella's like, despite all the drama, she's like, what the, these they were two separate women. She's pissed. Prince is pissed. And Prince feels like everybody's turned on him, but his bodyguards are still loyal. And they're massive, efficient, and the reserve soldiers have been called in. And the reserve soldiers have been called in. They're quelling any disruptions in the crowd. The prince says, "Well then, you've all chosen your fate. Lock them in the wizard's tower. And lock them from the outside, you know what I mean. Lock them up. And I'll decide what to do with them. Probably we'll burn the Cinder Girl and her Cinder family down in the tower of the wizard." Is there any explosives in there, by the way? Would you tell me that if there were? "Anyway, lock them up and throw away the key, but don't throw it. Give it to me. And you, townspeople, you will all suffer the same fate. Well, if you don't, you'll suffer the same fate if you don't learn that I'm king." Blah! Ah! He does one of those type. Bodyguards escort Cinderella, the queen. Well, and I don't know if she's former queen. I don't know what legal proceedings they have to go through. They escort her, Roland, fairy godmother, and the stepmother, who now have some explaining to do, into the wizard's tower, and they lock them up. Then they quell like I said, well, they can't quell twice. You can't use quell twice. The townspeople, he's like, "Go back to your homes." The king goes back to the castle to regroup. That's where we're going to leave it off tonight. With quite some drama. I mean, king wanted to invade a foreign town named Baroun. And wow, I mean, there was sex, there was violence, there was volcanoes. This was quite a night, and thank you so much for listening. I hope it wasn't so exciting. That's it. So, hope you get a good night's sleep. Good night. As we pick up there, thrown into the wizard's tower, Cinderella, the queen, Penelope, the fairy godmother, Roland, the dude, and Agatha, the stepmother. And the door is closed, and the king's like, "Now the door's shut. We will deal with the four of you. You all disgust me." And he's still throwing a fit, and he stomps off and muttering about invasions and backstabbers. Meanwhile, these four have been thrown in a room at the worst possible time to throw the four of them in because, this is one of those elephant in the room type situations when someone's going to give you bad news. You've all been there. There's people you don't want to be alone in a room with. And have to be, after the small talk dies down, you got to be, so that's what we're dealing with here. So after everyone goes to the bathroom or the chamber room and drink some water or whatever, fritters away a little time, they gather in the main room of the wizard's tower. And they can hear, hammering on the doors and wood piling up. And they're wondering if the prince is going to go through with his promise to burn the tower down. Roland's trying to push the door open, and the assembly's like, "Oh, Roland, don't bother with that door. They're going to lock us in here." "Well, what do you think they're going to do, Mom? What do you think they're going to do to us?" And then Cinderella sighs. "Oh, well, if he's fool enough, even though you said something about flammable liquids, he'll try to burn this place down, even though it's stone. And everyone knows stone is very hard to burn down without a dragon. He has no dragon. And he'll probably just light a fire and it'll go out. And then he'll probably pour something and hope that there's flammable liquids. I don't know. It's not good, though." The fairy godmother, "Oh, well, maybe the king will let us go. I mean, he could become, the crown has, I've seen it before in many a day. The crown has a strange effect on a man, and he could become a wise and fair king. Quite handsome and wise and fair. And maybe he'll just let us go." It's a possibility. No, it's not a possibility, Penelope. And Cinderella's right. He's going to try to get us somehow. And I'm sure he's crafting some way. And if not, he'll hang us. I mean, he'll burn me because I'm a witch. But the rest of you, he'll hang you or behead you. We'll be punished. We're definitely going to lose our lives if he has his way. Well, then what should we do then? What should we do, Agatha? What do you propose? How should we escape this tower? I don't know. And I could try to talk to him. I could try to talk some sense into him. He seemed quite miffed. He almost cut Cinderella's throat, so I don't think sending her, to the window to talk to him would be good. Cinderella, what are you doing at that window anyway? Oh, there's some flames across the town, and I don't want to sound egotistical, but I hope the people just abandon the town. The working people. The people that are made to suffer under poor leadership. So maybe they're all gathering to abandon the town. It looks like there's some fires. And I can hear some chattering, but yeah. Go, people! Abandon this town, this city. Go to Barun or someplace else. Start afresh. Take your labor and skills elsewhere and let this king... Cinderella, I don't think they can hear you. Whew, okay. Well, I, as queen, hate to say this, but, looks like we're going to have to put things aside and we're going to have to face facts and have a chat, and it's not going to be comfortable, so let's all have a seat. Okay, Cinderella, my queen, I'd like you to speak up real quick. If, this is the end for all of us. I don't know if you're familiar with this term, but Cinderella, you're in possession of my heart, and I've fallen for you since the moment I laid eyes on you with your front. Your back was quite fetching, I saw that a few times, but the first time I saw your eyes, your kind face. So if we're gonna go, I needed you to know that. Possibly We could be married, if that's something you're interested in, but, I just needed to say that, okay, that's it, I'm sitting down, because, okay, and please do not speak, Cinderella, unless, from your sweet, sweet lips, unless, oh, you're so lovely. And I gotta admit, I've been dreaming about being in the same room as you, and be honest, like, wondering, if you smelled like, what you smelled like, and if you wore perfumes, or lotions, or spices, but you have a sweet smell and natural spell, Cinderella. Like I don't know. Well, anyway, I'm gonna sit. Okay. Well, Cinderella, it's your stepmother, and I know you're upset. And let's not be rash here. Let's all calm down. No one, Roland. You don't need to throw yourself out the window to prove your love. Don't defenestrate yourself. Or self-fenestrate, I don't know. Is it Can you defenestration? Anyway, Roland, you calm down. Cinderella, mistakes have been made. I, for one, am one of the mistakers. But I don't know what to say, Cinderella. Well, I'll tell you what to start with. Is that fucking volcano? What was with the volcano? And I'm talking to you, plump woman with the sateen hoodie over there. You, the lady that used to have the wand that doesn't got crap now for me. That was supposed to be, oh, I'm so kindly, I've helped the mice. What the fuck was that volcano doing? Volcano, you say? Well, Cinderella, it's, the two of you with your scam, running your scam on me. Oh, we're one person. Oh, I'm your stepmother and your fairy godmother. And I'm you monstrous-faced beast. I mean, you torture me all my childhood after my dad dies. Even while he was, prancing around my house that I lived with my mother and my father. And yeah, I'm carrying a grudge with you. Believe me. And don't give me that. Why don't you take that little wrinkle between your eyes and relax it, because this is... Whew, I'm mad at you and you. You, Roland, you're sweet, okay? And technically you're not even a bad kisser. So if this is the end, maybe we could share a final kiss, okay? And it won't be unpleasant. You're not an unpleasant kisser. And your face and your demeanor is quite tolerable for a head of the princess's guard. Former head, I guess. Yeah, I don't know where they vetted you, but you're quite... Okay, don't... What? Why are you getting on your knee? Well, if this is the case that we share a last kiss, I'd like to propose something, Cinderella, and you don't have to wait. You don't have to commit now. But just think about it for the future. For if we go to the river Styx, or the giant deer country, or the land of the bogmen, or whatever you call it, in your heart where we'll go in the afterlife, consider being my wife there. We could be wed. We could be a bride and a groom. Do you think you'd be my wife if we die? Okay. Moving on. I was really hurt. I'll be honest, I tried not to. I was suspicious about this whole, that you were both my stepmother and my fairy godmother. But then I remembered the old days when I was hurting, when I was a cinder girl, and you and your daughters hurt me. And then you came along, swept me off my feet and said, oh, I'm going to put, I'm here to help you. Don't cry. Let me let these birds suckle on your tears and, weave you a dress. And let me pull, you were pulling stuff out of tree trunks. You acted like you cared about me. And apparently you don't. Because the best I can make of this whole situation, I don't know when you two teamed up, but your number one concern is either the prince or my womb, and not me. You know, you're so worried about me not carrying the prince's baby, which thank goodness now, so thank you, inadvertently, thank you. But you acted like you cared about me, and now apparently you're in love with the king. Oh, the king's so great. And you just fly around with your, oh, good. Stepmother, you know, there's a sick part of me that always wanted your love, I guess, inside of me. And I've tried to kill that girl, believe me. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, well, maybe you were like this two-headed beast trying to help me. So why? I just don't get it. Why? Why? Fairy godmother, what were you doing? Why? Well, Cinderella, first of all, I'm a fairy godmother. When I say, oh, hello, Cinderella, I'm your fairy godmother, it's like a royal you're. Like, I'm exclusively only your fairy godmother. We think I was just waiting in that tree trunk? Oh, I hope a ball comes, and I hope a prince comes, so that I can come out of this tree trunk and help the poor little Cinder girl. Now, you were a wonderfully nice girl, and you tolerated a lot. But do you think I was just hanging out in that tree trunk waiting to whisk you off to the ball in some fancy gown so you could get seduced by a prince, and then you could go back, you didn't give it his number, or whatever, you didn't even give him your name, and then you go back the next... You know, you think that's what I was just waiting around for? Don't you think I would have come earlier if I was exclusively your fairy godmother, and changed around, like got her, bad attitude tight face, and had her stop throwing lentils at you in the fireplace? So, yeah, I'm a fairy godmother. That's my job. A fairy godmother. I work for the Grander Fairy Council, and I get assignments. My assignments are critical to the functioning and the balance of this universe. And I was sworn at birth. I've been raised to do this job. I am a fairy. There's a fairy code, and at some point along this whole mess, I lost my way. My assignments came through little by little. Get you to the ball. Get you to the ball again. Assist you. Keep you beautiful. Help you with the prince. And then at all costs, my last assignment was, do not let Cinderella be impregnated by the prince. And that's been my mission. I've been working hard. But then you told me to get pregnant by the prince, and I know that was you, because now I can tell, thanks to Mr. Roland, Mr. Kissy Face over here, my sense of smell is heightened, so I can tell the subtle differences in the two of you, and how you're slight. Neither one of you stinks, by the way, okay? That's not what I'm saying, but... So, what I am saying is, this doesn't make any sense. So some fairy council, who's this fairy council? I'd like to speak to someone there. Well, Cinderella, I can't just rush you off. You're not the queen of fairyland. You're the queen here. And you're not doing a heck of a good job of it. And just dragging me across the coals. Yeah, I cared about you. I loved you. Do I wish I could have been your exclusive fairy? You would have probably been top of the list. I've worked for some real charmers. Sworn to secrecy on all that, and actually they erase our minds after each and every mission is complete, so I just know I have residual anger. But, I'm sorry. Okay, Cinderella, I'm sorry that I let you down, and that I got caught up in this whole thing, and I'm probably going to lose, I already lost my wand, I'm probably going to lose my, I was treasurer to the Fairy City Hawkins dance, and that was a coveted spot. So that's gone. So you're not the only one affected here, Cinderella. I'm going to die too. So la-di-da-da. And that's it. I'm done. Okay, Cinderella. Penelope. And that's her name. You can call her Penelope instead of Fairy Godmother if you prefer. Whew. Okay, Cinderella, I guess I need to come clean here. My intention, Cinderella, to be honest with you, was to win you back. And I know I never won you, I guess to win you. I know I wasn't the best stepmother. And sure, I'll be honest with you, my intention was just to get into the castle and marry a lower lord. I thought there would be more lower lords, but apparently they were all killed off in that fratricide, and your husband's father was the only lower lord left. But whatever, I wanted to get in the castle and live the good life, now that you are princess and now queen. This is all my fault. It's not Fairy Good Witch's fault. It's obviously not Roland's fault. They're just pawns in my game to get back at the castle. And I guess you were too when you got hurt. You know, I was hurt too, and I'm not trying to make this like about me. I am, but like since we're elephanting in the room or whatever we want to call it, you forgive everybody else, and you go out of your way to help the poor and the middle class and the working class of this town. Get rid of the bed bugs, get rid of the smell, open up the trade routes. What if I don't know why I'm awful to you, Cinderella. And I don't even know if I can't even be sorry for wanting what I want. But I'm not sure. Maybe I wanted a little help, or I don't know. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I don't know. This death thing has just got me not being myself. Yeah, I mean, I just want to, I guess, maybe I deserved it, so I got what I deserved. Or maybe I didn't. I tried to get what I didn't deserve, and now we're all getting what I deserve. Okay, let's take a breather here because, well, Roland, you don't deserve this. You have unrequited love for Cinderella, and you're not very good at very much. I mean, you were excellent at sitting at the front of the castle, and that was when this whole mess started, and all you had to do was check people in to see Cinderella or not. And I wish I could just give you that job back. And I don't know if you're going to get what you want in Cinderella, but maybe there's some fine woman out there. Or maybe, well, you know what, Roland? I can't let you down. Maybe there's one day you'll happen upon Cinderella naked. Oh, really, miss? Or you'll wear down her standards. And Fairy Godmother, I can't let you lose your treasurership of the Fairy Sadie Hawkins dance. Or your job. It's my fault. I should be the one going back to Fairyland to be accountable. I'm the one that tricked you and trapped you and had to deal with all these other... had you thrown in jail and thrown in my root cellar and had Roland thrown in jail. I'm guilty, and Cinderella, all she wanted to do was help. All she wanted was love, true love, and when true love either wasn't enough or wasn't real, you tried to love your people as princess. And I really believe, and I think Roland and the Fairy Godmother, we believe you're like, we really see something in you, Cinderella. You're special. You have something. You're going places, as they say. And I can't let that go either. And if you guys didn't notice, maybe this is why I'm being so crazy, is that, you know, the tower's filling with smoke. They've been burning stuff outside. And the poison isn't the smoke that makes you cough. It's the smoke that kills you. Or the invisible stuff or something. I can't remember what somebody told me once. So, here's what's going to happen. Roland, I can't promise you Cinderella. Even Cinderella naked. I probably could promise that too. We'll figure that out. Okay, Roland? Fairy Godmother. Cinderella. I found Fairy Godmother slipping in and out of the forest, going back and forth. Is that where you go back to Fairyland or something? Fairy Godmother? Penelope? Yes, yes. So if I get you your wand, you can go back there and check in if your assignment's done. You know, you could you... I don't... Yes, yeah, I do need my wand. Cinderella, I'm going to return you to your people somehow, and here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get out of this tower, either through that window or somewhere else, and I'm going to get her wand. I'm going to get back in this tower with the wand and get you guys all out of here. Fairy Godmother, could you take 3 extra to Fairyland if I get that wand? Oh, well, yes, I think I could. I could take you all to Fairyland. You could be my guest. We could have high tea with the mermen. And, I mean, depending on what my punishment is, though. But yes, we could you form a portal to Fairyland in this room? And we could escape from the tower. Well, yes, but as long as I have my wand. Okay. Well, I'm going to get the wand. And if I don't get the wand, I'll lose my life. And I guess it'll be in vain, because as my whole life's been in vain, in pursuit of what I've always felt I deserved and wanted. Which is well, we don't need to get into it. Well, yeah, we don't. And I'm sorry for all this mishmashing of emotions. So I'm going to leave the castle and save you all. Well, what are you gonna, Mom? How are you gonna get out of the castle? Roland, I've been out of the castle many times. I've been trying to get her wand. So Cinderella, just tell me where the wand is, and then we'll go get it. Okay, whisper it in my ear. Oh, I knew it. Strapped to one of your bedposts underneath your bed. Okay. And then I'll fly back in as an eagle or something in about... oh, I asked Penelope need to let... Why don't you guys go near the windows? There's some cross breeze. Follow me. I'm going to go out the window. You know, as a matter of fact, Roland, why don't you get your sword and see if you can knock out some of these blocks? Maybe they'll land on some of these blockheads. All right, I'm off. And with that, stepmother disappeared into her room and returned in a cloak of gray, the same gray as stone. And then she scaled down the wall. She got to the bottom, and the smoke was kind of like the fire blew out because the king was the one building the fire. So the smoke, caused a little coughing, a little faint dizziness, but the thing blew out. So the king and his advisors and such were standing around arguing with his bodyguards and such of what they were going to do. So she had no problem sneaking off. She snuck back into the castle. She got the wand. She turned herself into a majestic peacock, and she went to the edge of the window of Cinderella's room, high in something called the Princess's Tower. A lot of towers, but yeah, right on the edge of the window of the Princess's Tower. She was about to jump, and Cinderella saw her cross. She said, "Don't do it. Peacocks can't fly." So right as she was about to jump and she was going to spread her plumage, she realized that was a bad idea, so she changed herself into an eagle. Then she flew on eagle's wings, high above the breaking dawn, knowing to shine like the sun. On eagle's wings. I know there's a Bette Midler song in there somewhere, but that was a religious song, I believe. But she flew with the wand in her claws, 2 claws, so in case one lost control, and she flew across. She flew into the window. She changed back into a woman that in modern days we might get plastic surgery from all the abuse she takes about her face. And they took the wand
and they open the portal to fairyland. And that's where we're going to stop tonight, folks. The portal to fairyland. What'll happen next? Will it work? What's on the other side of fairyland? I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm not exactly jumping through a portal to fairyland. You know, who knows what could happen. So that's where we're going to leave off. Good night. And I hope you get a good night's sleep. Shimmering against one of the walls of the wizard's tower is a portal. It's just shimmering. You can't really see anything on the other side of it. Kind of like the gray static of a old-fashioned TV, but pre-digital TV, when there'd be just gray fuzz. You could probably look that up on YouTube. The four of them hold hands, and they take a deep breath, and they step through the portal. Slowly, they emerge on the other side of the portal, and they look behind them, and they can see the dull rectangle of the portal. Most portals I know are ovals, and that's or circles. And sure, that's a more cinematic thing and more organic, but this portal happens to be a rectangle, and maybe fairies are more into geometry than in science. I don't know, but I'm just saying, because I could notice some of you scoffing at the rectangular portal. Looking back, they see the room they left, but it's slowly fading. Then they start to look around and they notice that there's nothing around them. Everything is a shade of gray. Just one shade of gray. Not the 50 shades of popular culture right now. They look at each other and they notice that it's kind of like dusk, like they're all gray too. There's no real definition around them, and everyone starts to get nervous. Yeah, Roland speaks up for, Penelope, which way are we headed next? And where we stay? Penelope, which way are we headed next? I kind of feel a little bit scared. Well, I'm not quite sure, Roland. Usually when I come through the portal in the woods, when I was working with Cinderella, I would go and my day would be over. So I'd create the portal out in the woods, and I would go through it. And I would go through the portal, walk through, and next thing I know, I would be in my garden, and I'd be looking at my flowers and my plants. Next, I would enter my cottage. I'd go down my little flagstones, fix myself an evening tea, have some supper, and then I'd knock off for the night, Maybe do some light reading, or go have a neighbor over for a game of Smash the Beetle. That's about it. My day would be done. I'd just be relaxing and then going off to sleep. Before I worked for Cinderella, like I said, they kind of erase our memories, so I don't quite remember, but I have a feeling that's my routine. So I've never been in this gray zone. It's quite... I would say... I need to think about it for a second, because I wouldn't say we should just start walking, because since we can't see where we're going and everything's the same, we could quite easily get lost. Well, Penelope, this is Agatha, and we could be lost already because... Wait, are you sure you're open to Portal to Fairyland and not Grayland? Or somewhere else? Oh, dear. My poor Cinderella. Cinderella? And they look over at Cinderella, and Cinderella's just kind of staring into the mist. Well, it's not mist, everything's gray, so she's just staring into the grayness. Cinderella, what are you doing? Oh, I'm seeing things in the gray mist, the grayness. Well, those are just the bugs that live on your eyeballs. They're floating around. They're called floaters. Oh, miss, I thought they were dead worms, the blood worms that carry our blood through our system. You know, like the ones in my arms are, if they're purple, I think they're alive. You know, the blood worms. The ones the leeches kiss. Well, I see, I don't know, I can't quite make it out. I wish this was more like a drawing. It's strange that we're all drawn and... Oh, no, wait. I see something. Up there. Penelope, come here. Oh, yes, Cinderella, what is it? Oh, look. Look over there. It looks like a... I can't... I can almost make out some definition, but I see a path, I believe. Come on, everyone, follow me. I'm quite confident. And so they start off down this path at Cinderella. Cinderella thinks she can see. Well, Cinderella, can you describe me what you see? Well, it's a flagstone-covered path. It looks like a stone wall on our right. Beyond that, a field. And can anyone... Oh, I think I do recognize where we are, Cinderella. We're on the outskirts of Fairyton, the capital of Fairyland. I believe this is the country road. But I can only see gray. I don't know what you're seeing. But, okay, well, just follow me. Come on. Oh, there's something that looks like a cow, but it has scales. That's strange. Oh, that's a crabapple, Cinderella. That's a crabapple. We raise our children on crabapple milk. Those of us that are allowed to have children. Cinderella, I'm going to follow you. Penelope, I'm quite curious. You've never... crabapple milk, and you've never really talked about much about being a fairy to us and the rules and the laws. And this crabapple milk's the first thing I've heard about fairies. Oh, Agatha, you with your questions. Could we talk about this later? Okay, girls. And Roland, we're at a crossroads now. And I can't make out the words on the sign, but it's a Y. So we could either go to the left or the right. And what do you guys think? Penelope, any gut reaction? Well, that's a good question. Are you sure you see a crossroads, Cinderella? Because... Yes, I'm quite sure, Penelope. It's a crossroads and there's a sign. And it's split in a Y. We're up the... we're at a Y intersection, they call it, I believe. I'm no... roadsmith. Well, Cinderella, I'm quite unnerved about this because, you see, in Fairyland, crossroads don't exist. We don't have crossroads in Fairyland. There is what one road a fairy travels with each step. And I can't remember the rest of the poem, but it's like, there's one road the fairy a fairy travels with each step further towards... I can't remember, but I know there's no crossroads. Oh, wait. I think I'm hearing something. Left, come left, don't go right. Well, one of us is going to need to choose, Penelope, so you don't... Agatha, do you have... Cinderella, I'm not sure. If she says there's no crossroads, you're going to have to close your eyes and trust your gut. Okay, well, let's go left, okay? Everyone follow me. So they go left. I mean, to me, I'm watching this whole thing unfold. I still just see gray. But as soon as they go left, and they walk about 10 paces, and that, I guess 10 paces is what it takes all of them. Roland's at the back. They're all on this leftward path, and then things start to become more defined. And first there's just a couple lines, like marking the side of the path, and then there's then a path starts to appear, and then trees, and then color slowly fades in. Everyone kind of gets more and more excited. Oh,
Oh, I think I see the path now, Cinderella, I can see. Oh, yes, I see, Cinderella, you chose wisely. Cinderella, yes, I think we're in good shape. Okay, well, follow me. And then they notice that they start walking faster because they're excited and they see something in the distance, so they pick up their pace a bit. And the next thing they know, they go up a hill, and the paths become more and more defined. But then they get to the top. They're headed to the top of the hill. They can't see what's behind the hill. They're running to the crest of the hill, and Penelope's, "I'm sure we'll be able to see Fairyton when we get to the top of the hill." "Oh, I can't wait. I love good views." Oh, and they're running. And Cinderella breaks into a sprint, and she goes over the hill. And then right behind her is Agatha, and she goes over the hill. And Agatha seems like as she crests it, she tries to stop. She's like waving her hands like she's falling. Doesn't look like she's falling off a cliff or anything. Don't worry, folks. I'm not going to throw them off a cliff. But she tries to, and then Penelope plows into her back, and then Roland runs up behind them. And then as Roland gets over the top of the hill, we see that the path drops right into path kind of ends in midair, and they drop off the path into like a cell on wheels, kind of like Fisher Price, like you'd see in the circus, like a cage on wheels that you might keep a lion in, and they all fall into that. And there's nice straw bedding, so they manage not to fall on each other. And as soon as the four of them fall into it, everything turns gray again, and then the cart, the cell on wheels, whatever you want to call it, starts moving. It starts moving faster and faster. The gray starts going by. And you can't tell, but it's streaking by because they're moving so fast, but they can feel it bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. Everyone's in the cage holding on to each other, holding onto the bars for dear life, terribly afraid. And then the cage shoots into a tunnel, and the tunnel's gray, but it clearly is like a gray stone tunnel, and they're flying through the tunnel. It's still blurry, but they know they can feel the dampness of the air and the bumps in the road. And they exits the tunnel in this huge vaulted room, like a giant dome, almost like you'd imagine an ancient subterranean medieval subway station, just a giant vaulted stone room. And the cage rolls to the center of the room, where they can see it's surrounded by it. It's like in the center of an amphitheater. And the room's empty. And for a second, everyone just holds on to each other and waits, looks around. Suddenly, Penelope looks around rapidly, and she goes, "Oh dear, this isn't good. This can't be good." "Oh, what's that, Miss Penelope? Why's that? What's the matter?" "Well, this is familiar, I believe. This is the Fairy Hall of Justice, where justice is served." "What do you mean it's the Hall of Justice, Penelope?" It's like what do you mean?" "Well, this is where they have the trials for fairies in poor standing, usually. So I'm sure you guys have nothing to worry about." Cinderella, what are you looking at?" Cinderella, are you with us, or are you still seeing things after you walked us into this moving cage?" "Well, stepmother, Penelope, Roland, does seem we're captured. And if we're in the Hall of Justice, one can assume that, unfortunately, we're their prisoners, and at the very least, Penelope's going to have to face some sort of..." "Silence, you." "Oh, who said that? Who said that? Anybody?" "In the cage, all of you, silent. This is merely the voice of the Hall of Justice.
You will all stand trial today for trespassing in Fairyland, creating a portal illegally. Hold on, folks, I got 1 second, I'm looking up other charges. Illegal use of fairy magic, breaking your fairy vows, changing your fairy name to Penelope, impersonating a fairy, triggering fairy volcano attacks, not carrying out your mission with promptness. So we will have trials for Cinderella for manipulating fairy magic, Agatha for impersonating a fairy, illegal use of fairy magic, illegal trespassing. There's plenty of charges, don't worry. We will be charging you with plenty more things. And your trial will begin in 5, 4, 3. Oh, sorry, excuse me, voice. You didn't mention I'm Roland. You didn't have to mention my name. Mr. Roland, you will. You, unfortunately, Mr. Roland. Let's see here. You've kind of been dragged along, as far as we could tell, on this whole thing. So you're not charged with anything but trespassing. But whatever the punishment is, you'll probably have to, you'll suffer the same punishment as the rest of the civilians. 2, 1, trial begin. With that, the cage falls away, and then suddenly, all around them are fairies of all shapes and sizes, which kind of look like humans, just like the fairy godmother. They are all, like normally, outside of this trial, they'd seem like pleasant-faced people, like people that you see on the street that seem not harmless, but comfortable with themselves, pleased and in harmony with the world, quite possibly. People that might actually be happy, or they could be on lithium or some other drug, or in the state called bliss. But yeah, today they're bloodthirsty, so they look like happy people that have been wronged. And they're everywhere, and they're jeering and charging and throwing things. And Penelope's like looking around. Oh, they've called everyone back, it seems. And it's not often we have a trial. There's never been a trial in my lifetime. Usually there's just a sentence. There's usually not a trial, so, oh dear. Well, okay. And then, like, a platform rises up with it. It's like not that different than our court. You know, there's a judge that his podium rises out of the rocks, and next to him's a stenographer, except she just uses her wand to, instead of a stenopad or whatever the key. The key thing is just a couple bailiffs, and they start rough handling everybody. And then there's a table with the prosecution, who look a bit like happy lawyers, if you've ever run across a happy lawyer. But today they got their game faces on. And they don't have public defenders. In Fairyland, you always defend yourself. You don't have a lawyer. So suddenly a table pops up in front of them in chairs, and they sit down. First Penelope, then Cinderella, then Agatha, then Roland. And they're on the right side. The prosecution's on the left. They're facing the judge. Crowds all around them on these stone risers, just like an amphitheater. And that's our court. That's our courtroom in this giant domed facility. Very Terry Gilliam-esque, I'd say. Let's just get straight to the trial. So the judge goes, "Doof, doof, doof. Order in the court, order in the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, which includes all the fairies of Fairyton, and the greater lands of fairyland. Order in the court, order in the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the prosecution, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all guests are part of the jury. We're going to start the trial with the most serious charges against one Cinderella. Please rise and step towards myself, the Honorable Judge Camtas. Cinderella, you are charged with trespassing, illegal use of a flying volcano. How do you choose to plead?
Oh, what? I mean, I get that we're kind of trespassing because we're here, but usually trespassing indicates some kind of intent, and we're just here because we had no other choice. So I was hoping we could work that out without this trial thing. Could we just talk?
No, we're talking now.
And I do not understand this volcano thing. The volcano appeared in the sky, wiped out my husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, the king's army, almost killed us, and yet it averted war, threw him into a fit of mad rage, and then flew away. So I did not have anything to do with the volcano, and to my knowledge, no one else did either. And she kind of looks over, and Penelope and Agatha are kind of giving each other looks. Usually, isn't this the part of the story where you people like look at Roland or Agatha, or maybe even myself, and you realize that one of us like bears a striking resemblance to your like long lost god, and then you have a celebration. You put one of us on a chair, a throne chair, and carry us around, and then there's all sorts of confusion, and maybe you put us on trial then, but then the newfound god gets angry at you.
No, that is not the case. And, regarding your explanation of volcano, that's insufficient. I was hoping to maintain a more polite demeanor in this courthouse, but your actual technical charge is apocalyptic whoring. Now, we know that you used sexual favors to trigger... Cinderella, we've been watching you a long time. We know you're not an idiot. We know of your intelligence and your cunning. We know that you worked with this Agatha person who schooled you in hard knocks. And we've watched you as you've worked with Penelope. We know you wanted the king's army gone. We know you wanted to avert war. And you got what you wished as you slept with the king and threw caution to the wind. You knew we would launch an appropriate response, and the volcano was what we considered appropriate at the time. And hence you're facing the most serious charge among non-fairies of apocalyptic whoring. Because it could cause, apocalyptic results. I mean, what if the volcano veered off course, Cinderella? Let's say someone, we're us fairies, we don't know everything. And we merely sent it out because we were told. Cinderella kind of gets that look on her face like she's about to cry, and she looks at Penelope and Agatha, and they kind of look like frozen. And Cinderella does, she said, I just don't know, I did not... What's the penalty for apocalyptic whoring? Okay? Because I didn't do it. Cinderella, the penalty is death, as are most of the other charges you all are facing.
Are you guys sure you want to do this? I mean, I have to get back to my people. The king cannot be trusted with them. And we have to figure out a plan to deal with that. I can't deal... All of a sudden, at the end of the table, I'm going to make a sound. Okay.
Excuse me, Cinderella. All of a sudden, Roland stands up. He had cleared his throat. That was him clearing his throat, not me. Roland stands up. Cinderella, why don't you have a seat? Honorable Judge Castam. It's a Castam. Yes, Your Honor. Honorable Judge Castam. Esteemed prosecutors. Lovely stenographer and bailiffs. Gathered jury and honorable citizens of Fairyton. The greater lands of Fairyland. I am Roland Boxta, and I'm here to represent and speak on behalf of the Queen, Cinderella, Agatha, and Penelope, and to speak on these charges you speak of, and we'll go with the more proper sounding illegal use of volcano. For my land, if you were to call the Queen an apocalypse whore, you'd be beheaded on the spot, no trial. Sir, I'd draw my blade and cut your head out myself. Now, meanwhile, while Roland gets up, it's like he's slipped into some sort of trance. You know, Penelope, Cinderella, and Agatha are just staring on in bafflement and wonder. Now, Your Honor, members of the jury, you speak of illegal use of volcanoes as if they had an apocalyptic impact on Fairyton itself. Now, by my calculations, this volcano was never on a impact course with Fairyton. Is that true, Your Honor? Well, yes, but the law does not allow for... Okay, Your Honor. Your law is what you speak of. For I already said if we were going by my law, you'd be gone. You'd be a goner, Your Honor. And I might have to behead each and every one of you. But just because the law says I shall, and I may, does not mean I will. Now, Your Honor, prosecutors, let's talk about the facts of this case. The facts are Cinderella, the fairy godmother, and Agatha have been existing and living their lives outside of Fairyton. Is that correct? Well, I guess Penelope has been. Cinderella and Agatha have existed purely outside of Fairyton. Is that correct? Correct. Your Honor, objection from the prosecution. Oh, we have an objection, Mr. Roland. Yeah, I just object. Well, Your Honor, you overrule that. Now, at some point in the middle of planning the Fairy Sadie Hawkins dance, Miss Penelope was sent to intervene in the life of Cinderella. Is that correct? Well, that's classified, sir, so I cannot reveal that to you. I'm sorry. Okay, well, how about... classified, eh? What makes it classified, sir? Classified by whom? It's just classified according to this paper I have. See here. Here, I'll hand it to you. Here, look right. It says Cinderella, case 445776, signed, classified. Okay. And how are you supposed to interpret the law without the complete information, Your Honor? Well, you see, that's the way things are done here. We don't have many lawbreakers, so we don't have many needs for. What is this nonsense, young man? Because I'm losing. Your Honor, jury, prosecution. When we crossed through into the fairy universe, we entered a vast zone of grayness, where everything was a shade of gray. Or it almost felt like we were lost and very unfamiliar and disorienting. Ah, yes, that is the great gray zone that protects Fairyton from invaders. You were only allowed in because we allowed you through the gray zone, so most invaders would be lost there. Well, Your Honor, what would you say if I just took my magical powers and went into the gray zone and colorized it. Well, colorized it? What do you mean? Well, I just took some painting techniques and painted it to look like real life. It would look close to real life. I'd paint over the grays in colors of my choosing. But that's not where we intended. We intended to be a vast gray zone. How are we going to get lost in colorization? Right? This is nonsense. Oh, is it? Oh, so it's nonsense to you that I'd just come from out of town and paint one of your lands and just change it to my liking? Well, yes, yeah. Oh, you're some kind of metaphor, eh? It is. You just send off a soldier to intervene in this young woman's life. Well, I should say the results initially were quite good. She was going to be queen, and and why did you intervene in this woman's life? Oh, because we were supposed to. We fairies, we do what needs to be done. We do what needs to be done. It's not a grand life. In fact, we don't have many memories. We do what needs to be done, and then our day is done. Part of the fairy instructional code. We do what needs to be. Every fairy does. My memory's fogged because, I do my job. My job today is to prosecute this trial and have you all put to death. And I can't say that I feel great, but I can say that it's what's been Okay, let's slow down, Your Honor. Honorable Castam. Now, you say you don't always, you just do what needs to be done. You can't tell me why. Can you tell me how? Well, that's classified again. And then all of a sudden, you see people of Fairyton are kind of looking at each other in the audience. Even the prosecution, they don't know where Roland's going. I'm not quite sure I understand it, but but they also are like, these questions really don't get raised in Fairyton. Well, sir, if you're going to forget it, and we're going to be put to death, then it won't, and you know the answer. Oh, correct. I went there this morning. Went where? Well, it's supposed to be classified. He looks over at the prosecution. They kind of shrug. We'll be put to death. Or, Your Honor, if we're not put to death, how could you risk taking lives of... Like, you just killed those soldiers because they were... Well, the volcano killed the soldiers. Volcanoes kill soldiers, not people. Not fairies. So, yeah. Volcano did that. So you'd be willing to take the lives of people just on rules alone, without us knowing the whole story? Well, okay. Back up. 1 second. What I'm about to share with you it's unknown to people outside of Fairyton. Non-fairies normally don't disclose this information because it's just unheard of. So if it's unheard of, it can't be good. And if we're not allowed, it can't be good. Well, sir, Your Honor, I'm just curious how things work. And who's behind all this is the greater question. Well, that's the forbidden question. We can't ask that question. We do what needs to be done, and that is the fairy way. Now, as to how, I know this will be controversial, but you fine young man, you have convinced me that this needs to be spoken aloud. Each morning, a fairy awakes in the cottage, and we do have some time to either enjoy some tea, some biscuits. Some of us like to talk to bunnies or birds or sit in the garden. Some of us join each other and have tea together or play a game, go for walks, all sorts of lovely things, We have quite leisurely morning before what we call half dawn midday, quarter day we call it. I think you might call it quarter day, maybe, I don't know. Quarter of the day elapse, we go to work. Okay? Now, if you're already on assignment, you know your assignment, you go off through your portal and you deal with your assignment. It might be as simple as, well, let's use the bunny. Oh, a bunny has fallen and it can't get up. You just simply help the bunny up and it goes along. Might be as complex as helping a woman become princess and then keeping her from getting impregnated by a man by all accounts I could say is a bad man. We fairies, we try to do no harm, but we must follow what we're told. Now, if a fairy has no assignment and they go to work, you find your legs just walking along. And you walk along, and you'll reach a glade, or a patch in the woods, or a spot near a lake. And then suddenly, the earth will shake a little bit. And then the earth in the court starts to shake. And then the ground will tremble even further, the actual surface of the ground. And then some of the stones right in the center, right in front of the judge, the stones start to bounce. Just in a circle of stones starts to bounce. We go, and suddenly out of the ground comes, and then out of the ground comes the Well of Work. And then a well comes up. Pretty standard looking well, but it must be, well, if it was a normal well, it'd be powered by a great spring because there's water right up to the surface of the well, which is about, it's like one of those stone wells about waist high, circular stone well, circular stone well. Yeah, really, the stone well, you say? Oh, the Well of Work. Would have expected something more melodious, like the Well of Wondrous Work. Well, it's quite nice, but no, it's just a Well of Work, because we go there, you look in the well, a scene starts to play out on the water, and then you find yourself immersed in the scene, and your assignment is transferred to you. So this well here, this is the Well of Work. Why, I suppose it is, well, yes, it looks quite like the Well of Work, yeah, I suppose it is. And why do you suppose, Your Honor, it just appeared here? If I was, what do you suppose would happen if I looked in the Well of Work? Well, I don't quite know, young man. Why don't you go? Okay, I'll look. So Roland walks over and he looks over the surface of the well. And he sees dark swirling, gray mist, and then an evil face laughing. Ah. What are you raised in a barn? Ah. Roland says, that's strange. I saw something in there. Well, what did you see, young man? Well, it's confidential, sir. But I can tell you it's bad. It was a bad man I saw. Well, I guess that's it. Yeah, I saw a bad man in there. Well, it could just be your imagination, then. Well, Your Honor, I have a couple more questions about this Well of Woe. All of a sudden, you hear like a sound of arrows, just... and some arrows fly down like from the ceiling. I mean, they materialize through the ceiling, fly down, and they hit 3 random fairies in the head that are watching from the jury, and they drop dead. Everybody's like, what the heck? What was that? Oh, well, that was strange. Suppose it was someone's assignment and they were just carrying it out, or maybe they didn't care. That's never happened before, but kind of maybe it's like that volcano. Bit unsettling. That probably isn't good, but let's go on with this trial, okay? Can you get to your point? We'll probably need to have the Fairy Council have to meet here. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rowan. What would you suppose if I said, Mr. Sagatha, come here? Oh,
Yes, Roland, what can I help you with? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, prosecution, this well controls your lives, it seems. I was never aware. You know, in our world, our lives are assigned by something different than a well. Our parents, it's called our role, our societal role. For I was a milkmaid's son. And since I couldn't be a milkmaid myself because our cows were slaughtered in the great cow-killing fever, I became an enlisted man. I joined the army, so I changed my role. But still I was told I'm not of royal blood. I cannot. All I could be is a soldier. And I rose up, and I had the honor of being assigned to the princess's guard, the head of the princess's guard. And at the time, there was no princess and no prospects for one. So it was kind of a bummer. And then suddenly, a wondrous beauty became a princess. And I had the honor of... Well, again, the princess's guard is kind of a term. I just sit at the gate, and if someone's there to see the princess, I pass them on to the king's guard. And I say, oh, this man's cleared to see the princess, this woman's cleared to see the princess. Oh, so you're kind of like a gatekeeper-ish. Gate watchman. Yeah, more or less, okay? But sometimes, people like Cinderella, they break their role. She would have just been a cinder girl, destined to take abuse by her horrible, at the time, stepmother. So who's behind all this? Is there some great fairy god you pray to that enables you to, what would happen if you didn't complete your assignment? Well, you'd be punished, and your mind would be erased, and then you'd start a new assignment, probably. Or you'd be killed, and you wouldn't know it because you'd be dead. And your assignment will be killed out. Your assignment will be done. The well sees it. I mean, we saw it. We knew when we all got an alert from the well. Wells were popping up everywhere and telling us that Cinderella was sleeping, we saw her sleeping with the prince. All right. Your Honor, members of the jury, this is ridiculous. What if someone less than benevolent is behind all this? Well, that would mean our lives are... Why don't fairies have the right to choose to do what needs to be done within... I don't like any of this. But I accept it. And we were doing what we needed to be done. If we were following the fairy code, we needed to rescue Cinderella from the prince. Obviously, you are supposed to help Cinderella for a reason that's confidential or unknown. But we know that Cinderella is a good woman. She would be a good queen if she could rule, a fair queen, an honorable queen. And we know that she's pure of heart and her intentions are for the greater good. So we did what we needed to do to continue to keep her safe. And that included trespassing or sexual apocalypse. That was just apocalypse of my heart. Abuse of fairy magic, whatever else you want to do. Chewing on fairy magic wands. What? You chewed on them? Relax. Okay. So, yeah, none of us are perfect here, Your Honor. And all of a sudden, what Roland's trying to think of his next point, like 5 spears come through and spear 5 more fairies. This has got the judge. Oh dear, this is not good. Maybe we're missing our assignments by this trial. Is that what's, I'm going to need to look into, I have one more question, and then I will rest my case. Has anyone ever looked in the well and said no to their assignment? Not that I know of, no. Has anyone ever drank from the well? Whoa. Drinking from the well is forbidden as asking the question that may not be asked. Drinking from the well would give you
I presume I would give you would give you forbidden knowledge, and you'd instantly self-destruct. Well, there's Agatha here. Agatha, would you mind self-destructing if necessary to save Cinderella? Oh, Roland, I've lived such a terrible life, and I've been such a burden to Cinderella, that no, I guess I do not mind. Well, I'm just going to take this glass here that I'm pulling out of my pocket, this glass jar. I'm going to dip it in the well, and I'm going to give it to Agatha to drink. And then, and as he's dipping the water in the well, a couple rocks come through and materialize, and boom, they land on the jar. Smash like 10 more fairies. Boom, another one. Boom, another one. 3. All right, we're gonna have to wrap the trial. Okay. Go ahead and Agatha, drink from the well. No, it's gonna. Agatha drinks the water. Nothing happens. Agatha drinks some water. Nothing happens. Agatha says, well, now I have the knowledge of the well. All of a sudden, a fireball comes through. Blows up. And Agatha looks in the well. She says, oh, my goodness, this is going to need to be a mistrial, Your Honor. It looks like the king's forces are gathered at the portal. And there's some sort of evil wizard with him, and they're launching fireballs and arrows and cannons into the portal. They seem poised to destroy all of Fairyton. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, dear. You didn't close the portal behind you, Penelope. Well, I wasn't the last one through. Who was the last one through? Roland? Was that you? Oh, dear, Miss yes, Your Honor. Your Honorable Castam. Oh, dear. Oh, no, I did leave the door open. Oh, bother. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, prosecution, I need, in the honor of an unprecedented attack of Fairyton, I need to call this a mistrial. Your Honor. Your Honor, this is Cinderella speaking. It is our fault the gate is open, and we will help you deal with this situation. So we will do our best. Oh, my goodness. Cinderella's looking at it. She sees it was another fireball. This one comes straight out of the well, goes into the ceiling, explodes. It was like a magic missile type spell out of the wizard's fingers. Fireball, wizard, I don't know, spell. And the ceiling starts to cave in. Everyone's like, run for your lives. And then arrows are flying. And it's like the king's army, or what's left of it, is just shooting stuff straight into the portal. And they run for their lives, screaming and shouting and crying to escape out of the courthouse. And that's where we're going to stop tonight. Fairyton under attack, a mistrial, and a whole lot of chattering that episode. But yeah, Fairyton's under attack by the king, some sort of evil wizard that we haven't run into before, and his National Guard or something. So we'll be back soon. We'll be back Tuesday night with another episode of After the Glass Slipper. So as we pick up tonight's story, with Fairyton in danger, the Fairy Council's been called, and Cinderella, Agatha, and Penelope and Roland have agreed. They're like, we'll do whatever we can to help. And so they all gather around in the council chambers, the Fairy Council of 13 members. And they decide they need to get a close-up view, so they go to the edge of the portal. So they go to this spot in Fairyton where they go on the edge of the gray area where they can see back into the portal. They can no longer close it now that someone on the other side is throwing stuff through it. But they go to the edge, and they see this old wizard with robes, gray robes, and gray hair. Much meaner looking version of Gandalf. Kind of like, remember that wizard or that Mickey Mouse work? I'm not allowed to even say the word Mickey Mouse on here. I don't know.
But, Mickey Mouse worked for in Fantasia. Kind of looks like that guy, but even scarier. A little bit scarier. Maybe because he's like 20 years younger than that. And the wizard's standing there with the king. You can see the wizard senses their presence. Gives the elbow to the king, and the king, "People of Fairyland, this is the king. And since this portal is in my kingdom, I consider you my subjects, and I call on you to all surrender or be destroyed." The Fairy Council kind of looks at each other. Yeah, Cinderella looks at the Fairy Council. She says, can I say something back? Oh, for some reason, no, it's a one-way. Portal only works communication from the other side. It's not really supposed to be left open, and we have, we fairies, we mostly speak through our actions. People of Fairyton, you have until dawn tomorrow, our time. I'm not sure how time works over there in Fairyland, but my wizard will weaken you at that point. At dawn tomorrow, we'll launch an assault on Fairyton, weaken you, and then take the rest of you captive that survived the wizard's attack. So, I suggest tomorrow morning you all, you could be my loyal subjects, be quite nice. And we're also expecting, we have 4 fugitives we believe are loose in Fairyland. If you have them, return them to us. And we will, what will we do again? He looks over the wizard. Spare their lives. And we'll spare most of your lives. Okay? All right, good day. And then the king walks off, and they kind of let the portal, the gray area, disappear, and they're in the Fairy Council chambers. And Cinderella, well, what are you going to do? What are we going to, how are you going to stop them? Well, we wouldn't have needed to, Cinderella, if you guys had closed the portal, like most people do. I don't know if you just walk into your, oh, I forgot, you live in a castle, you have someone that closed the doors for you. Well, I didn't before. But yeah, I would be quite mad at my sisters. They would always come in and leave the door open, and then dust and leaves would come in, and I'd have to clean. Oh, I get your point. Well, it's no worry. We, here at the Fairy Council, we fairies, we don't believe in half measures. So we're just going to have to wipe out your town completely. The king, the wizard, won't be a problem. We're just gonna, launch a strike down. We'll wipe out your town. We shouldn't, no other areas, no other city-state or towns except for on the, the edges. Anyone within that kingdom will probably be wiped out and of existence, more or less. No, we can't. It'll be confidential. We might send a volcano again. Well, we already did that. And what else have we sent? A cheese muck monster we've sent. We'll probably do something different. I don't know. And obviously you can't have any apocalyptic sex. Pre-apocalyptic sex, as we've observed, is quite enjoyable, Cinderella, so you might want to go, well, then you die. Excuse me, this is Agatha. I'm wondering, what will become of us? Well, that's a good question. We like you folks. And we'll probably vote on it, but I'm presuming this guy, he's one of the Fairy Council. Politician. I mean, he sounds great, but he's a politician. Looks back at the other Fairy Council members. I think we'll vote to have you as guests of Fairyland forever. And what will that mean for us exactly? Well, you just sit around, I guess. Since you can't be fairies, you can't take assignments. So mostly, you kind of have garden time is what we like to call it. What we do in the mornings and the evenings. Yeah. But you'll be able to do that all day. Wow, that sounds quite nice. Cinderella, could I have share my garden with Cinderella? That sounds awful. And will Penelope be going back to work? Oh, quite, yes. Penelope will give you a little time off to plan that Sadie Hawkins dance. We're all looking forward to that quite a bit. But yeah, you guys will just be, I guess in your country, in your world, what do they call it when a king steps down and is alive and lets his son take over? Retired, they call it. I can't be retired. I'll lose my mind. I can't. I was wondering, my mom and my mom are still, what will become of them? They're back there. Well, Mr. Roland, I'm afraid to tell you they'll be gone. And you have 2 moms. Well, my mom,
And then my dog, I call my dog Mum. It's easy, Mum. Like, Mum, I'm coming. My mom knows I'm coming. Come on, Mum. Mum. Then the dog comes. So, what do you mean he'll be gone? And Cinderella here, I can't. You're going to destroy all my people. There are plenty of innocent people to be killed with this. This is just not acceptable. Agatha, what do you think? Well, you did say something about kings stepping down, and that gives me an idea with Roland's legal. Roland, what happened with all that legal? It gave me an idea, but what was? You almost changed person. Oh yes, my mother mom. Yeah, my mom, she liked to tell me stories with the cows. She said it helped their milk, and it quieted me down, calmed me down. So she would tell me stories of Larry, the legal ladybug, Larry the ladybug lawyer. And it turns out, according to Mom, the ladybug kingdom has a system they call it the legal system there. It's kind of like your courts here, and it's exactly like it. According to the stories, Larry was a ladybug lawyer. According to each story Mom would tell me, Larry would have a case, and there just happened to be this one case I remember Mom told me a few times. Mom said it was Larry the ladybug lawyer in the case of the missing free will. And it so happens it was just similar to what we had here. So I just pretended I was Larry the legal ladybug. That's it. Okay, Roland. What I'm thinking, folks, what we have, I believe, is a return of the king type situation. Roland, do you think you could pretend you're this lawyer, Larry the ladybug, for a bit longer? Just pretend he's a king? Oh, you mean like in Larry the ladybug lawyer in the case of the missing king, when he pretends to be king, and he visits another kingdom looking for a missing king? Somewhat, kind of, Roland. In this story, Larry the ladybug lawyer pretends he's a king that's returning to a land that has a king that's lower than him. Larry the ladybug in the story is actually a royal king, and he's come back to claim his kingdom from an usurper, or usurper of the throne, whose father was a lower lord. Not as high a lord as you found out your father. Oh, okay, so Larry the ladybug is the king of kings, kind of. Whoa, Roland, not the king of kings. That's a dangerous term. But yes, you're a higher lord than Cinderella's husband. Oh, so I could have him beheaded and steal his wife if I wish, quite right? Right, Larry the ladybug lawyer, who you're portraying, can. I could do that, yes. All right, so here's what I'm thinking, and we'll call you King Larry. Lord Larry of Ladyburg. Lord Larry of Ladyburg. And you will have us as prisoners, myself, Cinderella, and Penelope. Oh, no, Penelope. That would confuse things. Oh, yes, you could be, we'll change Penelope, you'll be, yeah, you'll return with us as prisoners. Myself, Cinderella, and Penelope, you can be the king's mother. All right? Okay, what's that mean? And we'll go back. Fairies, just give us a day. We'll go back, and we'll fix everything, okay? We'll close the portal. You don't need to destroy and wipe out our town and our townspeople and Roland's two moms, the spoken narrative history of Larry the Ladybug lawyer. I mean, that would be terrible. So we'll go back and we're going to fix everything. Don't you guys worry. And with that, they had the fairies open another portal. They had the fairies open a portal just outside of town. And the fairies used their power to change some mice and rats and stuff into horses and soldiers. And the King Larry of Ladyburg, rode forth with his prisoners back to town. He reached the castle, and he rode at the head, dressed in splendid
attire, king-like attire, or lord-like attire, because he's a lord. He said, "Throw open your gates!" And then the town's guard said, "Who goes there?" "Who goes there, you dare ask? I, Lord Larry of Ladybird, who goes there? Who closes his gates? I come to claim what is my father's and my father's forefathers. Who runs this town?" "Well, sir, what's the king's name? Do you know the king's name, Larry, Bob?" "The king, his father was a lower lord. Remember, during the, does this have anything to do with the purging of the kings? Because that's when I was escorted from town by my mom to protect me, so I could lay claim to my father's throne. Since he was a higher middle lord, if the killing had stopped there, but they killed all the way to the lower lords." "Oh, yes, sir, they killed all the way down to the lowest lord, and he was hiding in a cave, and then he became king because he was the only lord left." "Oh, I want to speak with this king." "Well, he's dead. He was thrown out a window, and his son's king now. He's not that great a king, to be honest, these lower lords. I mean, I'm all for upward mobility of soldiers and such, but these lower lords, they're not, yes, sir, I say open the gates. I will rest my soldiers on the outskirts of town. My escorts, I bring a gift for your former king, or soon-to-be former king, as he'll serve under me soon. Open the gates. I have 3, prisoners 3. "Oh, yes, sir, Lord Larry." So they open the gates, and they trot into town, and they get into the town square. It's Roland, or Lord Larry of Ladybird, Agatha, Penelope, Cinderella, Agatha, Penelope, and Cinderella. And he just goes in straight up, and they go into the town center, and he waits, and then the king comes with the wizard. And some of the soldiers. The king and the wizard and the soldiers show up, and Roland goes to step off swords. He almost falls. He says, "Are you the king, supposed king of this town?" "Yes, sir. My name is King." "Oh, no. You're a son of the lower lord, right?" Yes, sir. I'm king, and this is my new wizard, Pyle." Yes. I'm the wizard Pyle. Who are you?" "I'm Lord Larry of Ladybird. Proper claimant to this throne, for my father was a middle-high lord, not a lower lord. He was in the highest house of lords. His blood, he was quite a high lord. The Ladybirds, we've always been quite high on the chain of lords. If you go and look in the books of history, you will see so." "Oh, I'm sorry. My father purged all the books of history, as he became king, rightful king after the purge." "Well, I'm rightful king now. I'm afraid to give you the bad news, son. Lower lord, son of the lower lord is what I'll call you." "You'll call me king, or my wizard will strike you down." "Huh? How dare you? You will not strike down Lord Larry of Ladybird. Now you, Wizard Pyle, I ask you to step out of town, where my soldiers wait, and you can go free, or you could serve me as the new king, but I bring prisoners 3 that you, I heard, were looking for." "Ah, yes, Wizard Pyle. Where's Ladybird? I've never heard of it in all my travels of the world." "You need not worry about that, wizard, for wizards don't rule, they serve kings." "Yes, I serve kings, the king." "Well, why don't you should have a banquet for me, even if I'm a proper claimant to the throne, but we could work through all this. But you need to have a proper banquet for me before you can't just have you're threatening me with your wizard and such. So I have my prisoners. Why don't you show me to the guest lord's castle? I assume you have one. It's right over there, I believe. And
we could work this all out. I happen to have some books of history with me, so I can show you my claim to the throne. For my father sent me away in safety to be safe from lower lords usurping thrones. And so, why don't we take my prisoners? I know you were looking for them. I have a treaty with the fairies, so we could close up that fairy portal and be done with all this whole mess. Well, this is the king speaking to you, Lord Larry of Ladyburg. I don't know why you sound so familiar, so I'm a bit intimidated. A handmaiden, I think, once told me tales of Did you build your money on? Whatever. I remember hearing about the Larry Ladybird, something from one of my milk mothers or something. But all right, you will be our guest but we will not close the portal to fairyland. If the fairies do not surrender to me, we will destroy them, and my wizard will take your prisoners. Oh, no, your wizard won't take any of my prisoners. Well, in fact, one of the prisoners is my wife, former wife, Cinderella. As Lord Larry of Ladyburg, I'd like to present an adjournment from our arguing. I will take Cinderella, my guest, and my prisoner, and her assistant, my mother, and your wizard here can take this former witch of yours, right? Lord Ladyburg, it is I. Lord Ladyburg, I was once the witch of this kingdom, and I am a fairy, so I should pay for the sins of the fairy. Maybe I could talk some sense into them and work with this wizard as his prisoner to come to some sort of understanding, or talk the fairies into surrendering, if that is all this powerful wizard Pyle. So why don't I'll sacrifice myself as his prisoner, if you find that. My former king, I did serve you with pride as Mistress Agatha, though I've lost that, and I shamed myself in your honor, king. Would that be good? Lord Ladyburg could take Cinderella and his mother, and I will go with your wizard for the night. All right, as king. Let it be done. Pyle, how's that sound? Sounds excellent, my king. I will take this fairy witch with me. So they split up. Roland rolls back to the guest house, or the guest castle, I guess they call it. Whatever they call it. They go back there. He goes back there with Cinderella and Penelope. And they have to trust that Agatha's going to work everything out. So Agatha gets escorted by a couple guards back to the wizard's tower. The wizard has her hands bound, and he has her placed in a chair right in front of the portal to Fairyland. Fairyland. The portal to Fairyland, Fairytown. She sits there a while, stares into the gray, and sees the fairies kind of planning out. They have one of those, like, war boards, like you see in the war movies, where they're moving pieces about, like volcanoes and boulders and comets, trying to see what's going to be the quickest thing to destroy the town. She's kind of watching, and then Pyle comes in. Ah, Mistress Agatha, you see your people about to suffer. They panic, trying to plan as I watch, but their plans will be foiled. And I've been gone from this area a long time, and I know you people, you fairies, have been mucking about here with my plans. For who do you think this Lord Larry is? He's nothing to me. He'll be put to death tonight, as will Cinderella, as will his mother. It'd be a shame. I guess I'll have to kill Cinderella, because you spoke to the king. You're mucking about, keeping him from giving birth. I already expected to return to that dolt being king, and a son that I could raise as my own. For it is my dream to lord over now. For I have had many a dream to run this land, to speak into the ear of a king who could rule. For I have had many dreams, and I would raise this son to be king in secret, as this young man would be raised to be king by the king and the queen. This young prince would be raised to be king, I would be raising him in secret to do my bidding, to expand a great empire, where I would rule in the background, whispering in the ear of the king. And while now you've mucked about and delayed my plans, I'm quite pleased with it, because now I can rule over your land as well with this portal. And I've always found you fairies. You call yourself, oh God, I'm your godmother and I'm your godfather. I've watched you quite a bit over the years, studied you. And I've always wondered what it is about you. There's some secret I've been unable to lock. I know you do what needs to be done. You're always on these little missions, trying to keep Cinderella from giving birth to the king's son, the latest. But I've seen you, helping ugly ducklings find new homes, or bringing rain to parched deserts. A lot of soothing crying people. I know you do a lot of that. Appearances at funerals, weddings that are not, I know you showed up at a few. I've seen you deal at weddings with cold feet, as they say. I know you're always about when babies are born, but I don't understand why. It's been something I've always wondered. Like, you always want to have captured you and tortured some of you, and you always say, well, we do what needs to be done, and that is all. Take my life, or whatever. Sometimes they've escaped, and sometimes I've been attacked by mysterious dairy monsters and such, but never gotten to the bottom of you people. Why do you I do what needs to be done? And you, Agatha, I see in your face, you don't have the soft features of most fairies. You're quite not unpleasant to look at. You have a handsomeness about you, but it's like you're like a rock face, yes. One of those rocks that's taken too many tumbles down the hill. But you still have something, but you're nothing like a fairy. A fairy is like a mud ball, and you're like a rock. You must be high up among them. And so you'll answer my questions, or you'll see your people slowly die off one by one, painfully and slowly, dying off in pain and slowness, until they surrender. I see them planning to strike back, but what they don't know what they don't know will hurt them, because I have stole from a wizard quite a long time ago a little something I like to call the mirror of reflection. And if you place it in front of a portal like that, whatever is done will come back at you. Do you understand what I mean? Do you have anything to say? Your people will destroy themselves. And I'm going to tell them about the mirror, because it's kind of like a deterrent. I'd rather rule over you fairies and have you do what needs to be done for me. Think about how easy it would be for me to rule. With these kings, I plan on telling what to do. I just need to know why. So, how many of you people need to die before you tell me, Agatha? I know you people have no ambition, so you might not be able to understand what I'm talking about. Wizard Pyle, that's your name. Well, Wizard Pyle, yes, I might have a face unlike any fairy you've ever seen. I might not have the pleasant round eyes, and the smile, and the glow. I might seem cold to you, for that is I was born with a curse. I was a child of half fairy and half human. Well, I didn't know, I've always been curious how fairies procreate, and why is this it? This is the only time I've heard of a breed between... I didn't know fairies and humans could intermix and such. Well, that's why I'm cursed. For it was the work of a witch. She cursed my mother and a fairy that had crossed her to have a child. And I was born to this world, this cruel world, with one foot in each world. And it was cruel to be in that world. So I was born to the fairy world. I was born a half fairy, half human, and cursed to be both for the worst qualities. For I was a fairy, I had to do what needed to be done. But I knew there could have been more. I didn't want to just simply do what needed to be done, but yet I had no choice. I knew, like you, what it would be like to be in control, to tell someone what to do, to make someone pay for their pretty little face. Oh, I'm so pretty. To make them suffer. Yes, I knew the curse of both things, for that knowledge of thinking I could have power over other people brought me nothing but misery. Thinking I could take something from those pretty faces, make it my own, did me nothing. What is this you're going about, which I ask you a question? I don't care about your family lineage or your suffering. Soon your suffering will be put to an end. But why do they do what they do? If they tortured you so, you could serve me. Just show me. Show me. Tell me. Just tell me why it is you do what you do. Maybe I will spare you and your friends. Ah, Wizard Pile, you're so wise. See, my mind would not be wiped as the other fairies were. And so I will show you. You see, untie me, and I will show you what is in my pocket. Oh, I don't trust you, witch. I don't trust a fairy witch. What, a half fairy, half human? Okay, well, in my pocket is a jar of water, simply poured on the floor of the tower. What is the essence of what we as fairies call? It is the water of the well we us fairies serve at. All right. So he pulls out the water from her pocket that actually is from the well. He pours it in the center of the room, and he's on guard. And actually, it like creates a well, and a well rises up. And the wizard steps back. He's about 10 feet back. And he says, "What is this thing?" "That is the well all of us fairies serve at. It's the well of what needs to be done, the well of work. It's where we see our next assignment, what needs to be done. So if you were to look in there, Wizard Pile, you would probably see what you need to do next. Either destroy Fairyland, destroy me, or capture me." "Ah, yes, so you want me to look in the well. I could see in your stony, cruel face a hint of evil, much like my mirror. I see myself in you, the darkness about your eyes. So I know your game. So why don't you stand up with your hands bound and look in the well yourself and tell me what you see? Because I don't trust you. It must be because of your human side you're so repulsive to me." "Oh, repulsive. That is a cruel, cruel word, Wizard Pile. Such a long word for a man that doesn't have any royal blood, who could never be king himself. You could only whisper in the ears of the king. But yes, I'll just look in the well and tell you what I see. And you'll see my face isn't burned off by the water, or a creature isn't going to reach out and grab me. And I'll tell you exactly what I see." Agatha walks up to the well, and she looks over, and she falls silent. A tear goes to her eye, and then she turns away from the well. Pile. Oh, what did you see, witch? What did you see? I did not expect that. It turns out what needs to be done. I saw you throwing me down the well. All of a sudden the well shakes, and the water drains from it. And it becomes like one of those bottomless wells that just seems endless. Pile. So, I guess my sacrifice is to be destroyed at your hands. Oh, yes, I'm sure that's what you Pile walks up to the well and looks down. He sees it. He throws a pebble down. Falls, and it falls, and this... like it's evaporated with some sort of magical power. And he says, so you saw me throw you down that well. Do you not think I was not read any tales as a young wizard? You think I went to wizard school? You think my mind is not as crafty as yours? You want me to just throw you down that well, huh? And then you're going to turn into some kind of eagle and come up and claw my eyes out or something. I sense the power within this well. I'm going to cast myself in. And Pyle jumps in. Then Agatha, he goes, ah. And Agatha throws, ha 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 ha. You fool. Didn't you ever hear the story of Larry the Ladybug Lawyer? In the case of the Briar Rabbit or something, I don't know, you fool. And she is... She's just laughing. Thinks he can best me. Now I have this mirror. I have the wizard. I'll let everybody out. Scumbag trying to mess with me. Call me Stone Fate. And all of a sudden... I see all the hands of... Comes from the well. I see all that needs to be done. Now I guess it's kind of like, I thought you'd just be, evaporated, she's thinking. And all of a sudden the portal from Fairyland starts to crack. But not like it's being destroyed, like it's just becoming actual reality. It cracks and it falls away. The illusion, it just becomes an open tunnel. Things start to crack. And then the earth shakes more. I have the power now of all Fairyland. Then it's like, oh, shit. And then, I'm going to destroy you all. And then all of a sudden, like, reality starts to crack. The portal, the tunnel starts to expand. And then, like, pieces of reality start falling out. And then you can see Fairyland on the other side. He's like, I'll destroy you all. And then, like, green fire starts shooting out of the top of the well. And then Agatha's left shoulder gets hit with, like, one of these green fire pieces, sizzling. She can feel herself, getting sizzled up. And then she remembers that the mirror's there, and she grabs a mirror. Boom! Puts it on top of the well. And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks. Type stuff, Everything's shaking, reality's vibrating, the air's vibrating. Sorry if you're asleep and trying to sleep through this, but... And the well's gone. It's dead silence. Agatha's just like, oh shit. It's gone. She's listening. Nothing's happening. Agatha's like, okay. I think everything's okay. And then she's kind of looking through, and she's like, okay, well, the world's kind of like a mosaic now. Like, part of it's the real world. Part of it's you can see into Fairyland. She kind of reaches out and touches some stuff. And she goes, okay, there's some reality,
She's like touching a desk and touching a candle. Okay, that's there. Then she touches the empty spots in the mosaic where you can see fairyland. And she notices they're kind of like water. And she's like, oh, maybe this is something as a result of the well. Then she looks through and she sees a couple fairies being chased by like some sort of liquid milk monster. And he grabs one of the fairies and eats it. And then she looks in another corner and she sees the floating volcano and shooting lava at some of the fairies. And then she feels her tower shaking, the wizard's tower. She's like, oh my gosh. She looks out the window. And the muck monster's on there. He's got his arms around the tower and he's shaking it. And she looks and she sees monsters everywhere in fairyland and in reality, chasing people around. And she's like, I gotta find it. So she goes to race out of the tower. And we're going to leave it at that, I think, tonight, because it seems like maybe the wizard pile got destroyed, but some sort of reality short-circuited, or not reality, but something broke. And clearly some of the monsters have been released from the Well of Work, or some kind of fairy. We got some crossover problems here, folks, with reality. And we're going to have to find out what they're going to do next week. How are they going to deal with this situation? And so we're going to leave it at that. And we'll be back, not this week, we'll be back Thursday night. All right. Agatha's in her tower. It's being shaken on the outside by the muck monster. And she's trying to figure out what could have gone wrong. I mean, she came up with this plan to get rid of the wizard pile, hopefully at the same time destroy the Well of Work that seemed to be unfairly controlling the lives of the fairies. But something about the wizard pile splashing down into the powerful magic of the Well of Work, and then the power trying to escape and then being reflected back down by the mirror of reflection, caused some sort of rift in the time-space continuum, as Doc Brown would say, which I should have said in my introduction. But it's too late now, man. Whatever, I'm rifting the time-space continuum right now. And back to the story. So Agatha's standing there like, oh dear, like, and the only thing she can think of is that she needs to get down underground and figure out the hell's going on. Like, she needs to get to the bottom of this well, but the well itself is kind of like imploded. To back up 2 seconds, when she had left Fairyland, she lifted a wand for herself, and she'd strapped it on the inside of her thigh in case a wizard pile searched her, and if her life was really in danger, she was going to go to this fairy wand. So she busts out the fairy wand, taps herself on the head, turns herself into a worm, like a powerful worm. At this point, not a giant worm, just a powerful, not an earthworm, some other, a heavily, I don't know my worms, okay, just a hell of a worm. And this worm dives down, and as she tunnels, she's getting bigger, and she's tunneling into the earth, running right down this well, tunneling, boom, boom. She gets through the heliosphere, or the Earth's crust. She runs from the Earth's crust, and she hits some straight-up mantle, and she's down in the Earth's mantle. She realizes, that she doesn't, this is ancient times, so she doesn't have one of those watches when you go underwater where it could tell you which way's up. So she's disoriented. I mean, she's in this Earth's mantle, temperature's picking up. Luckily, because she's become this massive worm, like a worm you might see in a movie like Dune, or a story like Dune, or, similar worm in Beetlejuice. So that type of worm. Badass. Maybe even Tremors, I think we had a kick-ass worm. Man, they don't make aside, but what happened to the worm movies? Was that all in the 80s that the worm movies had their heyday? Well, I guess they weren't worm. Tremors was a worm movie. Well, maybe it wasn't. How about that cast? Kevin Bacon and Fred. Oh, good God, Fred, forgive me. One of the great actors. He played Remo Williams. Well, I'm going to have to cut that out because that's embarrassing. So she's this giant worm, and she's tunneling down, and now she's lost. So she pauses. She doesn't have to worry about pressure because she's got her giant worm. That she's got 10 hearts and different sorts of valves and pressure systems and thick-ass skin. So she's down there. She finally gets down to a level where there's some, what they refer to as mole men. Part human, part mole. These are like kind of squat humanoids, I think they're called. And this is a polite term for them. Humanoids. They're kind of like creepy looking. Not Gollum. These guys look more healthy than Gollum because they're in the mantle. I think Gollum was just in the what do you call it, the crust. So these are mantle moles, is what I call them when I hang. I roll down there every once in a while. But anyway, that's an aside thing. They're different nowadays. That's what okay, yeah. Whew, back up. I'm not on the influence of anything either here. So she goes down these mantle moles. She sees them, and she's trying to just nod at them, and they're like, "What?" And luckily, mantle moles and worms, they have a hands-off, laissez-faire type relationship. So the mole people, they're not using the worms for anything, and the worms aren't eating the mole people. So finally, she finds out. She finds a little meeting room that the moles have, and she changes back to human, back to Agatha. And she's like, "Oh, I'm trying to find the bottom of this well, the well of work." And the moles are kind of like, "What? And looking at her like, "Lady, what are you talking about?" And if there were subtitles, they'd be making fun of the way she looks, that she's kind of mean looking and scary. So they're just like discussing, and they talk in those tones because they're deep down. They need to like penetrate rock. So most of their stuff is below, human tonal scale. So she tries to mime out a well and power and everything, and the moles just nod. So she's like, "Darn it!" So she just goes again, and instead of going down, she looks up and she can see what she thinks is down, and she's going to go perpendicular. Yeah, I guess it's perpendicular. I don't know. She starts going vertical. Now, meanwhile, up on the surface, I know you're asking, like, dude, it's great. I love hearing about the Earth's crust and the mantle. And tell me when we get to the core and the liquid core, or we have a solid iron core. Again, let's save those for the scientists. But yeah, I know you guys are waiting with bated breath to hear about the next, stage of the mesosphere or whatever. But yeah, there's stuff going on the surface. Now, all these monsters are running around, and Cinderella and Penelope and Roland are kind of just watching. And I mean, this is just at the same time Agatha's diving, so they're just trying to figure out what to do next. Their castle's getting attacked by giant rabbits with their big teeth, and they're eating the rocks trying to get into the castle. And then they hear pounding at the door. Their door, boom, 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 boom. And you hear the king. He's like, "Lord Larry of Ladybird, open up. I demand your counsel." And the king, they open the door, and the king, this king, the Lord King, he's totally changed his tune now. He's like, "Lord Larry of Ladybird, you came at the perfect moment, for our kingdom is in crisis. I don't know if it was the wizard Pyle or the witch Agatha, former Mistress Agatha, but everything's going awry. There's fairies and monsters and people. We need your soldiers, Lord Larry. We need your help." And Roland's caught a little bit off guard. He's not expecting to bring his A game. He's like, "Okay, well, yeah." And Penelope yells, "Larry the Ladybug. Oh, yes, so what's the problem again?" "Well, I don't know, the earth, everything's cracking and the air's got holes in it, and fairies are coming through the holes, and the bigger holes, monsters are coming through, and fairies are running back, and they're eating people, and there's lava, and giant scorpions, and all sorts of crap. It's terrible, Lord Larry. You and your soldiers need to save us, please." "Oh, okay, So yeah, monsters, you say? Okay, well,
we in Ladybird don't have monsters, so this reminds me of the time. I think it was Lord Larry in the case of the Druid Circle. Oh, but those are mole men. Lord Larry, please, I will give you turnover kingship as soon as this crisis is over. I just need your counsel as a wise man, and we need to work together to preserve everything. Please, Lord Larry, please, your help. I call on you for protection. Please. And could you call back to Lady so I can get some more swords, so please. The king throws himself at Roland's feet, and Cinderella's just tapping her foot, shaking her head. She's like, disgusting. You disgust me. You're supposed to be king. Your people are out there getting eaten by basilisks and hoodoos, schnozwagglers, I don't even, Laplanders are out there even. And you're just sitting here crying. You know what? You just stay in here and Lord Larry, and maybe he'll protect you. And Penelope, let's go. We need to save some lives. So Cinderella and Penelope roll out of the guest castle. And Roland draws, "Do not without me. I will protect you, Cinderella, from any Laplanders." What's a Laplander, Cinderella? And, you can stay here, Mr. King. So they roll out, the three of them. And Cinderella just takes stock. She's so composed. I mean, I guess if they had dictionaries, they don't have printing press. But if they did, and then they decided to print a dictionary, I don't know. There'd be a lot of complications at this point. But if I was printing a dictionary and then me and Doc Brown rolled back to drop it off, Cinderella would be next to composed in the dictionary there. So she's all composed. She's looking around at Apocalypse Now, Robert Duvall's character, stuff's just exploding around her. She's looking at, she doesn't have the thrill of battle of him. She's so calm. And she's looking at things like, okay. She starts noting the cracks in the fabric of our existence. She actually reaches out and there's looks like a piece of broken glass about the size of your hand. And kind of the shape of your hand, but, jagged. And right through that piece of glass, you'd normally be able to see, 10 feet in front of you. But in that little squarish area she can see straight through to fairyland. She sees fairies getting eaten by vermicious canid. And yeah, they had vermicious canids back then, kids. Sorry. And she just reaches out and grabs it, and she takes it. And it's almost like a piece of glass. Like, she can move it where she wants. She can stick it into another piece of the sky, and it stays. And she kind of looks through it. She sticks her finger through it. She looks at it. And then she points, "Roland, go get me another one." And then he brings it over, and she puts the two together. They're obviously from two different spots in Fairyland, but they do kind of fuse together, but then they break apart. And she's like, And she says, she sees people running around, being chased by monsters. So, okay. Roland, we need to gather all the townspeople, all the fairies we can get a hold of Penelope, and we need to gather all these pieces of broken time-space fabric, whatever's going on here. Obviously, something went wrong with Pyle, and something horrible's going on, and I can't be sure of what's going on. But we, the three of us, need to stay calm. We need to collect all these things and figure it out and see if we can put this thing back together. You guys remember that case of Humpty Dumpty, right? It's going to be just like that. Humpty Dumpty in the case of the broken egg man. That was Lord Larry the Ladybug. He didn't fix him. But he held the wallmaker accountable, I believe. But anyway, okay, so we'll gather him. And let me think here. Penelope, do you have your wand? Yes, Cinderella. Penelope, I need you. You need me to go to battle, don't you, Cinderella? And I have been waiting for this moment. Ever since I laid eyes on you, Cinderella, I've wanted to protect you, but I haven't had that choice. I've tried in some ways. But now, with all this hell that's breaking loose, I feel my need to do what needs to be done replaced by doing what I feel I want to do, which is protect you. So I'm going to take this wand, and I'm going to take that Lapland, shoots lightning out this Laplander, and it knocks the lapping, the giant, it's got this, like, what are those sharks, those fish called with the giant teeth thing, and it's chopping people's heads off, but she fries that thing like a fried fish, because it looks like one of those fish, like I said, you know, the one with the thing on the front of it, with the spikes. So she fries that thing, and then she's, "Hey, you fairies, you, come with me." And they start chasing down monsters, and they can't kill them, but they're shooting them with stuff and trying to disable their weaponry, which is kind of tough if it's a natural creature. But, like, for example, real quick, they just froze the mud monster, and he's frozen. So, okay. Meanwhile, Cinderella's running around, "People, people, please come with me, please, please. Everyone, follow me. Oh, it's the queen, queen, I will protect you." And then, so Cinderella's got these people, she's sending them out, and everyone's, you know, listening to her. She's like, "Please, everyone, lend a hand for the fairies will protect us, and we must gather these pieces of glass, these strange mirrors, into another land, bringing them to me." So people are running all over, grabbing these mosaic pieces. So Cinderella's got everybody gathering up the pieces of the mosaic, and Penelope's trying to explain to all the other fairies that are on both sides. She's calling through the little holes, "You're free to use your magic as you wish." So the fairies are busting out their magic. Penelope's like the William Wallace meets the Gladiator. You know, if they had a man-child together, and she was a woman, a petite older woman. She's not petite. If she was a charming grandmotherly older woman, but still a badass. So she's, you know, directing these different groups of fairies that are now fighting each monster, and she's like, they can't seem to destroy them. So she's like, "We need to corral the monsters, keep them away from the people." So at this point, it's kind of like cow prods, because they're using, like, acid out of their wands or electricity, and shoot, you know, trying to corner all the different monsters and gather them up until someone can come up with a plan. And they're gathering the monsters, and some are getting, you know, losing their poor fairy lives. They've just gotten free will, as far as I can tell, and they're choosing. So they're really heroes. I mean, this is save it for a speech, right? You're telling me, you know, when I attend the big fairy funeral. But, you know, that's what they're going to be saying. So I'm just saying, I said it first here. You know, when you're at the fairy memorial for the fairies lost in this story, and they're going to be plagiarizing off me. Anyway, the personal issues aside, they're doing battle. They're saving human lives, they're saving fairy lives, and they're gathering these up. Meanwhile, deep in the mantle of the earth, and if I was lazy, I'd look it up on the internet and tell you, "Oh, she's through to the next level." But basically, things aren't going well for Agatha. I'm not going to lie to you, and if you want to know how it feels, like, she keeps she can't even tell if she's backtracking, or, you know, I mean, once you're into this, like, middle of the earth, you know, she tries to go where it's hot, and then she takes a wrong turn. If you want to recreate what's going on, and I do suggest this, I used to do this all the time as a kid, and of course the doctor asked me why. The doctor in the wood-paneled room. But what you want to do is get yourself a sleeping bag. All right, make sure no one's home that's going to report you that you're nuts. And you're going to put the sleeping bag over your head so that your head is where your feet are. And, okay, I'm not legally liable for anything that happens from this point on, but you're going to pretend you're a giant worm, and you're going to get inside the sleeping bag. Your head's going to be at the top. Not, you know, come on, use some common sense. Don't suffocate. And don't smash your head open. You're going to go slow. Don't go in the kitchen where the knives can fall on you. But you're going to pretend you're a giant worm. I guarantee you. I mean, I guess I haven't done it since I was a kid. But I used to get lost in my own house. My house wasn't that big. And it was just like a really good feeling of being totally disoriented in my own house and everything being unfamiliar. And that's how it kind of feels. I mean, the core of the earth is not Agatha's home. So you got me. But a little experiment if you want to try that.
So Agatha's just cruising around the earth. She talks to the dudes from the H.G. Wells book. They're kind of like these more alien-looking, in my mind. You know, H.G. Wells or Jules Verne. Don't get on my case, bros, because I'm not. Sorry. But, you know, they're kind of like more like E.T. when he was sick looking, like uncomfortably, like somewhere their skin tone is between sick E.T. and Gollum. But they look more like E.T., kind of insect-like, alien-like. And those guys kind of like, they give her a better idea, and they kind of are making some signs like to look for somebody, another kind of humanoid, but they're indicating he has some sort of facial hair. So she's still looking, and she's getting frustrated, and she's sweating. I mean, you wouldn't know worms sweat, but when a mammal's inside a worm, they sweat. So that's what's going on inside the Earth's mantle. I mean, we're probably beyond the mantle, and maybe I'll put it in the show notes. Another quick aside. I used to read this book when I was little. I don't know why I'm all over the place tonight, folks, but I'm trying to help you sleep. I used to read this book when I was little, and I will try to put that in show notes, but it was about a boy who started digging. You know, because once somebody was like, oh, if you dig a hole deep enough, you come out the other side. And so he starts digging with a shovel. And the book details, like, the different things this boy used, you know, the different inventions as he got deeper and deeper into the earth, until I think he finally got to the Earth's core. I don't know. And then he was captured by some sort of E.T. alien, and now he's evil. But let's just move on. So she's looking around the earth, back up on the earth. Cinderella's there. People are bringing her these mosaic pieces. They're throwing them everywhere. She's like on an episode of a reality show. She's just like, each hand. I wish you could see my hands. Both my hands are moving. She's grabbing pieces, trying to put them. It's like a jigsaw puzzle of the fairy universe. She's slapping it. She's faster. I need something with green. People are bringing her greens. I need something with something between a magenta and a purple. Hooray! People are running. And she's like, you with the, knobby knees. I need you to put that cloud over there. And people are working. I mean, it's like the whole town's working together. And meanwhile, Penelope, she's got a whole perimeter around all the monsters, about 14 monsters. And she's communicated to Fairyland, so they have all their monsters. And they're keeping them, but, the fairies are running out. The monsters, they seem to have some magical energy. And the fairies, they're human-like, so they're used to working. I mean, from what we know, fairies, it sounded like they work from probably 10 to 4. They don't even work a full day. Now, I don't know if they get a lunch break or whatever, but that seemed like Penelope's schedule, at least. Sorry, I'm moving like, she would get up, hang out in her garden from 8 to 10, go to work, come back, hang out in her garden, go to bed, get up. But they didn't have free will, at least as far as we can tell. But so, yeah, they got the monsters cornered. Soon, Cinderella's going, and like a fever builds. Like, everyone's lending a hand. The rich, the poor, the people with no arms that are using their elbows, the people with no intelligence, they're standing back and, like, waiting, and they're just moving, like, the pieces that are only one color. Roland, he's just watching Cinderella. She's doing everything, kind of like in the Minority Report. She's moving, her fingers are so fast. Like, if her and Tom Cruise had like an eye poking out contest, she would have poked his eyes out way faster. She's moving all these things, and slowly everything starts to come together, and it's like this organic arch into fairyland. And meanwhile, the fairies have been fighting the monsters. The monsters have gotten them backed up towards the people, everybody working on the mosaic, and Cinderella's still in the zone, just finishing up these last pieces. And Roland draws, so he's like, what are you doing? You can't bring these monsters here. What are you doing? Like, we can't live. This is our only choice. They're backing us up. And they've got just enough power. And then Cinderella sees, and the fairies on the other side are starting to lose their battle against the monsters. Cinderella's putting the last piece. She's like, when I call you, you have to run to me, fairies. You have to run away. Push the monsters away and then run. She's like, Penelope, get the monsters in there and then run back to me. And so, the fairies inside of Fairyland, they kind of wrangle the monsters, and Penelope and Roland get the rest of the monsters, about 16 of them. They get them through the arch to fairyland. Just as Cinderella finishes, it goes whoom. But she's got her hand on one piece. She's holding it in place and just shaking. Whoom, like her body starts pulsing. Whoom. She's holding on, but it creates an arch, and the monsters pass through it. The fairies run back, and the fairies that were in fairyland run away right as the monsters are snapping. And then they get through. Last person gets through, and the monsters are coming right behind them, right at and Cinderella pulls the one piece she's been holding on to, and her hand is like sizzling, kind of like the dude in Indie. But this thing is like, it's part of her hand now. Like her hand is fused with this strange piece of the universe, and it's just like one of those stones. Like it's iridescent, a stone, and it's different scenes are passing over it, and it's whom. Roland's like, Cinderella, my princess, my queen, what has happened to your hand? She's like, it was fine, Roland. Whew. Penelope's like, how did you know that would work? And she's like, I had to trust it would work. She's like, I had to save my people, and I had to save your people, and I had to use my gut. It told me that it would work. For a second, everyone was like, oh, Cinderella, you saved us. And the monsters are banging up against the portal, but it's just like a piece of glass, so they're just smashing their heads and smashing. And slowly, as it goes on, the portal starts to gray out a little bit and become more and more gray. And finally, one of the fairies is like, okay, well, when will we be able to go back to our homes? Back to fairyland. Cinderella looks at her hand, and she looks at the portal. She's like, never, I don't think ever. She's like, I don't know when we would have the power to defeat those monsters, and left to their own devices, who knows what kind of monstrous monsters they can create. And we can't unlock the door, and I'm not sure I haven't possessed the power anymore. She's like, so I'd like to offer you all a home here with my people. And you, the fairies, can join our community. And all of a sudden the guy's like, what? Wait. And she say the fairies are going to live with us here? No, lady. Oh, no. You might be some queen on some, you can't have fairies living here with us. They're bad. They're in the dark arts. It's going to make the gods angry. No. And there's, oh, no, not the fairies. Fairies eat toes. They are toe eaters. They eat children's toes. You cannot have fairies. No. Oh, my babies. All of a sudden, people start, people start throwing stuff. And then the fairies, the fairies aren't, not all of them are passive. So a couple of fairy dudes are like, whoa, dude. I ain't eating no toes. You guys, you smell, man. I don't want to be. We want to go back to our gardens. Gardens suck. You fairy we saw in there, it's just gardens and flowers and board games. What the heck? You fairies are dull. And Cinderella's like, everyone, we need to work together. We can find a way to share our land, and we're united against a foe, and we defeated him. Oh, no. Well, yeah, where's the king? What about that Lord Larry? Oh, that was just to pretend. I was just pretending. You guys remember Larry the Ladybug? Remember Larry the Ladybug lawyer? I was pretending to be him, but a king, to fool the king. And then all of a sudden you hear silence, and the king steps up. The king, Cinderella's husband, estranged husband, we'll say. So you were a false king. So I am the only heir to this throne, the only one that can rightfully wear this crown on his head as I do now. And Cinderella, you went against the wishes of both people. You say you used your judgment, but it seems your selflessness was selfish. For now everyone is unhappy. This king's a jerk too. Well, what are you? If only we had a system where you guys could elect someone to rule you, but we don't. So, as rightful heir to the throne, I say, I will be king, and I will rule over fairies and humans alike with a hand of strong,
cruel justice. And then everyone's like, what? You don't really have an army anymore. But, well, let the people decide. Would you rather live with these fairies as equals or have them serve us? How about that, huh? Everybody. The people are kind of confused, and they're still throwing stuff. They're like, I say, and they start getting unruly, and everybody starts getting, well, let's take them both and lock them up, and we'll decide, we'll bar them up. So they grab, some of them grab Cinderella, some of them grab the king, some of them grab Roland, and people, there's more people than fairies, probably like a 6-to-1 ratio. So people start pushing the fairies around. Fairies start shocking people. And all of a sudden, Earth starts shaking. The Earth's shaking. All of a sudden, water starts to shoot up. Water shoots up from the Earth. And it shoots like 40 feet in the sky, like some wellspring out of the Earth. Not that far from where everyone's standing. Everyone goes back, and it becomes this giant hole. And then everyone gathers around it, and the water's just flying up, skirling down. And all of a sudden, the water takes a form, gets arms, gets a chest, gets a head. It starts to get a beard, a gray beard. And then it's like, humans and fairies. It is I, formerly the Wizard Pile. And now I am the master of the well. And he throws like a water wave, and it knocks everybody down. I will rule you all. I have all the power. And Cinderella goes to say something. He just sprays a little water spout in her mouth. She coughs. And anytime anybody stands up, he just knocks him down. He says, so you all will serve me. Shoots more water in the sky and starts raining. He's, and he brings storm clouds. He's just, he's doing that. And that's where we're going to stop tonight, folks. Things were going good. But then the Wizard Pile showed up. Well, actually, things weren't going good. Before the Wizard Pile showed up, we had a riot on our hands. I don't know why humans and fairies can't. I think, they'll probably learn to get along. I mean, it seems like the fairies are humans. Maybe. Maybe not. I mean, they're much more pleasant and plump, some of them. Pleasantly plump, as Fairy Godmother is. So let's see, if they could get along and live together, maybe Pyle could live with them too. Maybe not, though. Probably not. Because Pyle seems pretty bad. Alright, we'll see you Sunday night, folks, for another edition of After the Glass Slipper. Thanks so much for listening. Deep below the earth, we had left Agatha in giant worm form. And she was working with some pale E.T. aliens. Well, but they're not alien. Well, I don't want to say they're not aliens. They're creatures living somewhere inside of Earth. Which, once we get the proof of this stuff, well, I guess this isn't our Earth. Or is it? Anyway, I'm distracted. Like, she's dealing with these creatures that look a bit like E.T., insectoid humanoid combo with terribly pale skin. So Agatha was working with these E.T. types. They were telling her about this giant pool of water that was coming from something strange, and they couldn't quite describe to her what the source of the water was. But they said the water was not normal water. It came in different colors and changed, and seemed to move move of its own accord. They were pointing in all sorts of directions, and that was shooting up all these different holes, and that it would make noises like "moo you are, wine going, the baby," kind of cryptic noises to them. But Agatha was like, okay, this is suspicious, and then she kind of set a baseline. I don't know if that's a proper use of that vocabulary word, but she was like, is any other water around here or down here behave similarly? No, there's no other water down here that behaves like that. That's the only one. We try to stay away from it.
And so Agatha was thinking to herself, and she knew, Agatha, this is not a hard equation. Now, Agatha's not on the surface, so she doesn't know that pile and the well of work have seemed to fuse into one creature. But she's thinking, all right, I think I've tracked down the well of work, and I'm going to wipe this thing out. And if pile happens to be working nearby it, or down there, or associated in any matter, he's going to be collateral damage. She's pretty, she's somewhere on the mantle. One of the lower mantle, upper mantle. I don't know. I don't got a map, all right? But she's down there. And she's like, oh, well, I'm going to go hit a vein of lava or, weaken some lava. Head it over the water and, turn the water into steam or, she figures she'll get some lava or she'll drain the water to the lava. She's not too worried about it. So she gets pretty good directions. She starts heading that way. And one thing you should know about the difference between giant worms, sandworms, and tunneling worms like these are that they're kind of a lot different than earthworms in the fact that earthworms need moisture to survive. At least in my very elementary knowledge of them is that they're kind of mucusy, slimy, and that's how they like it. And sometimes, they get washed up in a rainstorm, and you gotta help them out and get them in some, unless you're a serial killer, come on, help, or you're like some, I don't know, whatever philosophy, what are you, Adam Smith or something? You're gonna just let them do, I don't even know, you're the invisible hand, and I'm talking nonsense, clearly. Just like last week. But, those kind of worms, earthworms, near-earth worms, let's just call them crust worms. Or earthworms, I guess. Why not? They need like a mucus, watery type environment. That's what they thrive in. But these deeper worms, like Agatha's turned into, they're different. They like it dry, because they got to be tunneling through the earth. They're kind of doing a little corkscrew, and they don't really need, like with their skin, their exterior skin's dry. Just a note, so she's tunneling, trying to find this water source. She's listening for it. She got a little bit of a worm sense now, so she's following her worm sense. She's trucking along at a good pace through this dirt and rock. She got these powerful high-speed jaws that as she tunnels, they're like these teeth. I can't describe it to you, but she's tunneling through this rock. It doesn't stand a chance. One of Mother Nature's miracles that it's Mother Nature in this, well, whatever. She's tunneling trucking through this rock. And she's starting to get angry. She's like, I'm going to mess this wizard pile up in this work. She's like, who does this work think it is? What a jerky well to be bossing around the fairies universe and just making them do stuff. And she's still suspicious that someone's behind it, some shady type character, and she wants to literally get to the bottom of it. Now, suddenly she knows she's slowing down a little bit. Like she was moving smooth, and she's like, oh, well, there's more moisture here. So she's getting a little muddy. The mud's accumulating on her. Okay, I'm getting close to the well, wherever this water's pooled. So she's like, all right, let me make a beeline for some hot lava or something. I must be close to this water. So she starts digging a little bit away from where she thinks it's wet, and it gets wetter. She notices that it's really struggling because the mud's caking on her. The rocks are caking to her. She's not a slimy worm. She's supposed to be a dry worm, Agatha. So she's going slow, and then she notices the water is almost like beating on her. Like beads, B-E-A-D-S, not beat. Now she's really slow, and she almost feels like the water's like grabbing into the rocks and the mud and the dirt. And then she hears something in her little worm ears. Agatha, it's I, Wizard Pile. She would go to turn her head, but since she's a worm, and she's underground. She's got you really can't turn your head. You need to tunnel that. Like, what is that? This must be my imagination. She tries to redouble her efforts to move. She's not going anywhere. Then she notices the water. It seems like it's in her. It's everywhere. Agatha, we have you. Agatha. She notices the water starting to pool below her, or along her worm belly, and she's still trying to move. She can't. Where was the wizard pile? You gave me my power, you fool! Ah! And she notices like she's starting to sink in mud. And she says she remembers like when she was growing up about quicksand and people contradicting themselves as people tend to do about quicksand. Some people are saying don't move. Other people are saying just float. Other people are saying swim. Other people call for help. Some people are like, you better have sunscreen because you can be fine, but you could get sunburned, and that could be what does you in. And then she's sinking more and more, and the next thing she knows, she's falling. She's spinning, and then boom, she hits something, and she goes out cold. And as she sleeps, she dreams the dreams of worms, of sandworms, and going deep into the desert for spice, snacking on sweet, sweet spice. And a blue-eyed devil named Kyle MacLachlan riding one of her ancestors. And then the joy of being tormenting lost souls in the someplace between purgatory and heaven and hell. Those times, and then when she had it out for ranchers out in the country, and she ate a few of them. Just other worm dreams. Like you dream of being an earthworm. And of course she has the nightmare, just like we went over, of like every earthworm that you caught on the sidewalk after a summer rainstorm. And either no one helps you, you get stepped on, worst case scenario, bike runs over the middle of you while you're drying out, and something smooshed the middle of you, and you're dried and it's stuck to the sidewalk, and then you slowly, I don't want to get into that, it's a terrible nightmare. And then she dreams she's at a earthworm comedy club, and she's trying to think of jokes, but it's a dream, so she's making a lot of jokes about turtlenecks. And, what's up with you guys with your turtlenecks and striped shirts? You got no necks. I don't know. Some jokes that are funny, though. What do you call a worm without a turtleneck? I don't know. What do you? Yeah. You're asking yourself the same question, right? I'm waiting for the punchline. It's not coming. So then she starts to be like, man, am I dreaming? Because this is one lame dream. She comes to and she realizes that she's still in worm form. She kind of moves around. Okay, I'm in some kind of sand. And she's like, maybe I should turn myself back into a human. She had the wand in one of her teeth that's not involved in the drilling, but that's involved in combing the nutrients that these worms eat off of the rock that keep them alive. Similar to a whale's, what do you call that thing? Baleen or whatever the frick it is. Basically the colander that in the whale's mouth that catches stuff, and the whale eats it. The different plankton and zooplankton, phytoplankton. See, I know more than one plankton. Ectoplankton. God bless you. Harold Ramis, goodbye. That's for you, ectoplankton. And I'm sorry, that's probably depressing you if you heard it. So I'll probably just cut that out. Ectoplankton. But yeah, so, whales eat, so she has these teeth that kind of comb. It's little tiny cilia-like teeth, because I like to use cilia in this podcast, that comb the different nutrients off the rocks. So she had her wand in there, but now it's gone. So she's like, okay, I'm stuck in the worm. So she's kind of enjoying the sand. Is nice and soft. So she's stretching and itching different itches, and she knows she's dried off. So she doesn't have to worry about that weird. She's like, was that a dream with the, about Pyle the wizard and the water was taunting me? Or is that real? She's like, oh, well, I gotta figure out where the heck I am. So she starts to kind of probe around, and then she's like, okay. She's kind of getting a sense of this worm sense, which, again, it's probably some kind of chambers in her body with like a certain liquid that's a certain density and air bubbles and, synapses probably surrounding it, ganglias, throwing a couple mitochondria, I don't know. But no, probably some kind of air bubble, that tells her like what's up, what's down, where's there higher barometric pressure if there's barometric pressure under the earth. I don't know these answers. But she's using that sense. And also a little bit of, worm magic. She's like, okay, I think I sense, some moisture this way, probably the evil moisture. So she's like, gets ready, stretches one more time, shakes her tail all the way down to the end. Looks kind of, cute. And then boom, she goes to truck off. Right as she gives a heave-ho, she gets pulled back. She said, what the heck? And she realizes she's got straps attached to her big, because they have these tusks, teeth tusks that she uses to drill. And there's like, best I can tell you is like harnesses. It's like she's a dog or something. Giant dog. She's harnessed in. It becomes clear to her she's been captured. She tries to break free of her chains. Can't do it. So she tries to test out. And she can, move around pretty good in this like sand pit she's in. And she starts to probe and realizes it's pretty hard rock around her. And the only way to escape would be to rip her drilling teeth out, her drilling tusks. And then she wouldn't be able to get through this rock, probably bleed to death. So whoever's got her, Pyle, she's not sure. So she settles down and she's trying to listen, and she starts to hear a lot of noise. She notices some emotion stirring at one of the noises. It's very low noise for humans. It just doesn't sound much like... But she's like, man, that noise is like, it's giving her chills. She feels like crying, or the worm version of crying, since she's pretty much moisture free. But she's like, And she gets a sense of like best guess, because Agatha was not full of compassion or empathy. But she's like, I bet you there's some other worms suffering down here. And then she starts to like try to make this, and she taps her head on the side of some of the rock, and some of the crying stops, and she feels a creature tapping. So she's like, it's got worm capture area. And then she senses someone's watching her, and she looks and she sees and you gotta be asking yourself, how do worms see, especially in this situation? Because she's deep in sand, and you're gonna tell us now she's seeing clearly, right? Right, because she sees with some sort of sonic vision. So, blame it if you want to blame it on modern Daredevil comic book. I think that dude. I never read it, but I'm pretty sure he was getting behind sonic vision. This is made by Mother Nature, so it's much more powerful. She can see everything, 3 dimensions, color in a different way than us. So quit asking your questions. They're good, intelligent questions. Congratulations. But that's how she sees sonically. Or whatever, sonarily, whatever, I don't know. But anyhow, so she sees this dude coming at her, and he's looks like a seahorse, like it's a humanoid seahorse. So she sees him, and he comes and he taps her on her face, her worm hole, where her triangle of worm mouths come together. Ah, you're a feisty one, you are. Yeah, you'll make a good one for the arena. She's like, what do we got here? Like some sort of worm gladiator situation. He's going to make me into a worm gladiator? Ah, he goes, I sense you can hear me. It was Balak Waka. And she's, what the fuck does Balak Waka mean? And he goes, oh, you are not one of the ancients. You must be a young one. You're large for something so young. Ah, I think I've found this special one. You would do just fine. You will wait, we will introduce you soon in the arena. Today. And he swims off. I mean, in swims I'm using, he swims in sand. He's a sand horse, not a seahorse. If you want to get technical, he's not even a sand horse. He's like a sand horseman. So he swims off, the sand horse man. And she's thinking, great, I'm in some sort of gladiator, probably, situation. Now I'm going to have to kill some other worms and figure out a way to make a break for it. And then she goes like, okay, I'm going to rest. So she starts to rest, and she kind of drifts off into sleep. And next thing she knows, she feels something tugging. She feels herself being dragged by her things to this, like somewhere. And then, boom, she breaks through the surface, and she's surrounded in this arena with tens of thousands of maybe not tens of thousands. Let's say thousands of sandhorse people, kids, mostly, like a lot of kids, a lot of families. And sandhorse people seem to be a little bit bigger than nuclear families. So you're looking at like 2 sandhorse parents with like 8 to 12 sand kids. And they're everywhere. They're cheering, and she breaks through the surface. And then she sees the dude from below, and he's got a microphone he's standing on, like in front of all the people, right at the side of the amphitheater. And she's kind of in like a sand pool, and they're all out of the sand, sitting in an open air, like looking down at sand pools. And this is translation, but he said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special opportunity here at Sand World to introduce you to the newest member of our flock, Yankee the Sandworm. Everybody starts cheering, and Agatha's just kind of looking like waiting. Am I gonna fight? They're gonna have sandworms fight in front of all these little kids. And the kids have like pennants and sand corn, popped sand corn, and sand cream, iced sand cream, the whole 9 yards. Merchandise, property of Sand World Enterprises, LLC. So they're all cheering. And he's like, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the newest member of our. We just wanted to say hi, but we're going to teach her some new tricks, and we're going to have a whole new show next season here at Sand World. So everybody say hello. Say one more big hello and welcome to Yankee. And everybody cheers again. And all of a sudden there's like a boom. And like one of the walls explodes. And then these other sand people come flying through there. And then one guy jumps down, knocks the mic out of the guy's hand who was speaking. And this guy's like, he's got like a black type ninja suit on with a headband and sunglasses. And the other people, they look like a militia. They grab it like, they go, well, we're setting this sandworm free. And then a couple of the people that came in with them, they slash Agatha's bounds. And they're like, what? This place steals sandworms from our sand families. Look at you, Sam. What kind of
kind of sand horse men and women are you? You raise your children, you keep them close, you keep them safe, and we just want the same for the sandworms. We will have justice. Sandworm justice. Sandworm justice. Now, most of the people are just staring at this dude because they paid about the equivalent of 78 US bucks just to get into Sandworld. And I didn't even tell you about the rides, but they suck. It's just mostly shows. All of a sudden, their show's getting busted out. They're getting judged. But the guy's got a point, man. Agatha doesn't know the plight of the sandworm, but it's not pleasant. I mean, you've seen Dune, Tremors, Beetlejuice. Sandworms have never been treated fairly in our culture, so just think about a culture that has them down deep, especially like a seahorse type. You know about seahorses, man. They're jerks. So sand horses mixed with humans, whew, Judgment City, man. And yeah, they're gonna try to dominate everybody. So these sandworm, it's like, Sandworm Liberation Army. I mean, it's not, because that's just too obvious, but they got some cool name. Like, they're like, Yankee, let's get you the frick out of here. And then they blow a hole in the bottom of the pool, and Agatha drains out. Whoosh, she's free-ish. On the surface, everybody's trapped. Cinderella, Penelope, Roland, all the people from Fairyland, all the fairy people, and all the human people. They're all trapped. Now, Pyle, that's Water God, has them all penned in on these little islands surrounded by streams of rushing water. So they're all on their little squares of land. On either side, on all four sides of the square, is rushing water. So just imagine yourself standing on the ground, and then a square is carved out around you, surrounded by a trough of high-speed water. So if you fell in, you'd be rushed somewhere. Apparently this water rushes to some jagged rocks where you'd be smashed, and this water's rushing like the cement troughs you always hear about, drainage basins as a kid that you shouldn't play in for flash flood to, the kid that, and it probably really happened, so if it happened, I'm sorry. But where, you're playing and then there's a flash flood and you get swept to your doom. So there's no escaping. And everybody's got their own little square. Cinderella, Roland, and Penelope are all in the middle, and the most dangerous. It's just far enough between squares you really couldn't jump. Why would you risk it? You'd just still be trapped anyway. So they're trapped. So Cinderella's just sitting there thinking she's going to make a deal. She's just waiting, stealing her nerves for Pyle. Now, meanwhile, not that far away on a hill, overlooking our fair city. You might remember that hill from the cheese smell story, because it overlooks the town. Up on that hill, in a grove of trees, is Agatha and her merry band of sand rebels, or thieves. I was thinking of Robin Hood and his band of thieves. Are they his merry band of thieves or his band of merry thieves? But it doesn't matter. Agatha and the sand horse rebels are up there. She's spotting him. She's thinking, she's crafting. And she says, she calls over chatty bong bong. She says, what's the distance on these lava staff guns you seem to have? He goes, oh, there's good distance on them. She goes, okay. She goes, here's what I want you to do, is I want you to wait for my signal. And she goes, okay. Second, first, and then she goes, first. Okay. Got it? I got it. We got it, Yankee. So, okay. Agatha pulls out her wand, taps her forehead, turns into a giant worm, and dives. She dives down deep. She lets out this worm call. At some point,
in between when the story last left off and when we got here, which is about in story time even. Took him a few hours to, gather everybody, get some rest. Before you go into battle, you want to get some rest and eat to make sure. So they rest and eat, and she learned a couple of worm words. So she's diving, and she's like, ooh, 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 ooh. And then she dives down deep, and then she starts to get a gathering of worms going. She started giant worms, and they start gathering around her down deep in the lower earth crust. We're not in the mantle territory. We got worms coming from the upper mantle. She starts to talk to, and she's even getting hold of regular, higher intelligence level crust worms, which we don't in our world to have a lot of interaction with near mammalian worms, but in this world, let's not get into it. I'm not a zoologist, so I don't even know their phyla. So she's talking to all worms. Yeah, whoa, 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 and whoa, 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 whoa. So that's the plan that she explains to him. And she goes, ready, break. All the worms split up. Meanwhile, up at the surface, everybody's just sitting around. And to be honest, they don't have, I don't even know what they did back then about sunscreen. I mean, I guess that's why the princesses wore those hats with all the scarves and stuff hanging off it, because otherwise you get pretty sunburned, especially if you're sitting on a piece of just a square of land surrounded by rushing water. And I don't know, what evil wizards' tolerance for sunburn captives are. Now, luckily, back then I guess they had more ozone or something, so sunburn's not that big. There's a little bit of cloud cover, let's say. So meanwhile, everybody's sitting around, and then it's weird, the humidity starts to pick up a little bit. The temperature starts to rise a little more. It starts to get misty. Everybody's it's like you're standing too close to a humidifier. And then they notice it starts to get real misty, almost foggy, like a steamy, hot fog. Soon everyone's enveloped in this foggy mist, and you can't really see more than a foot in front of your face. And Penelope, what evil magic is this, Pyle? What are your plans for us? And everybody starts. People are nervous. When you can't see things, you get scared. Roland draws his sword, but if he goes to draw a sword, he realizes they don't have it. Pyle, you leave Cinderella. Cinderella, are you all right? And Penelope's like, Cinderella, if you don't let him take your Cinderella, let us know you're safe. I'm safe. And Pyle, I won't have it. I won't have this, Pyle. Come face us and let us know what you want. Goodbye, Pyle. And all of a sudden, Cinderella's, oh no, He goes silent. And then Roland's like, Cinderella, Cinderella. And he's looking around. Roland's ready to leap. And then Penelope's like, no, Pyle, I'll have my vengeance on you. And people are crying and screaming and panicking. And then Penelope's voice cuts out. And then Roland's voice cuts out. Slowly, silence penetrates the mist. And I don't know if silence can penetrate it, but it becomes pervasive. And it's just a silent mist floating. And then finally, Pyle must have got wind of this. And the mist starts to break. Now, I don't know what Pyle was off doing, but he sucks in the mist into the water and then rises out of the water, the rushing water. And he looks around and everyone's gone.
and there's little holes where everyone's gone. No! Oh, no! And he, like, goes to, like, shake his fist in fury with their water. And he's, like, flame, and he sees the holes. And he points his arms down there. Water rushes into all the holes. What Pyle doesn't know is if you're going to fill up holes with water, you don't want to do it in anger. So his first effort kind of clogs the holes. So it takes him a little bit to start to fill the holes in the old Caddyshack water in the hole to get the groundhog way. But eventually he does. Meanwhile, Agatha came up with a plan. And all the people are riding seahorses or holding on to sand horses, and they're being rushed to freedom. And they get to the cavern where they had last met, and they all see Agatha standing with these sandhorse rebels, and she's standing next to Chetty Bong Bong. Cinderella rushes and Roland and Penelope hug her. We thought you left us. We thought we were gone. She goes, no. So we have to hurry. I can hear the water coming. And they're like, Mrs. Agatha, Yankee, we have to hurry, get these people to safety. And everyone's like, a lot of people are riding on these giant, a lot of people are riding on giant worms, which I didn't mention earlier, a second ago, but everyone's just waiting. Agatha's like, okay, we're going to rush over to that. We're going to go to the untouched palace, and we're going to keep everyone safe there. Is there room there? Like, yes, but only the one that is meant to enter can. And she's like, we'll enter it no matter what. You talk to maybe this is what the prophecy is. I have to help Cinderella keep her people safe. I've sworn to help you. And Cinderella walks up and she sees that Chetty Bong Bong as the leader. She says, I want to thank you and offer my services for saving us. If what Agatha says is true and you need our help, we will offer it. And they look each other over. And you could tell, if this was a movie, animated or not, they share a moment, these two. Chetty Bong Bong and Cinderella. But it's only a moment, it's broken. It's broken by this thunderous sound of a lightning cannon. Then slowly a wall collapses in the giant chamber they're in. And these strange tanks come through. And the rebels are like, oh. And then another hole opens. And there come more tanks and straight up professional soldiers come through. Sandhorse soldiers. And ultra modern, like these are cool ass tanks with like these dual lightning guns. PA system on the tanks. We have you surrounded. Drop your weapons. We expect no fighting. Everyone's like, I don't see they're surrounded. They don't have us on two sides. I said, well, the pile's coming. She sees dripping water. She's like, oh, great. This is just not what we need. I said, what? Chetty Bang Bang. So what do you want? We're helping these. We've been called by the surface worlders for help. General hops off the tank and walks up to Chet. He goes, Chetty Bang Bang. It's been a long time. Once we were best friends. But you did not drink of your mother's milk, you drank of warm milk. You did not understand the way of the well. Well, we are here to stop you and these surface worlders. For the water in the well spoke to us. It said you want to take away. That your plan is to fulfill that you plan on fulfilling the prophecy. Taking away what we want. Taking away the treats and the joys and the pleasures. Disrupting the way of the well. Chetty goes, my brother, you must know that the well of want has never been good for our people. You know it's never been good for our people, and we could talk for hours about. But these folks, these serfs brothers, they face they face the evil of they are facing Pile, the essence of darkness. We're sworn to help them. Chada bong bong. I cannot let you pass. I cannot let you escape, for I represent the will of the people in the well. I cannot let you all escape. I'm taking you all my... And all of a sudden, the whole ground starts to shake around everybody. Around the tanks, around the fairy people, around the sand rebels, around the humans. And they notice then they're suddenly starting to thrust upward. And like water's going ahead of them and spraying out a hole. And water must be lifting this platform they're on. Next thing they know, boom. They're back up in the center of town. And they're kind of like in a reverse sinkhole, where Pile's water power just pushed them back up to the surface. I guess like a water earth elevator. Probably the first time it's been invented by an evil wizard, unfortunately. And I guess a pretty rare power to have the power to control an element in this way. So probably not replicable. But yeah, he was able to move the earth. I mean, yeah, because he stabilized it with water, and he used the water for drilling. Anyway, they're back on the earth, back in town, everybody. And they're right on the edge of, right in the middle of town, right by the portal to Fairyland. And you can tell Pile's kind of regathering his water into some concentrated form, just like the Terminator in Terminator 2. And Cinderella says, "Quickly, people! We must work together. This is the only way we'll be able to stop the wizard Pile. He's regathering his strength right now. If we could all work together, we could defeat him." And everyone's like, "We got lightning weapons. We don't need your help." And Rose's like, "We got our lava weapon." "Cinderella, you ruined everything. We could have had a perfectly nice life. You know, I was a middle class. I had a flower shop. Now I have nothing." And the fairy, I've spent every day in my garden in the morning, the afternoon, and I just did my job, and I enjoyed it. And now you, with your pretty little perfect face and your pouty lips and your button nose, you fucked it all up. Duh. And everybody's just still mad at. Why can't you just does anyone have any magic? We just go back in time to the way things were. Oh. And even Cinderella, she's struck by how things have turned against her and how no one. She's like negative. What's swooned in a bad way? Like she's about to faint, and she's just like defeated. And then Piles comes strutting in as a water human, about 6'4". Looks just like old Pile, but slightly translucent. And he just chuckles. "Ha ha ha ha. Ah, Cinderella, Agatha, thank you for bringing me these fine soldiers of weapons of lava and lightning. Now I can rule the underworld. I already controlled you with the Well of Want. Finally got a grasp of how to use that. You fairy people, I was listening, and you could go back. Would you like to go back to the way things were? I could easily banish these monsters from your land and return you. You could return to doing your work. You, underworld sand people, you could return to doing what you want. In exchange for having me as your ruler, doing the little chores I assign you, you won't even be aware of it, because it'll be from your well of work. Or part of getting from the well of want will be accomplishing little tasks I send you out on. Conquering this kingdom or that. I can do away with these rebels that don't want to work with me, and these rabble-rousing, stone-faced women and puffy-faced grandmothers, and you, Cinderella of all. You know, people are kind of like in shock because, you know, the idea of working for Pyle, on the surface it sounds good, but, you know, everybody's guts are kind of like, uh-oh, this guy's kind of a jerk. And Cinderella's not sure. She's like, how am I going to bargain with this dude? Pyle says, you're speechless, eh? Cinderella said, well, let's make a bargain. Pyle says, there'll be no bargain. My way or you'll die, all of you. Every single man, woman, child, fairy godmother, fairy godfather, fairy cousin father, sand rebel, sand child, sand worms. You either work for Pyle or you die. It is that simple. So who will choose first? The silence falls over. Cinderella's kind of crying. Because she doesn't know what to do. All of a sudden, Roland says, I'll choose first. Pyle, you could take my life as an example. I want all you to be safe. I know that choice will be much easier if you watch me. I know the value of your life will be much more meaningful if you see me lose mine. I was, exactly. He said, go ahead, back up towards that portal of monsters. And all the monsters are right up against the portal, snapping and snapping. And, I just have a few things I want to say. One, Cinderella, it's been my honor serving you. And that is enough to make my life fulfilled. I've learned something greater than love, called service to a leader, a real leader that has caring. And Roland starts this long speech. He's quoting Larry of Ladybird and these other childhood heroes, like the Elfkins, which was another story his mom used to tell him about these elves that lived in the woods. And he's just going on and on. And meanwhile, you know, Agatha and Penelope, they're watching Cinderella. They can't believe Cinderella's broken. And Chatty Chatty Bong Bong, their hearts are breaking. The monsters are, like, Roland's backed up. He's speaking. He's right against the thing. And the monsters are banging against the thing, like I said. And Chatty Chatty Bong Bong even sees, like, this evil, mutated, acid-spitting worm monster. Oh, that's so sad. That worm changed into a nasty beast. And I thought, oh my God, like, wait a second. You know, what if he tries to back Roland and we free the lava? You know, we could, the volcano. We turn the volcano into Pyle. Oh, the volcano, no, your volcano weapons didn't stop him, so he'll turn to a mist, and then he'll just regenerate. And then Penelope says, what if I change the monsters into giant dogs, and they lick Pyle up like water? And it's like, no, they'll just blow out their stomachs, or it's like, no, it's like, shit, I think he's got us. And meanwhile, Roland's speech kind of draws to a close. And as much as I would have liked to give you a speech and have it say it was, like, inspiring, but the most inspiring stuff he said was what he said to Cinderella. The rest of it was kind of nonsense. And maybe it was just Roland trying to buy some time, like, but he's backed up, and Pyle says, and now I want all of you to watch the cost of defying me. And Cinderella kind of says, I won't open the portal, and you need my rock hand to open the portal. And Pyle just laughs and wraps some water around her, shoves her arm right in the portal. Portal opens up. He shoves Roland in towards the monsters, and
I hope you're asleep because Roland, the monsters take Roland and Roland sacrifices his life. And luckily he was hit by a poison dart by these frog monsters that shoot darts. So he wasn't mutilated. He just got hit in the heart with a poison dart and he falls to his knees. Pyle laughs, and as Roland passes from this world into the next, Pyle shoots something water at him that instantly freezes Roland into the statue, freezes all his liquids and stuff. Roland says that statue will remain frozen, crystallized forever, so that you will all remember the cost of defying me. And Cinderella raises her hands and she says, "Okay, Pyle, I offer myself and my people to do with as you wish, with just one small caveat, that any suffering or punishment due upon the people is done upon me first as an example. Any punishment you plan to met, even to the verge of death, any torture, any humiliation, just do unto me first so that these people will remain without harm. Please, do as he wishes." And he said, "You are a leader. Fortunately for you, a good leader. But you lose. I will keep you safe with me, Cinderella, high in a tower for all to watch. Any time any one of you makes a mistake, if it is not death, you will have to watch your princess suffer, and know it will befall you as well." And Agatha is kind of wandered over to the statue of Roland and Penelope, and Agatha's just kind of holding her hand to his cheek, because she was the first one. She's really at a loss. And Penelope's kind of, he was a good man, kind of doing a side. It's not that big of a deal, Pyle, because they're not up to anything. And then Agatha says to herself, he's crystallized. It's not even cold. She looks from Roland. It's a crystallized crystal. And she looks over at the sand, horses and sand. She's got crystal and sand. "Penelope, I may have the solution. As a child, we lived not far from the desert. And my mother, she would make jewelry from the crystals. One day I asked my mother, where do the crystals come from that you gather and sell, that we gather and you sell, or you make into jewelry?" And she said, oh, my dear, it's so funny. She goes, "We make our living from sponge poop. So, dear, these sponges that live in the desert, and they wait for rainfall, and they suck in the rainfall, and they use everything in the rainfall to fuel their bodies. And the only thing left are these crystals, and that's their poop." She goes, "The sponges poop crystals. No one knows that they're wearing jewels of poop. Sponge poop. Isn't that funny?" But Penelope just stares at her like, "Shit, you gone bonkers, son." And Agatha says, "Don't you get it? Just change all those monsters into sand sponges now. Giant sand sponges." And then Penelope gets it. She busts out her wand. And Penelope, she goes, "Did you hear that, fairies? Sand sponges now. Every monster." And there's about 60. So they start shooting their wands at the monsters, change them to sand sponges. Agatha's like, "Throw the sponges at Pyle." And this Pyle's in the middle of, his James Bond victory speech, where he's not even killing James Bond. He's already beaten. Bond already gave up. And then people start picking up the sponges and throwing them. And, "Grab a sand sponge." And everyone grabs sand sponges. They're throwing them at Pyle. People are running and shoving them on Pyle.
piles getting hit by sponges, and sponges just start slurping them up. And these sponges, I mean, they're in the desert. So they're, I mean, you remember the ShamWow? I mean, these sponges are like 1 billion times more absorbent. They have to suck the dew out of air to survive. And, I mean, any rainfall at all, they absorb it, any moisture. So they suck pile dry, and pile's trying to fight. And these sponges, they ain't letting go of the liquid. Then Cinderella's like, hurry, gather the sponges up, gather them up. Throw them in grab a bucket. And they throw the bucket, and they gather all the sponges up. And pile's stuck in these sponges, and she says, place the bucket next to Roland. So they push the bucket over next to Roland. Meanwhile, Cinderella's got her hand in the portal, to keep it open. What Agatha didn't say, Agatha's mom might not have known this, it takes like hundreds of years of slow digestion to break down the elements of water and turn them into crystal for these sponges. And it's incredibly painful for the water. So, piles about years and years of torture in this bucket, and even though water technically, and he's just letting out these horrible screeches, and everyone's covering his ears. Horrible. So Cinderella just pulls her arm out from the portal, and the portal shuts, and you can barely, if you stand close enough to the portal, you can hear the horrible sound, but obviously it kind of taints fairyland forever. That he's just going to be slowly digested and turned into crystal inside these sponges forever. Or close to, for him, it's going to feel like 10 lifetimes. And everyone's gathered around the portal and they're all in shock. And Cinderella turns to Agatha and she says, Stepmother, you saved us. The rebels go, it's true, you are the one from the prophecy. And everyone gathers in, even the sand soldiers, they seem to be shaken out of some daze. And most people are in a daze. I mean, their world's really been turned upside down, and a lot of people go to their knee, and they bow to Agatha, and they're like, our new queen, Yankee, Agatha, we salute you. The prophecy is proven true. Yankee, Agatha, untouched palace awaits you. I know these are your people to rule as well. And then the fairies go on their knees and the humans. So you saved us from the wizard pile. Everyone's just in shock, almost like she's a demigod come down from the heaven. And they're all on their knees bowing. They're like, Yankee, you could live in the surface world and our world, but we will all bow to you as queen. And Agatha looks, and even Cinderella says, she puts her hand on the stepmother's back and steps behind her. She's like, I think this is right. You always wanted to live in the palace. Now I know why, stepmother. For you're the queen. She goes to take her crown off, which has amazingly and unexpectedly remained on Cinderella's head this whole time. We've almost been unaware of it because she's been on quite a whirlwind in the past couple weeks. And Agatha stops her and she says, no, queen I'm not. And this man, she points over at Roland. That man was not a king, but he made a sacrifice greater than any king could. But while he was a great man, he was not a leader. He was not one with an openness to the heart that it takes to care for each and every one of you. And I do not have that. I am a schemer. I can come up with plans, and I'm swift on my feet, right? I'm smarter than most of you folks. Let's not beat around the bush. And I like that these sand people think I'm a beautiful woman. And like some of you, I won't be forgetting. But this is a queen. Beauty aside, a queen or king. It is not what is on the outside that matters. Well, I guess it's not on the inside, really, either. It's something that goes well beyond that. Something I don't have, but you do, Cinderella. Sandhorse people, you might not know Cinderella. This is my stepdaughter, Cinderella. I was a terrible stepmother to her, tortured her, threw her, made her count lentils one time, covered in ash. Made her life quite unpleasant with my 2 daughters, who I haven't seen in a while, but I know they're among all you humans in here somewhere. But she is the right one. Maybe your prophecy was a bit off. But Cinderella is a worthy leader, and over the past few times I've heard a lot of people say, oh, Cinderella this, oh, Cinderella that, oh, the old life, oh, it's so great, oh, well, it's all garbage, you people. For as long as this woman lives, she will treat you with fairness and goodness. She is our queen. And with that, Penelope gets on her knees, kisses Cinderella's hand. And I would be honored to serve you, queen, if you'll have me. Cinderella's so touched she's speechless. And I'm kind of speechless. I mean, Cinderella should be queen, and Agatha's come a long way since she started out as just a patient stepmother, was I think the first or second episode, just waiting her time to get into the castle, and that's all she seemed to have wanted. But Agatha seemed to have come a long way, and so has Cinderella. And Roland obviously has come a long way. He's not with us anymore, and I'm sorry. Those of you that planned on wedding Roland or loved him. But he's a hero, and will always be. Penelope, she seemed to come a little bit of ways. Not quite as far as everyone else, but I think she's grown. And folks, this is... I wasn't sure tonight would be the last episode of the season for After the Glass Slipper, but this is an end for now. And we'll still have episodes, but it won't, for a little while we're going to take a break from this story. Because it's in a good place to take a break. Because everything's good. And I'm sure things won't be good for long, but let's give these people a chance to recover. Cinderella, Agatha, Sand people, the fairy people, the human people. And see, we'll check back with them. I promise. And thanks for sticking out and enjoying this story, if you have, or the parts of it that put you to sleep. I hope at least a tiny part of the story found its way into your heart. Or into your dreams. Okay? I'm getting a little, I guess I don't know if I'm trying to fill dead air or I actually am human and having a feeling here, but probably just filling dead air because my job's to bore you to sleep, not carry you to sleep. I'm a boredom superhero, not a caring superhero. But I kind of care. That's not true. I care, and I hope if you're not asleep and you're still listening, that helps you in some way. Maybe give you a little, maybe Roland's sacrifice, which is much more than mine, of just taking a little time to help you fall asleep. Maybe that could create something warm inside you that makes you feel safe and comforted, and that you could curl up with that, if with nothing else, and whatever agony or anxiety or whatever's creeping at your door, go ahead and snuggle up with that piece of Roland or that piece of Agatha or Penelope or Cinderella. Or if you feel dark, there might have been some good things about the wizard pile or the rebel. Yeah, maybe you're into the bad boy, like Chada Chada Bong Bong. Go for it. Snuggle up with him. Just take that feeling of safety, security, and caring with you tonight, okay? Get a good night's rest, and we'll be back Thursday night. Don't worry. It just won't be with After the Glass Slipper for a little while. Or not, I don't know. I don't want to lie to you. I don't know how long it'll be, but it'll be back. I don't think I could stay away from Agatha for very long.
Thanks for listening so much, and I hope you're getting some rest. Oh, fuck daylight savings time, too. And if you're not in the U.S., go ahead and look that up. Good night.